Namaskar. Welcome to another edition of Navimash podcast. So today we are back with our favorite guest, surprise guest, Mr. Academic Man. How are you?
I'm fine, alive, doing well.
Okay, you are alive. Thank you for this. I thought I would not see you. So I think we are meeting after a long time. There have been
Yes.
some very important events happened at your end. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So, and also very important events happening in the history of Bollywood, the so-called Bollywood.
Yes, yes, absolutely.
So we are going to discuss
Bollywood बोल
that.
सकते हैं क्या? I don't know if we can call this Bollywood. I don't know.
Yes, see, as per convention, it is called Bollywood because it is based out of Bombay. Okay,
Yeah.
so
But we can call it
anyway,
Hindi film industry or yeah. Anyway,
we
sure.
can say Hindi film industry. Yeah, I think that's also not a bad thing. So we are going to talk about today the movie Dhurandhar, which is breaking records across India and also across the world.
Yeah,
In US, it has made I think about $1 million recently.
yeah, 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 yeah.
So it has done really well across, and it is about to break 500 crore barrier in about 10 days time. So,
Yeah.
but we are not going to talk about the money or the reviews, how the acting is. We're going to talk about something else where I think a lot of people are getting it wrong, technical point of view, and also in terms of movie genre. So we have named this podcast Dhurandhar is a Desi Western or a Indian version of Western genre cinema rather than a spy thriller. So
Yeah.
why don't you start with your opening statement? Why isn't so?
So if you look at, I'm assuming that our viewers today have watched the movie, so I'm going to give some spoilers. Spoiler alert. um and I will go into some points otherwise, but even if you haven't seen the movie but you've seen a trailer and you kind of have a basic idea of what it might be about, yes, there is a spy element. Okay, there is a spy, and you know what he is doing in a foreign country. That is very important. That is, in a way, that is the whole movie. Now, the point that I'm trying to make today is that it works not because it is a typical spy thriller. When I say typical spy thriller, it's more like a James Bond movie, or let's say one of those YRF. YRF is crap. Like YRF is the worst kind of spy movies you can make. But let's say the good old James Bond movies, where in a weird way, the spy movies that you would watch, like even the James Bond movies, the the spy was at the focus of the movie, right? What James Bond, he did with his martini shaken not stirred, the cars, the Aston Martin he would drive, the women he would date, that kind of stuff, right? So uh, his country England is in trouble. That's not really the main focus of the story. His How he deals with it is the main focus of the story. um so in a sense, it's not so. I would say Pathan and all these movies, they are actually, in a weird way, they are closer to those, James Bondish type movies. uh and that's why they are more of, I couldn't say spy thriller, because they're not exactly thrillers for me. I have never watched war or Pathan and Tiger Zinda Hai and all that crap. I have a lot of work in my life. I don't waste my time. Uh, so yes, so I deliberately told you to put James Bond on the cover, because yes, if you look at a movie like Casino Royale, he is technically playing to save England, but but the entire focus of the movie is James Bond. So you can watch the entire Daniel Craig series, or the Pierce Brosnan, or Sean Connery, and all of these people, whoever portrayed Bond, and there were other copies of Bond in different times, and there were even comedies like Bond, the James Bond movies. So if you look at those movies, they kind of set the template for spy thrillers. And there are even more serious movies. So if you think that James Bond movies weren't really serious, they were, sometimes they were a bit too outlandish, let's say. Even then, you could maybe look at a lot of other Hollywood movies which portrayed spies, where uh, but again, the spy was at the center of the movie, right? That's the genre. But this is not really, I mean, it shows the Ranveer Singh as a spy, but he is not really the focus of the movie. I mean, he is a very important character in the movie, but the focus is not really him. The focus, strangely, is that town called Liari. And yes, why, how it is connected to India, how things they do there is kind of is kind of connected to our national security concerns. And this is very important because our national security concern, we that's what Bollywood actually tried to show, that ISI is fundamentally okay, they're not bad people, they're actually trying to kill the terrorists, but they're never successful. They are actually like us, that kind of thing. And your attention was diverted to somewhat, whoever was the terrorist was a larger than life character. He could not be your neighbor. He could not be this one paraka gunda, right? Galika gunda. He is not like that. So you think that a terrorist is like beyond your comprehension, but it's not that. I think what Dhurandhar also does brilliantly is it shows you that there is a potential that the next door neighbor you don't know about, that guy can also be a terrorist. uh, the gunda that you think is relatively harmless, because there is a tendency to kind of dissociate the criminals from the terrorists, right? So, in a way, Aditya Dhar actually shows in a very interesting manner how a criminal becomes a terrorist. So, Akshay Khanna, if you look at it, he was actually a kind of like a local gunda, but he was, the ISI recruited him and made him into a terror sympathizer, or a guy who supported terror across the border. So if you think about it, these are very interesting facets of this whole thing, where it's not really a spy thriller per se. It is largely one could even call it a western. Why I call it a western is the Liari town, which if you watch the movie even once, is, I guess, engraved in your head, where it's not your typical nice Pune, Mumbai. CSK keeps traveling to these places and gets like, he says, this is California, this is this anyway. So it's not like that. It's like a very desolate kind of dirty town, where violence can happen in any corner. Like, you can just be walking and you see a man dying, being killed or something like that. So that is a very typical Western movie trope, if you look at it. Like, if you look at Clint Eastwood's Good, Bad, Ugly, if you look at The Quick and the Dead, if you look at even the Western style genre movies which even were produced here in India, like Sholay, right? These towns are kind of, these are not the typical metropolis kind of situation, where there are nice high rise buildings and things. It's a town, but it's not really developed, right? Any random guy can be a criminal here. Nobody is safe per se. And in that sense, if you look at it, it's very it kind of shows how these the you're invested in the characters very importantly. So that's why you are given a backstory of Rahman Baloch, you're given a backstory of this thing, his so-called father or whatever. You are given a backstory of even Sanjay Dutt's character, right? You are also given a bit of a backstory about the politician whose daughter Ranveer kind of marries. So in that sense, you are also invested in the characters in a very weird way. Okay. Um, that is a very Western style thing. So if you watch a movie like The Quick and the Dead, you are also invested in the characters. If you watch Sholay, you are invested in, yes, they don't show Gabbar Singh's backstory, but you kind of see the world where Gabbar Singh is coming around, right? So in that sense, it shows beautifully how the gundas, the mawalis who are doing these kind of acts, how where they are coming up from, and how because they are coming up from this kind of area that they are so open to doing violence that the ISI and all can easily recruit these guys. It doesn't take a very it doesn't take very long for the ISI and all these people to recruit them. So that is also a very interesting facet if you look at what they showed, that uh, they actually got into that whole thing, that where the where somebody like Daud is always portrayed in many movies, even as even movies that are so called against him, quote unquote, he was always portrayed as a gunda. But Dhurandhar shows the काइंड ऑफ स्लिपरी स्लोप, मतलब गुंडा से टेररिस्ट का जो स्लिपरी स्लोप है, द ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन, द हाउ इवन अ सो कॉल्ड गुंडा हु इज वेरी कैरिज्मेटिक एंड whatever, he ultimately can become the reason that thousands of people are dying in India. That aspect is so beautifully shown that uh, in because of that uh, aspect, I would say that it's closer to a Western or something, or it's not, it's 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 a very beautiful portrayal of human character in that sense.
One more thing I would like to add. Okay.
Yeah.
Like if the audience has watched any Western movies, correct? So the protagonist, the hero, okay, the so-called, the camera would be like behind the hero or the protagonist, and he would, before he enters the town or the in a Western country, there would be a one town which is isolated,
Yes.
and
Yes.
the and that is happens in almost every Western genre movie produced in the Hollywood
Yes.
in those days. You'll see the hero standing, the camera is behind, and he will look at the town's name or the
Yes.
landscape.
लियारी टाउन, हाँ,
Okay,
यहाँ पे भी है लियारी टाउन को.
exactly the same thing happens when you watch the movie. That Ranveer would
Yes.
just see, and the town would be mentioned, there is town, and he enters it.
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
so when MS is saying that feels it gives a vibe of a Western, a Desi Western, we are coming from that perspective. Go on, please.
Yeah. This also, if you watch Akira Kurosawa's few movies like Sanjuro, where the samurai comes into this disorderly town full of gangsters everywhere. Like every gangster is trying to kill each other, and there's no order, there's no law and order. It's the whole, that is the whole stick. If you look at what happens to Ranveer in like the first 10 minutes of the movie, it is complete chaos. He, like, you know what happens, right? So he is attacked, he's beaten up, anything can happen to him. And that is the whole vibe of the thing, that look at what the reality of Pakistan is. Okay. Or the reality, and like many people have pointed out, that it seems very similar to some parts of India as well. And that's why one very famous minister in Kolkata, minister mayor in Kolkata said, "This is mini Pakistan," right? Uh, and that's what we see. That it's totally the reason he is talking. He is calling a particular area in Calcutta mini Pakistan is because it is Pakistan's basic reality is this. The urbanized areas of Pakistan are basically like this, if you think about it. Yes, there are some very, like, he even shows a nice nightclub and all that, but that is like a very uh, tiny part of the Pakistani reality. Same would go for Dhaka or something. If you go to Dhaka and other parts are, outside of the main city, outside Gulshan and all these places, you would see the basically the same thing as Liari Town. It's Liari Town can be like a representation of a mini Pakistan. And that is why it works. That's my whole point. Like, that is why it seems like a western where one guy, of course, we know his identity as the audience, that he is an Indian spy, right? But they don't know. They think he is just a random Baloch fighter who has come here to kind of work. So in that sense, he slowly ticks off one gunda after another. He takes one guy, he defeats him. He uses that guy to defeat another guy. He's going to now go on a bigger scale. Then he uses the SP Aslam to kind of take care of this guy. So he is taking out one after the others to establish himself as the king. Now, if you think about it, that is also kind of what Sholay did. Sholay's the magic of Sholay was that the guy who was the police inspector, they cut his arms off and sent him home, and he couldn't do anything. But then he got two hardened criminals who are charming, obviously, and they took out the main criminal, right, the Gabbar Singh. So that's a very simplistic version of what's happening in Dhurandhar. Dhurandhar is obviously way more complex. There are many aspects, and like I said, it's the relatability of the audience is because of the larger than life image of the characters, of the gundas. There are two types of larger than life villains, right? So you could have a Bond villain like Spectre or Doctor No or Doctor some those characters like the guy in Casino Royale and all these movies. You could have one of those characters who are like a scientist who's gone crazy, or you could have a person who's basically so filthy rich he's like Elon Musk, but he's even much more evil and stuff. So that kind of thing. In that aspect is not here. You don't have very larger than life characters in that sense. All the people you see can be your next door neighbor if you're unlucky, right? So that's what they showed, that Rahman Baloch and all these people, they are approachable people also. You can probably see them walking on the street near you, but they are the danger that they embody. I think what the real message behind the movie is actually something that a lot of people haven't discussed, is that there is always danger when you bring these criminal elements into an organized terror network. Criminality and terror are linked. These were always so in a movie like Rais, right? In Rais, they glorify the criminal and cut him off from the terrorist. It's a very well thought out plan. Even though he was involved in the Mumbai blasts and everything, he's fundamentally he's a good guy. If you go to him for help in the middle of the night, if you need an ambulance, he'll get an ambulance for you. So always these Diwar, where Haji Mastan was basically portrayed, or Once Upon a Time in Mumbai, right? Or where also Haji Mastan versus Daud were shown, and then these all these movies where the gangster is actually a good guy. You actually feel bad for the gangster if he dies or something. It was done deliberately just to cover up the real activities of the gangsters. It was done. These were all these were all created in that sense, right? So finally we have a movie which shows that no, these gangsters are not just random people who will help you in the middle of the night if you need an ambulance. No, they are not like that. You might have a romantic notion of that as a middle class person sitting in a home somewhere. You might think, oh, these are very good people. Actually, you might think that, but the actual danger they embody is extremely, is at a different level. Like this is like a butterfly effect. Like, you let a gangster in Pakistan thrive, and 2,000 people here in India are in danger. That butterfly effect is beautifully documented here, right? So that is, I think that's in a sense, Aditya Dhar's greatest success, I would say, is kind of undoing Bollywood's this glorification of gangsters slowly. I mean, even here he did it. He did it to undo it. Like, look at how Akshay Khanna's entry is so glamorized, right? Like everyone is sharing that video. But at the end of the movie, he kills him brutally. He is not the hero of the movie. And that I think is the biggest success that Aditya Dhar has shown. That yeah, he can be a very glamorous guy. He can dance well to a Balochi song. He has great screen presence. He's awesome, but he's not a good guy. When the Mumbai terror attack was happening, he was cheering it. Actually, that scene was very beautiful, where he wasn't initially cheering, but then the Arjun Rampal told him to cheer, and to show his allegiance, he started to cheer. Okay, initially, so in a sense, I think that is a very subtle but beautiful way in which he shows this, kind of metamorphosis of the gangster onto a, a terrorist. And this is exactly what happened with Dawood. I think that if if the government and all knew that this guy would one day be like the head of terror, I don't think they would have let him thrive for so long. Maybe I don't know, I may like to believe that maybe the Congress government, actually, no, that was a stupid statement on my part. Congress would encourage it even if they knew. So Congress का तो पैंट खोल के रख दिया यहाँ पे. So forget that. the the printing, the money printing scam, right? So that no wonder. Why do you think people are going against Aditya Dhar so much? It's because of the money printing thing, not because he showed Pakistan को bad light में पहले भी दिखा चुका है वो उड़ी में. But this one was too personal. He's basically saying that before 2014, the people we were ruled by could sell the country for माने कौड़ी के भाव बेच देते देश को, right? So that's the real reason they're unable to say it out loud. They're unable to say it like, oh my god, how can you show this? How can you show a top minister? Which is very evident who it was, right? I'm not going to name the guy, but exactly. So in that sense, that's the real mirchi. If you ask where kaha se mirchi lagi, that is the main mirchi. Okay. Where Madhavan is getting the information, like Ajit Doval's character, Ajay Sanyal is getting the information, but he can't do shit because he's like his hands are tied. So, and why? He's getting horrible information. He's getting the information that the same company that did the printed, that supplied us, I don't know why a foreign company would supply us with all the printing material. Then what did Congress do in 70 years? I don't know. We couldn't even we had to buy raw materials for printing our money from Britain, right? So anyway, apart from that, he's getting that information that the same company is now supplying to Pakistan, and he can't act on it. His hands are tied, and that explains demonetization as well, right in 2016. So in that sense, if you look at it, it's actually, that's the whole reason that so many people are against the movie. So many people, as in not the public. The public is with the movie. You know who all are against the movie. So that's the whole reason, that how can they show this? Itna dam kahan se aaya inme? So that's good. Maybe that's another side effect of 240, that you actually develop some Shatru bodh. You don't leave your Shatru open to do whatever they want. So yeah.
Okay, so actually, do you want to cover any other parts of this cinema, or correct? So now we are trying to establish, actually, like if you see in detail, correct?
Yeah.
Categorizing it as a Western genre movie rather than a spy thriller, which is being shown, which is being told. Uh, maybe actually because of the multiple layering, the social, the political, the bureaucratic, uh, the emotions as well, the way the layering is being done, okay, over several
Yes,
layers that you can peel off one after
yes.
another. It may not be even, it may be its own genre itself, because it
Yeah, yeah,
mixes
of
bit
course,
of
of
spy,
course.
it mixes spy
This is
genre,
the
it
kind of movie
mixes western
people
genre. Hmm,
exactly. It's a genre. It's beyond genres. I could call it that. But I
hmm,
think like the if we like take percentages, it's maybe 70% more of a western than a spy
hmm.
thriller. That's like a basic thing. So yeah,
Yeah, actually, that's one more thing why we are calling it a western genre movie, because the movie starts in Liari, it ends in Liari.
yes, yes,
So
yes,
if
yes.
you see, if you see any western movie, the movie
Yeah,
doesn't move away from the focal location where it started and where it ends.
exactly, exactly, exactly.
So so in terms of technicalities, correct, so all the people
Yeah,
have done all the reviews, correct, in terms of how good
right.
things are. But we,
Yeah,
I watched the movie twice, maybe you have watched once or maybe you watch again.
yeah, I was,
Okay.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah. So like we figured out, okay, okay, he told me that, okay, this, then I also realized, okay, what's going on here, let's dig deeper into it. So
yeah.
that's why we are calling it a western genre. And one more thing which is important is that we don't see a lot of technology. We are
No,
not,
no,
although,
exactly.
hmm, hmm.
He's writing on a diary, bro. I mean, he's not
No,
even
no,
like at one
although the
point like
movie is, although the movie is based in 1980s, correct,
no, no, no.
it is,
Ye wala, Dhurandhar, it has mobile phones. It's like 2013 or something.
no, 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 no.
20,
I think no, no. I think 2002, correct. 2002. It
yeah, but
like,
the blast is happened. The terror attack is in 2008. So around
okay,
that
yeah,
time, when mobile
around
phones were
okay,
there,
around a time.
yeah.
I
But
I
laptops,
think
laptops and computers were fairly common. Like
were there 90s.
आईफोन
Okay,
ने
so
ना आईफोन दिखाया था वो जो
iPhone were,
लड़की को आईफोन
got
है
it.
वो आईफोन हाँ
Yes, but one more trope which is there for a spy thriller is that use of technology, advanced technology. Yeah. And
yeah
we don't see any kind of thing happening. We see Ranbir using that invisible ink to see things. Okay, that's quite,
yeah
that is
but that's
Bomkesh
that's like
Bomkesh
that's like प्याज
Bomkesh era,
प्याज प्याज वो करके इनविजिबल इंक
Bomkesh era, Bomkesh era technology that they are using. So these are three primary things that we have actually observed. And so there are many more things are there. Okay, so three things are primary that we have observed, that this makes it a kind of western genre movie, okay, rather than
yeah
a spy thriller in the conventional sense. So
yeah
that's one part of it. Okay, yeah, but you can share your other thoughts as well about the movie, anything else, and then also we will have one more guest join as well. We'll have a one special
yeah
guest
yeah
joining us.
surprise
Yeah,
guest yes
yeah, surprise
so
guest.
this one if you think about it Mukhtar Ansari and his मतलब जो वाइस प्रेसिडेंट था यार क्या नाम था उसका the one of the best vice presidents we ever had um अरे
I'm
मुख्तार
forgetting the name
अंसारी
itself.
elder brother the जिसको मोदी जी ने एकदम मतलब पेल दिया था
Ah,
बेसिकली
yes, 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 yes. I
Hamid
forgot the
Ansari
name
Hamid
itself.
Ansari
Yeah,
Hamid
yes, Hamid
Ansari
Ansari. Hamid Ansari, correct.
so if you look at the Ansari brothers the great Ansari
Hmm,
brothers
hmm,
they are also like this if you think about it Mukhtar Ansari is a don in UP. So again, the same trope happens that if you make a movie about Mukhtar Ansari, if Bollywood, classic Bollywood, let's say Javed Salim made a movie about Mukhtar Ansari, right? In that movie, what would you see? You would uh, you would see that Mukhtar Ansari is this very nice character who is, helping out poor people and all that stuff. You would see all that, right? But if you look at, what Hamid Ansari did, he basically I think blew the cover of Raw Agents. If I'm not very mistaken, I think our audience
No,
will know.
you are right. You are right. You are right. Absolutely right.
Yeah. So how is this different? We have people like this sitting. वो तो एक लाइन में माधवन भी बोलता है कि पाकिस्तानी हमारे मेन वो एनिमी नहीं है, वो हमारे देश के ही लोग हैं. Right? That is not just aimed at the minister who sold the plates of India to Pakistan. That is also the same modus operandi by which, Hamid Ansari and Mukhtar Ansari, people like these operated. One became vice president. Can you imagine? One became the vice president of India, and the brother is a bloody criminal scumbag. Okay. So this is the choice of the if if you have parties like CPIM and Congress, you basically don't need China and Pakistan. I think you have one is Pakistan, the other is China. So you don't need these separately to kill you. So
Inspired by Obama.
so अरे ओबामा भी इतना मतलब Obama's foreign policy was money much more patriotic than these guys.
U.S. foreign policy. U.S. foreign policy is never mandated by the presidents.
Exactly. वो भी है but that's the whole point. Like if you look at what these people were doing for the last 70 years, that's like it's one of the worst. I mean, the fact that this country is still existing, it's a miracle. Only God's the blessings of the gods are the reason that our country still exists. What were they doing? I think that is the main reason. मैंने पाकिस्तान को खराब दिखाया. My main thing is, I think that इतने जगह पे उंगली डाल दिया ना उसने. He showed some horrific realities about India, not just Pakistan. Aditya Dhar actually showed the some of the most terrible things that plague Indian political parties. That's another main reason that Arfa Khanum Sasta Sherwani is so angry. So
Okay. So
yeah,
go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. You continue.
so
So
that's
I think
if you have more points, what you observed,
okay. So I have observed lots of tons of things. Okay. So I think it will take
yeah.
maybe 10, 20 episodes to actually discuss. But yeah. So one of the more things. See, I will also ask the audience to actually share their opinion on this. They had mentioned a very important word in the movie that जो लियारी पे राज करेगा वो
हाँ,
पाकिस्तान पे राज करेगा.
yes,
So, but this statement is very correct. Although Pakistan is a large country, it's not a very small country. So, how can or instead of Karachi is a city, correct? Karachi is a city, has a very
yes.
huge population. The population is about, I think, 20 million plus as of now. Maybe 223 or 224 million or something more. But like if you add the other people who are there illegally, it would easily go into 225 million territory as a
Yeah.
city, as an urban area. So it has a large population but a small area. How can this small area have so much political influence over a country like Pakistan? And that's the now we are diverting from movie
Yeah,
discussion to something
absolutely.
else. Okay.
Yeah.
So what do you think? Like what do you think? What happens? Because I am showing some data to the audience to actually ponder over that what really happens in Liari.
So the interesting aspect is why I'll draw a parallel with Calcutta because it actually reminded me a lot of some things that happened in Calcutta. For example, the port area of Calcutta, it is there was an IPS officer who was killed there many years ago in the 1980s. He was chopped in broad daylight. Okay. कैलकाटा में एक आध एरिया है जहां से पूरा कलकत्ता चलते हैं, राइट? सो एंटायर कैलकाटा इज रन फ्रॉम some parts of Calcutta. So you might be the kind of person who goes to a restaurant, goes to a nightclub, whatever. You're having fun in Park Street or something, but you don't have any power. You don't run the city. The real money the entire, the machinery, the police, the state, everything is concentrating the power in certain parts of Calcutta, which is near the area where, interestingly, the mayor of Calcutta comes from now. इतने लोग हैं वेस्ट बंगाल में, कलकत्ता में इतने लोग हैं. Why do you think that guy became the mayor of Calcutta? Not and it. One clue is his religion is a very important aspect, but the other clue is that he controls that flow of wealth and weapons and all that stuff. I don't know if weapons are. I mean, we shouldn't say that openly, but there is some power in the area in which he rules. Okay, and that is precisely why we can see that these areas are so impactful in their effect on the rest of Karachi. So Liari town ko control karo, Karachi control mein aa jata hai. Once you control Karachi, then I guess you control the rest of Pakistan through some kind of this thing. And in a sense, this is exactly like how West Bengal also weirdly works. Like the elite have always been from Calcutta, but who supports the elite? That group is coming from that area. जैसे शायद मुंबई में भी है. I have no idea. Maybe that's the same in Mumbai or other cities. But this is far more pronounced, I would say, perhaps in Karachi and these parts. Because वहाँ पे तो criminality very criminality is like a fair, like a very open part of your life, a very, very common aspect of your life in that country.
Absolutely. And now, actually, we delve into one more point. Uh, okay. So one more point. So that point is, in terms of writing, correct? The script and the screenplay
Yeah.
that is
Yeah.
there. What do you think about the writing?
Oh, it's wonderful. I would say the dialogues are crisp. Not one word, not one character says a word that is unnecessary or useless. The screenplay is brilliant. Even the songs, like I was hearing your review with HV Didi.
Hmm.
What you guys were saying that even the songs are short, they're not very long, and मतलब Bollywood style एक वहाँ पे चले गए Switzerland में जाके that kind of crap is not there. So it's very interesting, and I also liked some aspects of truth that the script brought out. For example, the girl's father, when he confronts Ranveer Singh, he says, "तेरी उम्र तो 32-34 की होगी," or something like that, right? Sharam karo, whatever. And the point I'm trying to make here is that this may not have been the main point, but it's like a common dialogue. Like, imagine if this situation happened in real life, and a guy knows that his daughter is going to marry this gangster, and he can't really say anything about it, and then he kind of starts making more excuses that, oh, what are you, you're too old for her, this. So it was, I don't know, it was like a very good sketch of human character. Like, in that situation, what would he say? And then how Ranveer Singh traps him as well. Okay. uh it is very, very interesting, like how they showed. And the love jihad angle that you were also bringing out in that review,
Hmm.
um how the age of the girl is very important, which is why you see how bhaijans, the bullahs, they stand in front of schools. They don't stand in front of I don't know, offices so much. Offices also have women, but the schools are always on the target. Girl schools or whatever, and schools are that it's easier to catch them young. In that sense, that's what grooming gangs also do in England, right? It's a very common method. Oh, we know the identity of this guy, but if you forget the identity for 1 second and just see it as a gang war movie, he actually showed you how they do love jihad, right? And how the girl is dumb enough to actually go and leave her house, which is very nice and posh, and live with him in a dilapidated room somewhere. Strangely enough, that also, the Rizwanur Rahman case in Calcutta was very similar to this, right? So
Yeah,
in a very weird way, the human psychology is also well shown, but without actually saying this is human psychology. So they show you some things without actually spelling them out, which is what a good filmmaker would do actually. So in that sense, it's quite good. I mean, it is brilliant. I don't know where 3.5 hours of my time went, how it passed, and
yeah,
it's brilliant. I can't say any other word than that.
yeah. But I have not watched a lot of movies. Okay, I do not watch entertainment as such.
Yeah,
But like making a movie 3.5 hours long,
yeah,
maybe I can count around, let's say, 6 and 7 layers of the movie are
yeah.
going at the same time. Okay, you have the
Mm,
political angle, you have the family angle, you have the
yes,
protagonist who is a kind of a enigma to the audience, why he's doing this. Okay, why, how he is there. And you also have, and one more thing which I think academic man lost his connection. Okay, so we'll have him back. Okay, but anyway, I'll continue. So that's one important topic. I think the way Pakistan politics is shown in the movie, it's literally, I would say, better than any other Pakistani channel has done. The way they have shown the movie. Okay, he is coming. Academic man is coming. So just wait. Till then, we'll continue our discussion. So, okay, do you have any questions to me, or something that you want to be discussed? You can post it there. But how many people here are familiar with the Pakistan politics itself? Like, do you read about Pakistan politics or Pakistan society itself, or movies that you watch sometimes? But I have watched quite long Pakistani politics itself, politics, bit of their cinema as well, their songs as well. So the way it is shown in the movie is quite brilliant. Like the way they have covered the internal rift between the MQM, the Muttahida Qawmi Movement Party, the party which is based in Karachi, and the Sindhi party, correct? The PPP, the and how the contest actually works, and how both of these two parties have used Liari as a kind of a battlefield, political battlefield, run over bloods of people. Okay, Nikhil has he's an ex, and he's okay. I saw the movie yesterday, know a bit politics, but did not know all these complexities of Karachi politics. Absolutely, absolutely. Like you have joined little bit late. If you can go to little bit on the back, I have actually shown the Liari town. We have a document I have shown to the audience where actually details the Liari town, the politics, and the other things. So you can maybe watch that. And we have the academic man. Yes, sir.
so I think this one Anand has a interesting question. What do you think about Ranbir Singh during 26/11? Okay. Okay, so that was a bit confusing for me initially, right? So number one, they did not initially show him to be a army guy, right? I mean, we knew he is linked to us in some way, in to Indian Army or something, or Indian National Intelligence or something like that. But I thought he may be one of the like Taliban's. Like, I'll be very honest. Like, I thought तालिबान का किसी बंदे को ट्रेन करके और बलोची किसी को ट्रेन करके they sent them back to Karachi. So I did not think that he is actually an Indian citizen who is who has gone there. Okay, because that's what I knew about unknown gunmen. Okay, कि unknown gunmen sometimes they are not even Indians. They are sometimes they are Pakistanis only or something. and they have some problems, so they are used in that sense. And also, I thought, like, he's supposed to be a criminal or something, maybe. So when he got very badly affected by the 26/11 attack, right? That surprised me for a few seconds, and then I realized, okay, then he is a proper spy. So this is the thing. Like, I did not expect him to be I did not expect him to be a proper Indian like us. Okay. I thought that he was probably a Balochi, and he portrayed the Baloch thing really well. Matlab, when the guy betrays Balochistan, he is very visibly angry, right? Uh, and when he was hanged, like, his parents were hanged or something. His dad was hanged. I thought कि मतलब बलूचिस्तान का ही कोई होगा, मतलब the way they treat Balochis, that is the whole thing that Ranbir was supposed to avenge, कि वो बलूचिस्तान का ही कोई है. He's doing that. Then we later see that his name is Jaskirat Singh Rangi at the end of the movie, right? CSK said he's coming. He's coming in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So anyway, so that actually made a lot of sense in the end for me. Like, when they showed that Ajit Doval type character is actually is actually talking to him, opening the mask. He's a criminal. But then I felt, what if this is like Suicide Squad? Like in DC universe, there's a Suicide Squad where they take a criminal, but these are mainly mercenaries. So there's a difference between a random criminal and a mercenary type criminal who you pay money and they do some work for you. So it seems, and this is where they get you invested in Ranveer's actual backstory. Ranveer's, like, why not any criminal, but why he was recruited by the intelligence agencies to infiltrate Pakistan. Why only him? Why not maybe some random guy who's a murderer or something, right? So, and he, like, how that maybe links with him and the death of his parents, right? So all that stuff is going to come in part 2, which is very interesting at this point. Like, because again, I think it was done deliberately, because even if it was a Baloch guy who was avenging his parents or something, it wouldn't have connected with us at that level. Like, I mean, like, a Pakistani is going against Pakistan. That's interesting, but it's not the same as an Indian infiltrating Pakistan, right? Where you feel a kind of sense of kinship with the guy as well. So in that sense, that's there.
One more important part, actually, which I think you mentioned, the backstory. I think every character, every character in the movie, the main characters, the prominent characters, certainly in between scenes, they have actually shown their backstory very smartly. So from SP Aslam to Rahman Dakat to the other rival gangs, all the primary characters are actually shown there. They have actually shown their backstories very smartly in few dialogues. I think that also done very
And
smartly.
it was done without wasting a lot of dialogue. Like, so Aslam, when you see the jinn, right? They first show him, when they say, how Chaudhry Aslam was born, and that's a funny thing. That's okay, but they actually show how he is also a victim of this Pakistani politics and ISI politics, right? They don't allow him to take out the gangs. So in that sense, um, it is shown, but they don't waste a lot of, they don't waste a lot of dialogue or a lot of flashbacks. Itna nahi hai kuch, right?
Haha.
And
Yes.
that is another beautiful aspect of this whole movie.
One more aspect which I want to talk about is correct. There was a quite a bit of an adverse reaction from the Balochi people Okay, regarding the portrayal of Balochi people in the movie. When I watch the movie, I see there is a kind of a like gray area where you
Hmm.
see. I think SP Aslam is a kind of he says कि you are Baloch. Correct? I had a
Yeah,
Baloch.
yeah, 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 yeah.
Hmm. Hmm. Okay, I think we have our guest
Mystery
Nirajanda.
guest. Hey, sound on call.
অনেকদিন অভ্যাস।
Yes, back to our colonial language. We should
হ্যাঁ,
not decolonize.
Yes.
হ্যাঁ।
Okay,
টয়লেট তো নাই,
so
ট্রেনের টয়লেট তো ডিকলোনাইজ করলে সর্বনাশ হয়ে যাবে।
Yes, yes, yes. Absolutely. ওই ট্রেনে
okay,
করেই লেয়ারি চলে যায়। হ্যাঁ, তো
হ্যাঁ,
যাতা।
I think we need to get back to English.
Yes,
হ্যাঁ,
yes,
That if
yes.
people are
ইয়েস,
watching, they would be cursing us, having
But why are
Bengali
you
adda.
simultaneously live streaming? Your live stream at your channel is not happening.
ও নট ইয়েট, আই সি। ওয়েট, হোয়াট ডু আই হ্যাভ টু
You
সে?
need to
ও
you need
বাবা,
to
নাম
add.
ফাম দিতে হবে।
Yes, yes,
ঠিক আছে, আচ্ছা দাঁড়াও। আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে, তোমরা কন্টিনিউ
yeah.
করতে থাকো, আমি এগুলো করি তাহলে।
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
So we'll have CSK has just watched the movie yesterday, so we'll also have its exciting reaction and the music. So we have not talked about the background music on and the 80s music creation, 90s music creation.
হুম,
We will talk about.
Yeah,
Yeah, so we
yeah.
were talking
That
about the
there.
Baloch part. The Baloch
Absolutely.
part. So
Absolutely.
ইয়া,
like very subtly, they have actually shown the Baloch freedom struggle in a very graceful way, and also they have actually shown that how few Balochi people have actually people from the Baloch tribe have actually sided with the Pakistani state.
Absolutely.
So it's a kind of a
Absolutely.
balance. Like they have like people are saying it's a propaganda. It is not propaganda because it shows things the way they are, but not in a overtly way, but in a underwhelming way, where they show symbolic representation of oppression, of will say janasanghar. Okay, that has happened, and they also show kind of betrayal, the politics betrayal, self-interest, family interest, which takes place. So your take on this? MS academic man.
क्या बोल रहे हो भाई? Anyway, so in that sense, I think
Hmm.
that the way they showed that the kids were, being killed and all that,
Hmm.
and the Baloch issue, how, and this is exactly what any regional movement leaders do.
Hmm. Hmm.
Even look at the people who are doing regional movements in India. Basically, what are they doing? They are fooling some people in their area, and then getting perks from the other governments. They are doing deals with the governments.
yeah,
So
enriching
ये भी
themselves.
exactly, and this is a tactic actually. If you think about it, this is a very easy tactic. You get people angry, and then you get the government deals with you, quote unquote deals with you, and you become rich, whereas your people your people are dying in their area or whatever, or in their group. And I think that also has been shown. I don't know what has not been shown. That is the thing. matlab, even without part 2, this part 1 is enough to just destroy a bunch of narratives that have been circulating for a few decades, right? And that is the beauty, that is the power of good filmmaking, and which is why we had, finally we have a group of people, I would say, even Yami Gautam's group and all these people, right? This whole group who are trying to do good art, which is also serving our purpose, that is to show the indie queen, the struggles of the indie queen, or the importance of these kind of issues for the indie queen. That is the best aspect. And we need good
Okay.
art. We need, without good art, you can't have a good message to go across. Your message might be great, but
Absolutely.
Facts. I mean, Ben Shapiro keeps saying facts are important. Facts are more important than emotions and stuff. But the truth is that emotions triumph. People are mostly emotional, especially young people. They are emotional. So you have to give them the facts through an emotional medium, which you can do through a good movie or a work of art.
Okay, so I think Rishabh has a question, but Rishabh has not watched the movie, so we'll try to avoid spoil. See, Rishabh, don't worry about spoilers. The movie is 3.5 hours long, so whatever you
Yeah,
talk about, you are still not you're not going to get the movie. So you have to watch the movie at least till 2.5 hours to get the movie itself. So
exactly.
uh, don't
Exactly.
worry about, and we have not given any spoilers. Like we have spoken something which people already know, okay, and we're not going to do details. So that would not be a case. Yes, is your so we will take a recommendation from CSK. So your first reactions, Nejanda.
Yes. Uh, I was very apprehensive about giving my thoughts because I was a little disappointed in one way.
Hmm.
Firstly, let me say the good things about the film because that's more important, and because people are so excited about the movie, justifiably so. Technical brilliance is not even a discussion here. Technicality in every field, every department of the craft of the filmmaking process has been on put on steroids. There's no complaint about the background score, the how the background score makes you feel. Again, this is that kind of background score where you won't remember any fixed melody, but you'll remember that it had the perfect impact that the director wanted you to feel. So background score was epic already. People I think this is for the first time that in the mainstream there's an ongoing discussion about the background score of a movie. There have been many movies which let's say deserved this kind of a discussion about its background score, but those movies had many other awesome things, or those movies did not have any awesome things, so people didn't really watch such a movie. This is where everything has kind of come together to make sense and to attract people towards and make people focus towards the background score. Even Ajit Bharti was talking about the background score. I was astonished. So impact of the songs arrangement wise, my god, the arrangements, the innovativeness in the arrangement is the exact kind of stuff that would get rejected if I pitch these things to my Tollywood producers and clients. Okay, now they won't. They will say that okay, this is now this has been done
It is
in Dhurandhar.
Dhurandhar
Now
cutting
it's
now.
okay for you.
Dhurandhar cutting.
Right. ধুরন্ধর কাটিং গান কাল সকালে বানিয়ে দাও 500 টাকা দিচ্ছি তো এবার now that it has been sanctioned by the industry giants, now it's okay for me to do these arrangements. Thank fucking god, because I could not up until these months. Now camera work is incredible. The coloring is again similar to Article 370 and Uri. Acting, I thought Ranveer Singh, I did not know Ranveer Singh cannot act. I have heard many people say this, but I really felt it that he cannot act that strongly, especially because of the things I have been seeing recently. Just after coming back from Pune, I finally watched Chava. Then I rewatched Uri as well. So Ranveer Singh's acting is definitely hitting my eyes, is striking my eyes. It's an eyesore. And because let's say compare this to Vicky Kaushal's scenes in Chava, Vicky Kaushal's scenes in Uri, wherever he was trying to portray anger, a certain frustration of seeing so many anti-nationalists around him, that anger traveled through the screens up to your heart. Ranveer Singh doesn't. Ranveer Singh can pretend to be angry. He cannot make you feel angry, I think. Sanjay Dutt's acting as well. I thought, okay, bearded Sanjay Dutt, what can go wrong? He always set so many movies on fire just because of having a good beard and walking in a cool way. Here, somehow, he also fell short of his acting chops. Uh, his acting problem, I think, was a bit of a direction issue. So I'm getting all the technicalities aside, first of all, which are really awesome. What else? Dialogue was, yes, great. The best thing about the movie was, of course, best action not action choreography wasn't best. It was very realistic, but the amount of gratuitous violence that has been shown, the accuracy of the injuries, that really impressed me, because I love that kind of stuff, and that kind of stuff is never really usually allowed by the censor board of India. So I don't know if Aditya Dhar managed to pass all these through the censor board because he has connections with the government. He's in the good books of the government. Otherwise, I don't
BJP
see
agent. BJP agent.
how censor board passes this stuff. I'm really thankful to the censor board for passing this stuff, of course, especially the brain smashing away, the brain just practically getting cut away because of the signboard, all of, and the thumbs getting chopped off, so brilliant, so accurately portrayed. Those kinds of things make you feel. Now, why I was mainly disappointed is because I think it was the fault of commies. um, the kind of hatred I saw against the movie from commies, I was under the impression that it has made some significant narrative push, narrative change. People are getting to talking. It has pushed a certain discourse. I could not find any of that. This is just a plain and simple action movie, which is why it's historical in a different way. This is not historical in the way that commies made it out to seem like. At least I was convinced that it is that way, that it has made some significant narrative change. Its genius lies in the fact that it's casually, very dedicatedly, very unapologetically a casual action movie, where the usual tropes of Indian casual action movies are not used, where the Hindu priest will always be a pakhandi baba, a hardworking poor Muslim man, and a very polite, soft-spoken, polished church priest. And there's blame to be shared on both sides. There are good people in Pakistan as well. Those kinds of cliched tropes have not been used. The only trope here is that Pakistan hai, suar ka bachcha hai. That's the baseline operation that Aditya Dhar has made the movie from, which is the most historic part about this. That it's just an action movie, but it's casually portraying that, yeah, Pakistan sucks. What's there even to discuss? Because when those things are shown, that Hindu pakhandi baba, hardworking Muslim chacha, and polished church priest, etc., there in those portrayals, there's no nuance anyway. Because they are, after all, they have the excuse that it's just a commercial action cinema. If you want nuance, watch a documentary. So that's the same argument we'll have to be satisfied here as well, that it's just a casual action movie where Pakistan is an asshole. There's nothing else to look for, any other nuance to look for. So when I'm in the movie theater now, watching, I'm waiting that, okay, now here might be the significant narrative push that begins. Okay, now it might begin. I was getting more pissed off with commies. That why were you even making a fuss about this movie? What did this movie take away from your lives? Kantara Chapter 1 has done much more damage to your narrative. So I don't know, commie film critics are bigger idiots these days or what? Because we are definitely going to the golden age of.
इसलिए तुमको टाइम पे ज्वाइन करना पड़ेगा. क्यों है कि मैंने एक्सप्लेन किया. What I said is that it is not that Pakistan is shown in negative light that इनका गांड जल रहा है. Okay. It is that they showed two things. One is that our own ministers sold our plates and some things to Pakistan. So you understand, right? So it's basically a movie against Congress. If you think really hard, it's a movie against Congress. It's not really a movie against Pakistan, right? And the kind of criminal to mafia don transition. So it, without actually naming people, it's actually telling you a lot of things. But the things that make you really angry about it is the Congress party, not Pakistan. मतलब पाकिस्तान ऐसा ही है, we know. Like if you saw the kind of documentaries and even some, Vice and all these people, they do videos on Pakistan and stuff, right? So I've seen that. So if you have some basic idea of what Pakistan looks like, this is not like a huge surprise. What they actually showed was a minister selling our plates, our money plates to Pakistan. And we can guess who that guy was. That is why the ecosystem was deployed at such a level. उन्होंने फोन करके बोला भाई इतना पैसा दिया इतने साल, अभी जाओ पे लो फिल्म को. They didn't realize that is by actually I think the one time, this is again, I'm going to agree with Pratik Borade on this, because Pratik Borade made a separate video on this, which is what attracted my attention, that why are they so angry out of nowhere? It's because they showed that scene where the minister is dealing with Pakistanis in Dubai and they're giving our, very important stuff to Pakistanis. And they showed that whole operation, basically how it happens, who does it, and how the money is transferred to India, the fake currency thing. And it also justifies demonetization. So these two things are the main reason that they are angry. They are not angry because Pakistan was showed in bad light. वो तो उड़ी में भी क्या, वो तो मतलब आजकल हर फिल्म में पाकिस्तान गाली देता है. That's not, It's not a new
Hmm.
thing.
Yeah.
So I agree with you. I agree with you.
With whom? Rishabh
With
or
what
myself?
you're saying, with what you're saying, that
Right.
I mean, CSK is saying that why are they so angry? There's nothing
Hmm.
fundamentally path-breaking about this new narrative that Pakistan funds
Yeah.
terror. Great, what? But
Hmm.
that's the whole point. That it wasn't that pissed these guys off.
Yeah.
What pissed the establishment off was that they showed 70 years of rulership जो थे उनको चुतिया दिखाया है basically if you think about it.
Hmm.
उनको चुतिया
Yes.
नहीं
Yes.
हरामी दिखाया. Okay,
Yeah.
that is why these people, Arfa Khanum, Sasta Sherwani, and Anupama Chopra, and all these people were deployed.
Yeah. Yeah. See, if this movie released 5 to 10 years back, and if I was my younger self 5 to 10, as I was 5 to 10 years back, then this would be like it would give me sleepless nights. I would watch this movie thrice, 4 times in the cinema theaters. And actually, even if this did not come from Aditya Dhar, I would be probably as blown away by this film as I would have if it was just another movie. My main problem with this movie is that this is not Uri. The kind of feel and depth of emotions, the roller coaster rides, along with that, the insane background score that Uri has, where you can remember every background score melody, the songs, the melody composition, Shashwat Sachdev is still not being able to replicate the recall value of the melodies of the Uri songs. So, and that movie was made in what, 22, 23 crores, and it went on to make 211 crores. So now Aditya Dhar has practically been given the keys to the empire. He's a kid with a bunch of keys and he's standing in front of the chocolate factory. 250 crore रुपए दे के बोला है हाँ movie बनाना है बनाओ, and he goes and shoots 7 hours of footage and makes 2 movies out of it. It's practically a one movie story. My main other problem was this is something that Zack Snyder and a lot of people, let's call this the Snyder syndrome, which Aditya Dhar is not suffering from. He's doing it deliberately because he doesn't give a shit anymore, because he doesn't need to give a shit anymore. All the feel, all the depth that he can show, that he has the skills to show, he has shown in Uri. Now he doesn't care. He just wants to make high quality mass action movie. When people use the word mass for some reason for Indian cinema, it usually means very very bad horse shit action cinema. This is insanely good action cinema, which is being let's say which is meant to work as a mass movie. But the Salar Snyder syndrome is where you have not established the value of your characters. The audience is not invested in those characters. Now anyone can tell me that, okay, yeah, I don't care about being invested in the character, I just like the movie. Fair enough. But I can definitely bet that you didn't feel the same things while watching this movie, the things that you felt while watching Uri and Chava. And it's not just because all the people being shown here are mainly Pakistanis, and we have not yet reached that point in the story where we'll feel something else for Ranveer other than, yes, go ahead, bro. But you can still be invested. You were invested in the Aurangzeb character. You were invested in almost every character in Uri, especially even right at the beginning. Those CRPF Jawans are having a good time. They are singing. You are already invested a bit in that character. You know something about this character, that yes, he's a fierce Jawan, likes to sing. 2 minutes later, he is blown up by Maoists. The problem with Salar and Zack Snyder type of movies is the priority. And Zack Snyder did not do this with every movie. He also started doing this much later on. Every scene, every action set piece, every action sequence, every dialogue of every character, every new character is treated in movies like Salar and Snyder movies and in Dhurandhar as if it's an incredible, phenomenal thing that you are watching, without making you
Yeah,
fully invested in the characters in the first place. So what Dhurandhar
yeah,
has ended up becoming, and what Salar is, and what Zack Snyder later movies have become is, oh my god, incredible, cool scene one. Then, oh my god, incredible, cool scene two. Then, oh my god, cool, incredible scene three. That's the first half of Dhurandhar. And at the cost of almost being heretic, I fell asleep in the first half after 20 minutes because I was that disappointed. And it was very loud, yes, but those kinds of action set pieces, that kind of accuracy, that kind of beautiful portrayal of violence, if it was done at the hands of or against some character that I really knew and really cared about from the very beginning, that impact would be twice and thrice. Then I would feel how I felt while watching Chhava, Uri, Kantara Chapter 1, etc., even Kantara 1. That was not there. And Aditya Dhar didn't even try that. So from the very beginning, the main reason for my disappointment was that, okay, who are these people? Random Pakistani gangsters. What's the direct connection with India? Why do I care if he gets beaten up or says one cool dialogue? But everything is slow motion and dramatized. Oh my god, an insane thing happened. Okay, 5 minutes later, another insane thing is happening with another character about whom I didn't know much. Second half was a bit more fun, so I got practically Dune 1 vibes from this movie as well, that everything has been set up and left for part 2. Part 1 is not what commies are making it out to be. Yes, they have a lot to lose, I guess. Even these small narrative victories, but movies like Kantara Chapter 1 are doing much more damage to the narrative. But seriously, they have made this movie a hit. It's not a hit on its own. Commies shouting about it has definitely excited more people about this movie.
Okay,
You don't
I
like
will.
yourself or what? No, I mean, Neerajan, you are too.
No. Okay, let me actually give a counter to Nirajanda. Okay, uh, first of all, like, this movie is made for a specific audience, okay, which is a pan India Hindi speaking audience generally, not
Yeah.
your BBK commie guy who is eating beef. Okay, so this
Yeah.
movie is primarily directed at a Hindi speaking audience, primarily who
Yeah.
speak Hindi across India, and they
Yeah.
actually know Pakistan is bad.
Yeah.
They know Pakistan is bad. Ajay Dhara has shown
Yeah.
why Pakistan is bad. That is the
Hmm.
that is the pull of the movie. That I know Pakistan is bad. First time I see for 3.5 hours or 2.5 hours of the movie, why Pakistan is so a shithole place. That's why I am
Right.
watching it.
Yeah.
So the audience that it is given towards, it has did the job.
Hmm.
So
But
I
that is
have
my.
a few points.
Go
Yeah.
ahead.
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
So
I'm done.
number one, Liari is not Liari just like that. Like the images of Liari are meant to trigger some aspect of your disinterest in Indian politics. So think about it. If you look at Liari, you remember certain areas in Calcutta, some parts of Delhi, some parts of other cities you may live in, some villages, some neighborhoods, right? And you know that, oh my god, okay, this is not just a gangster. That's what I was explaining in the earlier part, that this is not just a random gangster. They have glorified, Bollywood has glorified gangsters for 40-50 years now. The gangster is actually a very problematic character who can end up destroying your life, you as a
Hmm.
basically maybe educated middle class person living in a flat somewhere. They have an effect on you. So the gangster in one part of Calcutta, very nice part of Calcutta, you know which part I'm talking about, can have an effect on you in your house in South City Mall, near South City Mall. Right. I think that was one part of the narrative. Second part of the narrative was, like I said, that they openly showed some of the scams that were done by Congress, which destroyed completely the economy of India in many ways. Number three is that's what Varun Dev was going on asking, that what is the second point that the commies were angry on. Liari may be in Pakistan, but your imagery that you will associate it with is Raja Bajar. Okay. Or Park Circus or Metia Bruj. You will associate the people in those areas now with the most dangerous terrorists you can think of. I think they have one thing they have been successful in from a narrative point, if you ask me, is that the potential of a random gangster like maybe Haji Mastan or Daud to become an international terrorist who can ruin your life. Who maybe you're gone to a restaurant and then 10 of those guys come and attack you, kind of a thing, right? And then you, whatever happens to you. So in that sense, I would say that may be the more subtler aspect of what is being done. Although they also glamorized it, like Aditya Dar's, I think the main the main contribution that Aditya Dhar has been able to do is that uh, he has also shown those guys to be glamorous. He's not shown ki ekdam ye they are sitting in a dark corner and plotting to take over the world. It's not like that. So they're dancing, doing all kinds of things, and they are all epic characters. But that same epic character is cheering on when the terror activity is happening, which is completely genocidal towards kafirs. Okay, so that aspect is well portrayed here. I would say, like, you can now look at that area, those areas that I mentioned, and you can think, oh, this shit might ruin my life later. So maybe that was another aspect of it that I think is done well.
Yeah, and it's not like people whose tastes are, let's just say, not that developed, or people with lower IQ, or poor people who don't have time for a depth, for an in-depth film, etc. It's not like they don't appreciate good character work. The same movie with better character work, and where the makers want you to feel something for the characters, if it was made that way, even they would appreciate it, no matter how bad movies are your staple. Because look at stuff like Ramayana and Mahabharata. Isn't there great character work? It's not like from the very first one, which is why I disliked Chava so much in the first two attempts. Agar matlab, if I knew it's a semi gladiator like movie, Gladiator Troy, that's the kind of movie that the director definitely deliberately went for, because the song Zinda Rahe, that song is just like that that incredible operatic song that there was in Troy as well.
And Gladiator, wo jo scene hai na, when he's walking fields, remember me.
Remember the song in Troy, and in Gladiator, to that Lisa Gerard woman. Gladiator practically sits on the shoulders of Hans Zimmer only. So Chava almost achieves that, if only they cut down all the action scenes by 5-10 minutes. But the first 15 minutes is just Sambhaji getting angry. Vicky Kaushal, every scene doing just So for the first 15 minutes, I don't want I want to know who are you and why are you so about it. Without that, you cannot fully feel invested for the character. And no matter how much you know about the person, you have to know about that character inside the movie. When you are embedded in that environment of the movie, in that atmosphere of the movie, there you will always need good character work, which there is in Mahabharata, Ramayana. And no wonder they survive for centuries and millennia. The action comes later.
No, another aspect that I wanted to bring your notice to was, so the Bengal Files, Kashmir Files format, I think, is not as effective as we thought it would be. Like, for example, the Kashmir Files, it was very effective. It was very well made, I would say, and it was good. But I think that beyond the point, it may have become repetitive for people, right? It may have shown that, okay, so this is happening, this is bad, I get it. Again, it's happening, it's bad, it's happening in Kashmir, Ralif Galif Chalif. Again, Calcutta mein Ralif Galif Chalif. Again, in some other part, Ralif Galif Chalif. Same thing, right? I think Aditya Dhar realized the another thing that Aditya Dhar brings to the indie wing is that you can have a movie, basically a horror movie, which I still haven't watched because I'm scared of ghosts, on Netflix, on a platform named Netflix, and then you can connect it to the Kashmiri Pandit genocide. You can have a action film, but basically connected to the terror activities against India.
That is the main point. That is the main achievement of the film, and which is why it's an absolutely, definitely historic film. It's not a random action film. It's a definitely historic film. It's just not Uri. That's my only complaint.
Yeah. No, of course. I mean, see, Uri was, again, more in your face. Uri was about how Indian army avenged a terror act, right? It was that. It was that, but it was really well made and everything. I think what Aditya Dhar realized is, I can make 10 movies on Indian army taking revenge, but again, it won't be a novelty anymore. What can be a novelty is if I make an action movie or a horror film, which are two of the genres that people still go and watch in the hall, by the way, right? And you will see the Nun. Why is the Nun franchise is still running? Because every time the Nun films release, every person goes to watch it. right? Women also watch it. So, so if you want to capture that audience, the new audience who doesn't care so much about politics, India, Pakistan, Kashmir files, whatever,
Yeah.
then you gotta capture these people using an action film or this thing. You gotta capture them using a Rahman Balaj doing the dance, and then you show them how Indian Congressy politicians betrayed your country, or how
Yeah.
the Rahman Balaj you are dancing with is actually going and attacking your Mumbai or something. So
Yeah.
I think that is the beauty of Dhurandhar and what Aditya Dhar is trying to do, as
Yeah.
opposed to what Vivek Agnihotri, despite all his good research and all, has still been completely unable. He's not been able to pull it off.
True.
The
Yeah.
Vaccine
Yeah.
War, for example, was actually a okay movie, but again, it's like a documentary. But if you tell people, let's watch a documentary in the movie hall, nobody's gonna go. That's the whole point.
Yeah. And this movie, it's very shameful. It needs to be said. Most of the times we are discussing so many things so obvious that we don't say it. Definitely, I know I don't say a lot of things, but this needs to be said that it's very, very shameful that firstly a movie like Uri was not watched, basically boycotted by commies of the country, who have forever complained about the portrayal of women in Indian cinema. And this was the first Indian movie which was a significant hit, I guess, other than Santoshi Mata decades back. Jai Jai Santoshi Mata, where the butt cleavage or the tummy navel of a woman was not the point. There were two strong independent women characters in the film without showing an inch of their skin. Even then it managed to be a hit, and even then commies boycotted that film. It was shameful what happened with Uri in the first place anyway. It's even more shameful that commies picked out this movie to shit upon, as
There's a
if
hill
this
for them
is
to
a
die on.
significant narrative. My God. I still don't. I mean, what the explanation you gave for their disappointment is definitely possible, but I still can't fathom that this is what they would pick their battle over. I mean, Pakistan is being
No, no,
shown
no.
in a
This is
very
not a battle they
casual
picked.
way.
This is not a battle they picked. This is a battle they were told to fight. There's a difference.
You see,
मतलब
I have
ऊपर
to
से
disagree
आया
here
कहीं
because
हाँ,
your let me appeal to authority here. Your circle is so right wing that you forget that there are people who organically join these movements. So I'm talking about those people, like you always say, no, that the Chinese Communist Party paid people to go to Hok Colorado, but I went to Hok Colorado and I was fucking unpaid. Just like today, I'm unpaid by BJP and people think I'm getting paid by BJP. So I'm talking about all those people, other than the few heads of some news organizations, maybe, who were called up by some family that, okay, isko gali de is film ko. What about all the other commies? Why are they so worked about this movie? What the fuck is the fuss about this movie? The people who are not getting paid to do it. So for them, I have this question, and it's very shameful that if they are movie lovers and they are hating this movie for the Pakistan propaganda, let's say anti-Pakistan narrative, propaganda, whatever. I don't see how even anti-Pakistan propaganda is a bad thing. And more importantly, if they really bother about violence that much, they complain about violence. Okay, just because it was so violent, therefore we hate the movie. I still understand. There can be a debate about it. I would, of course, absolutely love such violence, but there's still a legitimate debate to be had, because you might just not agree that so much violence should be shown, but they're at least debating on the facts that yes, it is a violent movie. But what is the complaint about about the narrative aspect of the movie? I have no clue, and it's very, very sad and shameful that our film tastes have dropped to these levels. And notice that, yeah, what I was saying 5 minutes back, that we are practically in the golden era of Indian filmmaking. Does anybody disagree here? Let me not wait for your answers. Let me just push my point down your throat that yes, it is the best 10 years in Indian cinema in the last 10 years. And it's probably the next 10 years are also probably going to be the even better than these 10 years, and is also going to be a golden era. Now, in that golden era of Indian cinema, no significant Bengalis, no significant Bengalis are making any news. They are not the biggest stars or the scriptwriters or the directors in such an era, such a golden era of Indian filmmaking. That's extremely sad. So we'll just be have to be happy with certain Bengalis working in certain places. Let's like Chava's cinematographer, DOP, and Chava's camera work is exceptional. The director himself is a cinematographer who got into direction much later. but his DOP is a Bengali guy from Kolkata, an SRFTI pass out, and his first film was a Bengali film, Bapi Badija. That guy has, let's say, been able to reach such quality as Chava. So there we have some few nice Bengalis to be proud of. Just like Odia and Bihari people used to be proud of certain Odias here, one Bihari there. Now we are relegated to that. In the golden era of Indian filmmaking, there are no Bengalis to celebrate. Oh, on what basis am I saying? Yeah, go ahead. Later I'll answer
2-3
this.
points here, because after your great Shakespearean monologue, let me enter. See, Colorado issue, I fundamentally kind of disagree with you there, because maybe you don't know this.
मुझे कट मनी दो CCP का. I don't have money. I wasn't paid. Do you have
maybe you were an NPC. You don't know you were an NPC. You were an NPC without knowing it. ना मतलब NPC को मालूम नहीं होगा कि वो नहीं NPC का तो वही है ना कि सब कर रहे हैं, हमको भी करना है. हाँ, जैसे JNU वाले प्रोटेस्ट, there are going to be, देखो, although I was always on the opposite side of things, but even I was a masterstroke buddy. I never questioned anything that some two great people did in this country, right? I thought everything is masterstroke. Bringing farm laws, masterstroke. Taking back farm laws, masterstroke. Anything masterstroke. Not removing Bangladeshis for 10 years, masterstroke. Removing Bangladeshis after 10 years, masterstroke, right? I thought everything was masterstroke, buddy. So the same logic, perhaps, we have. It's that you and I are getting older, so I have come out from masterstroke buddy thing. You have come out from a leftist NPC mode. So masterstroke buddy is basically BJP NPC. Perhaps you were a commie NPC. That's the difference, right? So in that sense, but it is a fact that Colorado was really well organized, and the people who organized it were. I am aware of some of the people who organized it, and they are very, very much, urban Naxals, as this one, as Vivek Agnihotri has defined them. Okay, matlab they receive funding or support and all that stuff from global elites. You never did. That was your bad luck, and you're still having bad luck because now BJP masterstroke buddies are also not supporting you. So I mean, once NPC, forever NPC, I guess. So my point is that the Hope thing and all this stuff, they have always been at the very top. They have been well regulated by some very powerful players. Now, if I bring that same logic to this review bombing of this thing, firstly, if you do remember, Aditya Dhar was marked because he made a movie like Uri. उड़ी बोल के एक फिल्म बना रहा है जहां पे सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक को अच्छा दिखा रहा है, अजीत डोवाल को अच्छा दिखा रहा है, मोदी जी को अच्छा दिखा रहा है. सो you're screwed, you're done. बस your leftist card or whatever is revoked anyway for life. तो उस logic people anyway start hating Aditya Dhar. And on top of that, you make good movies, then to you're definitely fucked. Like if he made some movie like Conversion. There was a movie called Conversion, which if anyone watched, they would go and vote for Congress. So if you made movies like Conversion, then I don't think Aditya Dhar would be enemy number one for them. The fact of the matter is people are watching, crores of people are watching.
The problem is that it's awesome. It's an awesome, casually commercial movie where casually Pakistan is the asshole, which has never happened in India.
Also, you are showing the way in which the Congress ecosystem destroyed the country, essentially. You have shown that. You have openly stated that. You are showing video clips of the 2008 Mumbai attack where they have used words like kafir and all that stuff. So you are doing some of that stuff while people are enjoying the action, while people are dancing with Rahman Baloch, right? So you have successfully invaded the mind space of young people and action movie lovers and horror movie lovers. So young men and young women who love watching horror movies and who love watching action films, right? तो इतना तुम्हारे और मेरे तरह इतना वो कॉम्प्लेक्स शायद नहीं सोचेंगे. हाँ, They love it, and as a consequence of them loving the movie, they might do some Google search and find, oh my god, people died in Kashmir. Oh my god, people
Yeah,
were dying
exactly.
in. So that's
Yeah.
the effect that I think. I mean, our masterstroke masters wanted. Okay, and maybe that happened.
Hmm.
Now
Hmm.
with what happened with Bengal Files, Bengal Files was also a flop because it didn't release in Bengal. But I tried to sit through the movie. I couldn't finish it. Okay, I bought a premium subscription, and I started watching it. It wasn't if it wasn't a very good movie, in my opinion. Like, it wasn't
I
well
see.
made. Like, it's like it's torture to sit through it. Not complete torture. I actually loved his vaccine wars much more, weirdly, and I
Because
loved
it's
his.
loud and over dramatized, right?
That's the same reason I never liked Tashkent Files. Tashkent Files has over drama, एकदम overacting and drama and shouting and screaming. Which again, देखो तुम डॉक्यूमेंट्री बना ले हो तो डॉक्यूमेंट्री बनाओ. तुमको एक्शन फिल्म या ड्रामा फिल्म बनाना है तो ड्रामा फिल्म के तरह बनाओ. Like,
No,
then
in
make
this
it like a
context, no.
like Savarkar is a drama film. If you think about it, the
Of
Savarkar
course.
movie is a drama film, right?
Docudrama.
Now
Docu-feature in the genre of a drama.
right? Exactly. Now, if you think about it, have you ever heard Randeep Huda shouting in the middle of the movie? He does not even raise his voice, right? But he gets the narrative out. He gets his monologues in place, right? And that is the problem with, I think, Vivek Agnihotri's problem. Vivek Agnihotri might be a great researcher, but he is not a great artist. Okay.
No, in Vivek
Aditya
Agnihotri's defense, in this particular situation, in this particular soup that Vivek Agnihotri is in, with Bengal Files failing, he cannot really win this situation, because this is the exact opposite of the Bengal Files way of making a movie is what he did in Kashmir Files, which I really liked, but which a lot of people didn't like. So now he's just confused that then let's change the game, let's change it to something else, and that has also not worked.
Yeah.
But Kashmir Files,
Exactly.
people think Kashmir Files work just because see, this is the thing with
So there was a
art
novelty
is
to
very
Kashmir Files.
manipulative.
Kashmir Files में जो दिखाया था, it
Yeah.
was a novelty, right? Interestingly, but
still-
because Vivek
yeah, go ahead.
Agnihotre walked, Aditya Dhar is able to run. For example, he showed how they did Ralif Galif Chaliv, Allahu Akbar, all that stuff, and then did whatever they had to do. The same can be said for Dhurandhar, where they are doing the exact same tropes. Now we are more used to this, where terrorists are doing namaz and then going and doing whatever. So that aspect was actually a novelty at the time of Kashmir Files and Kerala Story. This was not so much that aspect is again no longer much of a novelty because of Kashmir Files and Kerala Story now.
Yeah.
Okay. That's why this is not new. When you see when you remember those scenes where the people are saying the religious slogans and then going and killing people, you're not really okay. Yeah, this happens. That thing was established by Kashmir. That was the newness of Kashmir Files. Remember when it was released? If I am not mistaken, it was released in 2022. Back before that, there weren't enough movies that actually went there. That space that. People saying religious slogans and then killing, that aspect was not really there in movies. It treaded on that thing, but now it's common.
Yeah, but let me disagree with on one thing with you and everybody else here. I don't think you disagree with me on this that much. There are degrees to disagreements. Kashmir Files did not work just because it was a novelty. It also worked because it was a very well made film. But people won't know it that they liked it because it was so well done in all the departments. People might think it was not well made or it was slow, etc. But the impact they are feeling, it is because of those aspects in the filmmaking only. And because art itself is a very manipulative thing, it's supposed to subtly manipulate your way of thinking for those 2-3 hours. So the impact that you are feeling is not just because you came to know of those things in the first place or for the very first time. If Kashmir Files was made by those other kinds of right-wing directors, you would not like it.
The conversion, the director who made Conversion and stuff, right?
Yeah.
That was horrible. So
Kashmir Files was
I
not
agree.
that.
I agree.
The effect definitely was because of that.
I actually, the movie I loved of Vivek Agnihotri was Vaccine Wars, which nobody discusses. He actually made a decent docudrama of with Vaccine Wars, and I think that everyone should watch it because he actually is able to put forth a very complex message in a relatively short time without too much shouting and screaming and stuff. Okay, so this is another reason why I did not like Tashkent Files, because Tashkent Files का message बहुत simple था, but he did so much. He made the girl do so much drama that it was annoying after a point, right? For me at least.
Okay.
About Kashmir Files, what he did was he showed a simple idea, but he did it with a lot of guts, and he did it with a lot of
All that was there definitely.
over drama, and even
It was all underacting and minimalist playing.
Yeah, it was minimalist. जो Tashkent Files में नहीं था, by the way, right? So Tashkent Files was too loud for my liking. I just supported it because it was, said a lot of
I haven't seen
stuff. You should definitely watch Vaccine Wars. I would highly recommend everyone watching to watch Vaccine Wars. Anyway, I'll leave in 3 minutes, so let's continue. Yeah.
Okay. And let me tell you guys this story once again. I have discussed it from my live streams earlier as well, that when for the first time the technology was here where you could record background scores for a movie and play it while the movie was playing. There was a point when background score was played live in a pit in front of the screen. So back with a silent movie, there was some famous silent movie which came out from let's say reputed directors and producers in Hollywood, and it did not do well at all. It disappeared. Few months later, the technology comes about where people can use background scores, and they re-release it with some background score this time, and that movie wins an Oscar, and the background score does not get any mention, which proves that people liked the movie the second time because of the background score, but nobody knew that they liked the movie because of the background score this time. So in that way, if you were not annoyed, bored, and did not feel anything with Kashmir Files, that would prove that the filmmaking techniques used there have failed. But the very fact that you felt something watching Kashmir Files proves that Vivek Agnihotri was doing everything deliberately, and he succeeded at making you feel what he was trying to make you feel.
Anyway, good night, all of you. I have to get back to some important stuff, which is more important than this. Anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On what basis are you saying it is golden era of filmmaking? Because the kind of technical jumps we have made in the last 10 years, starting with Bahubali, be it action, see what we have achieved with Mahavata Narasimha, see what the hell we are going to do with Bahubali Eternal War. And let's say action technicalities, camera work, the stuff you are seeing in Article 370, Uri, now Dhurandhar, Chhava to a large extent. Chhava has other problems with its action scenes, where the problem is the choreography is very realistic, the wardrobe is very realistic, but you cannot focus on one person, and that never works for an action scene. You cannot randomly distribute your attention to 10 people fighting each other, and Chhava repeatedly does that. And when Chhatrapati Sambhaji comes on the screen, Vicky Kaushal comes on the screen, you cannot really distinguish him from the other people all that much, which was not the case with Uri and stuff. I'll tell you what are my favorite military action movies. Chhava is not a military action movie; it's sort of a war epic movie in the likes of in the genre of Troy, Ben-Hur, and Gladiator. Uri works in the genre. Dhurandhar, Uri, these are in the genre of Lone Survivor, 13 Hours, etc. So 13 Hours, I think, is absolutely the best ever in terms of pure action. But Uri's feel is definitely more than the emotional depths that Uri takes you into. That's more than 13 Hours. Almost on the same level lies Lone Survivor. But Dhurandhar is pure action again. So the kind of stuff Uri has been able to do, Chhava, now Bahubali, Animal especially, the things that Animal has talked about And I liked one particular thing about even Chava. These are truly revolutionary steps in filmmaking, not just technicality. The way the director is approaching a conversation, a situation, a particular discourse, all that is very important. Not just for the stuff like, okay, this wasn't taught in our schools, etc. Not just for that. Even subtle things. The stuff that Animal talks about, the kind of characters that Animal shows. Uh, similar thing I liked really, I was very thankful to the Chava makers for doing it, was when Chhatrapati Sambhaji comes back home and he's having a conversation with Rashmika Mandana, and Mandana tells him something uh, which is so important, the opposite of which has been forever portrayed in every Indian commercial film, in every regional language, Hindi and other language TV serials, which has absolutely screwed the minds of women, I think. And some men can tolerate that, some men can't. None of them are right or wrong, but that only one kind of women have been portrayed usually as heroines, which is that rootna manana bullshit. And I have no hatred against husbands or boyfriends here who can manage that aspect of their wives or girlfriends, and I have nothing against women who indulge in that, because they genuinely have some women like that have found men who can handle that, but not all of us can. Some of us do take that rutna seriously if it comes to that, and we are at a loss of words when we realize that, oh, this was just cute behavior. It was not real rutna. I'm supposed to do the manana now. And Rashmika Mandana says to Vicky Kaushal when he has returned after a war, right in the beginnings of the movie, Rashmika Mandana says, actually clarifies it, that yes, usually when kings come back, their queens pretend to be angry, but why should I do that? Why should he face a war outside and come back home and again be part of a war? So I'm just smiling and treating you nicely. Thank God. This has not been talked about in Indian cinema at all. So these are the kinds of things. These subtle, significant changes in discourses are also being not only touched upon, but absolutely played with. They are accessing it and even disseminating such new information. This is knowledge production, guys, in the realm of cinema. Therefore, Indian cinema is at the best spot it has ever been in. So many cliches are being broken.
Yeah. Okay, Nejanda, I think we have a lot of questions from audience. Also, you can ask. Also, I think we had discussed. Let's open the stream to the audience.
Yeah, I have shared the link to my members. Those who are paid members of my channel can now join the conversation directly if you all want to discuss this movie or other stuff as well. By the way,
we
my
have our
friend,
first.
Yeah, go ahead.
No. I think we have already one person already in queue. So we finish and then we will add him.
Oh yeah, I was just saying that my friend Shayok Paul, went to Bali recently, and he got me this nice, this purple and black kind of a wristband. This one from some 1300-year-old Hindu temple in Bali. He got one for himself and one for me. This is nice special stuff. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll adding Brahmical gods. Okay, Namaste.
Namaskar, Dada, to both the Dadas and also
Namaste.
to academic man.
Yes.
Convey my
बहिरागतों को अच्छा
namaskar to
लगा,
him.
बहिरागतों को उड़ी बेटर नहीं लगा धुरंधर से.
मैं बताता हूँ क्यों, क्योंकि यहाँ पर एक बात मिस हो रही है कि उरी बहुत ही स्पेसिफिक इवेंट पर कॉन्सेंट्रेटेड था कि हम पर अटैक्स हो रहे हैं और जो हमारी सेना है वो उनसे प्रतिशोध लेती है. धुरंधर वो नहीं है, ये केवल एक रिवेंज स्टोरी नहीं है. इसमें पूरा बताया है कि पाकिस्तानी बिहेवियर, पाकिस्तानी माइंडसेट कैसे काम करता है. ओके, तो इसमें कैरेक्टर डेवलप करने का उतना टाइम नहीं था. अब हम महाभारत और रामायण से कंपेयर करेंगे तो दैट वोंट बी फेयर, क्योंकि भाई वो पुस्तक 100 श्लोक, मतलब 1 लाख श्लोकों का पुस्तक है महाभारत. उतना आपके पास समय नहीं है, तो इसीलिए उन्होंने ब्रीफ डिस्क्रिप्शन दिए है जितने भी कैरेक्टर्स के, चाहे रहमान डकैत या वो. उसमें मेन बताया गया है कि पाकिस्तान का इन्वायरमेंट कैसा है, कैसे एक दूसरे से मतलब लोग कम्युनिकेट करते हैं, या डायनामिक कैसा है उनका, माफिया एंड जो टेररिस्ट है या आईएसआई है उनका डायनामिक कैसा है, उनकी वो क्या करते हैं आपस में, उनकी सोच कैसी है. और ये बहुत ही सटली दिखाया गया। और सबसे बड़ी बात जिससे लेफ्टिस्टों की जली है कि ये मेन स्ट्रीम मूवी के हिसाब से दिखाया गया। कश्मीर
Yeah.
फाइल्स जो भी कहिए, इट वाज नॉट एक्चुअली मेन स्ट्रीम,
Yeah. Yeah.
जिसमें मेन स्ट्रीम एक्टर्स को लिया गया हो या एक मेन स्ट्रीम नाइस एंटरटेनिंग मूवी था, उस हिसाब से कश्मीर फाइल को
Yeah.
बनाया ही नहीं गया। वो प्रॉपर एक हिस्ट्री या डॉक्यूमेंट्री टाइप बनाया गया, तो वो सबके लिए नहीं होता। अब धुरंधर
Yeah.
में क्या किया कि मेन स्ट्रीम मूवी बनाया है, उसमें पाकिस्तानी
Yeah.
बिहेवियर और पाकिस्तानी माइंडसेट को दिखाया गया। अब जैसे
हाँ.
एकेडमिक मैन ने भी थोड़ा इस पे टच अप किया, वी कैन ड्रॉ मेनी पैरेलल्स विद दिस माइंडसेट इन पाकिस्तान टू इंडिया एज वेल, इन मेनी विद मेनी प्लेसेस एंड मेनी पीपल इन इंडिया। तो अरफा और लेफ्टिस्टों की जली क्यों है? क्योंकि उनको लग रहा है कि हमने पाकिस्तान का बिहेवियर देख लिया कि वो कैसे बोलते हैं, वो कैसे नारे लगाते हैं, उनका माइंडसेट कैसा है। वही चीज अब हम भारत में कई सारे इलाकों में नोटिस करने लगेंगे कि अरे इनका तो माइंडसेट ऐसा ही है जैसा कि पाकिस्तानियों का दिखाया था लियारी में। बिना बोले किया है ये चीज। उन्होंने एक भी भारत के इलाके को ऐसा नहीं दिखाया
Yeah.
कि इस प्रकार का कट्टर मानसिकता है, सब पाकिस्तान में दिखाया। पर वो
Yeah.
माइंडसेट और इन्वायरमेंट, सेम इन्वायरमेंट भारत में भी है। तो हम जब रियल लाइफ में उसको डील करेंगे तो हमको लगेगा अरे धुरंधर में तो दिखाया था ये।
Yeah.
तो ये सबसे बड़ा नैरेटिव
Yeah.
वो
What Rohan is saying here is important for this reason कि it's well made, उसलिए और भी जली है। ये घटिया फिल्म होता तो कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं होता।
और दूसरी बात, इनकी बारामूला से भी इसीलिए जली थी बिकॉज इट वाज सोफिस्टिकेटेड। ये लेफ्टिस्टों को समझ में आ रहा है कि ये हमारे जगह में सेंधमारी हो रही है। कैसे कि अब तक तो पूरा
Exactly.
पूरा कंट्रोल हमारा था कि गुड क्राफ्ट, गुड सिनेमा, सिंपल
Yes,
हॉरर
yes.
मूवी बनाना
वो
या
हाथ
लव
से जा
स्टोरी
रहा है।
बनाना या एक्शन मूवी सिंपल बनाना और उसमें अपना छिड़काव कर देना नैरेटिव का। ये अब राइट
बहुत
विंगर्स
जल्दी
सीख रहे हैं।
बहुत जल्द हाथ
ठीक
से
है,
निकल रहा है उनके हाथों से ये खेल।
एक फिल्म थी काइपो 6, ऐसे तो कहने के
हाँ.
लिए वो 3 दोस्तों के बारे में है, ठीक है,
हाँ.
3 दोस्त आपस में। पर उसमें बैकग्राउंड में दिखाया है कि गुजरात राइट्स हो रहा है, मेजॉरिटी माइनॉरिटी को ऑप्रेस कर रहा है, गवर्नमेंट भी माइनॉरिटी को ऑप्रेस कर रहा है। तो वैसे ही कुछ बारामूला ने किया है, वैसा ही कुछ धुरंधर ने भी किया है। धुरंधर इज अ लिटिल मोर ओवर्ट इफ यू आस्क मी। वो थोड़ा ज्यादा ओवर्ट है, क्लियर है अपने एजेंडा में। और इनकी और एक कारण से क्यों जली है मुझे लगता है कि इन्होंने वाईआरएफ जो स्पाई यूनिवर्स बनाया था ना, जिसमें रॉ और आईएसआई का प्रेम कहानी दिखाते हैं और दोनों कैसे
Yes.
एक रॉ एजेंट जो आतंकी बन चुका है, मतलब रॉ एजेंट आतंकी बन गया है, उसको हराते मिलके। और
हाँ.
बहुत बढ़िया। तो
हाँ.
उस स्पाई यूनिवर्स का भट्टा बैठा दिया है। मतलब ये
हाँ.
एक बेंचमार्क है। जब
हाँ.
बात होगी स्पाई मूवीज की या क्लैंडस्टाइन ऑपरेशंस की, देयर कैन बी मेनी मूवीज बेटर देन दिस, पर ये बेंचमार्क सेट कर दिया गया। अब वो स्पाई मूवी देखने कोई नहीं जाएगा बकेती, ठीक है, वो जो स्पाई यूनिवर्स है वो सच में
ऑलरेडी
इनको डरा।
सेकंड पार्ट ऑलरेडी काफी फ्लॉप हुआ है ना। पार्ट 2 क्या निकला
वॉर टू
रिसेंटली?
वॉर टू वॉर टू
वॉर 2।
वॉर
हाँ,
टू
वॉर 2 तो
ठीक है,
Okay.
फ्लॉप ही किया।
हाँ। तो
Yes, yes.
इसी
Yeah, but finish your point in few minutes. Actually, दो अच्छे questions हैं, तो we need to go back to that.
ओके, तो इनकी इसीलिए जली है। और जो एकेडमिक मैन ने कहा कि हमारे गवर्नमेंट को भी एक्सपोज किया है, वो पॉइंट भी कहीं ना कहीं सही है। पर वो चीज कहीं ना कहीं बहुत लोग समझ गए। इट वाज नॉट एज सटल एज वी थिंक। बहुत लोग ये पॉइंट आउट कर गए कि आई गॉट आउट ऑफ द मूवी व्हेन ही सेड कि जब कोई राष्ट्र की चिंता करने वाली सरकार आएगी यूपी में तब हम देंगे। तो दे अंडरस्टूड कि ये डिमोनेटाइजेशन को जस्टिफाई किया जा रहा है। इट वाज नॉट एज सटल। पर जो सटल पॉइंट है जो मैंने पहले कहा कि पाकिस्तान के नाम पर जो भारत में बैठा हुआ पाकिस्तान है उसको दिखा रहे, तो उससे इनको बहुत डर लग रहा है। और और स्पाई यूनिवर्स का इनका बट्टा बैठ गया। और कुछ पॉइंट्स मैंने नोटिस किए, बहुत ही यूनिक फिल्म है, मतलब इनोवेशन बहुत यूज किया है। एक तो वो रेड स्क्रीन, मुझे नहीं लगता किसी वेस्टर्न मूवी में भी ऐसा हुआ है। मे बी आई हैव नॉट वॉच्ड अ लॉट, पर वेस्टर्न मूवी में भी वो जो रेड स्क्रीन में जो एक्सर्प्ट्स आते हैं जिसमें खुलकर बोल रहे हैं वो लोग, काफिर और ये इसको पीछे से बैठा के मारो और सब कुछ
वो
बता
जो
रहे।
लीक फोन कॉन्वर्सेशन था टेररिस्ट का।
हाँ, वो एकदम इनका माइंडसेट खोल के रख देता है। तो वो एक यूनिक था। एक गाना है
हाँ
शरारत, वो एकमात्र आइटम सॉन्ग है, पर इट इज नॉट एक्चुअली ओनली आइटम सॉन्ग, इट फिट्स इन द नैरेटिव ऑफ द मूवी, क्योंकि वो पाकिस्तान का कल्चर
या
दिखा रहे। तो उसमें मुझे कैमरा वर्क एक जगह बहुत अच्छा लगा, स्टेप के साथ कैमरा मूव कर रहा है, वो बहुत यूनिक चॉइस
या
था। तो
यस
वो, और एक म्यूजिक तो बहुत हटके दिया है शाश्वत सचदेवा ने। मुझे
हाँ
बहुत अच्छा
हाँ
लगा जो पुराने सॉन्ग्स का यूज किया है
हाँ
और उसके हिसाब से दिया है। और एक
हम्म
प्रकार से पाकिस्तान का पिछड़ापन भी दिखाया है, बहुत सटल
हाँ
वेज में। एक तो टेक्नोलॉजी बैकवर्ड यूज करते हुए दिखाया है, दूसरा है
हम्म
जो बीजीएम और सॉन्ग्स यूज किए वो सब 80s और 90s के, मॉडर्न नहीं है,
हम्म
मतलब मॉडर्न है पर सॉन्ग सब 80s और 90s के। तो दिखा रहे जैसे
वेरी
पाकिस्तान
वेल
बहुत
पॉइंटेड
पीछे
आउट,
है,
वेरी वेल सेड अभय।
पाकिस्तान बहुत
वो
पीछे है
सटली तुम्हारे
अभी
दिमाग
भी।
में घुस आता है कि पाकिस्तान के बारे में तुम सोचो तो थोड़ा 20 साल पहले का सोचो, क्योंकि पाकिस्तान 20 साल पहले पड़ा है। वो तुम्हारे दिमाग में इंसेप्ट कर देता है ये थॉट।
तो इस प्रकार से इस फिल्म को बनाया गया कि बहुत कुछ हमारे अंदर डाला जा रहा है बहुत सटली,
या
जो लेफ्टिस्ट लोग करते हैं, इसीलिए इनकी जल रही है। इसीलिए अब अरफा खानम शेरवानी तब से बोल रही है कि ये मुस्लिम को स्टीरियोटाइप किया जा रहा है, ये पाकिस्तान के
कहाँ
बहाने
मुस्लिम को
इंडियन मुस्लिम
स्टीरियोटाइप
को
किया?
अटैक,
ये भी
पाकिस्तान
मैं
के
बोलने वाला
बहाने
था भाई,
इंडियन मुस्लिम
इसमें
को अटैक किया जा रहा है, क्योंकि ये
इस्लामोफोबिया कहाँ
पिछड़ापन
था इस
आपको
मूवी
उनके
में?
मोहल्लों में भी दिखेगा। तो यही चल रहा है। आगे
इस्लामोफोबिया
मैं
क्या था
दूसरों को भी,
एग्जैक्टली मूवी में?
क्या क्या बोला आपने?
इस्लामोफोबिया क्या था फिल्म में? मुझे दिखा
देखिए
नहीं कोई
इसमें,
इस्लामोफोबिया।
मैं इस्लामोफोबिया तो था ही नहीं, पहली बात वो सबसे बड़ा झूठ है।
हाँ कहाँ
पर उसमें
मुस्लिम है खड़ा है, ये
पाकिस्तानी
कहाँ था?
माइंडसेट को जो दिखाया है,
हाँ यस
जिसमें टिंज ऑफ थियोलॉजी रहता है हमेशा, वो
यस
माइंडसेट इंडिया में भी है। उस प्रकार का
यस
रहन सहन, उस प्रकार के गंदे घर नाले, क्योंकि हम ऐसे इलाकों में रह चुके तो हम जानते हैं। हम कोलकाता के ऐसे इलाके में रह चुके,
हम्म
एक साइड मुस्लिम
हम्म
था दूसरा साइड हिंदू था, तो हम लोग रह चुके हैं ऐसे इलाके, तो हम जानते हैं
हम्म
कि उनका रहन सहन कैसा है। पीपल हु
हम्म
लिव इन सच प्लेसेस कैन सी द पैरेलल्स विद पाकिस्तानी थिंग दे हैव शोन इन द मूवी,
हम्म
इसीलिए उनकी
हम्म
जल रही,
हम्म।
इसीलिए ही उनकी जल। आगे मैं
कुशल और
दूसरों को भी
अरफा का
अवसर
बात
दूंगा।
कब हुआ?
अरे
रोहन
वो
दांते बोल रहे हैं कुशल और अरफा
एनडीटीवी
के
में
बाद।
उनका डिबेट हुआ है,
ओ
एनडीटीवी
अच्छा,
में
कैसा हुआ
डिबेट हुआ है।
डिबेट?
अरे
अरे
ये एक दिन पहले, आई थिंक इट हैपेंड ऑन सैटरडे। सैटरडे देयर वाज अ
व्हाट वाज
लाइव।
डिस्कशन लाइक?
कुशल मेहरा ने बहुत नाइवेटी का एक्टिंग किया है या यूज किया है, पर उसने अरफा को धो दिया, बोला कि मेरे इंडियन मुस्लिम फ्रेंड्स उसको एंजॉय कर रहे थे, इसमें एंटी इंडियन मुस्लिम क्या था, दिखाया ही नहीं ऐसा कैरेक्टर को, ये तो मूवी है,
हम्म
एंटरटेनमेंट है। तो ही वाज लाइक नॉन चलॉट। तो और
हाँ
अरफा वाज
वही
शाउटिंग।
वही वही ट्रैप में अब कॉमिक्स फंस गए हैं कि अब इतना हिलेरियस आर्गुमेंट देना पड़ेगा कि द ओनली रीजन वी हेट दिस मूवी इज पाकिस्तान को गाली दिया जा रहा है। हमारा डिमांड ये है, हमारी मांगे ये है कि मूवी में पाकिस्तान को अच्छा दिखाना होगा, या फिर कुछ अच्छे लोग पाकिस्तान में है ये दिखाना होगा।
क्यों?
क्योंकि ऑल
क्योंकि वो
आउट
जान,
आउट आउट
क्योंकि फिर मैं ये पॉइंट आउट करती हूँ, क्योंकि ये जानते हैं कि यहाँ पर कुछ लोगों की माइंडसेट पाकिस्तानियों जैसी है, और ये कॉमीज लोग उस माइंडसेट को प्रोटेक्ट करते आए हैं। दैट्स व्हाई दे हैव टू कीप जस्टिफाइंग पाकिस्तान एज अ गुड प्लेयर इन द कॉज, कि कुछ लोग अच्छे हैं। पर अब
मैं इससे
जो
रिलेटेड एक
पहलगाम,
एनेक्डोट बताऊं?
एक, पर जब एक मिनट ऋषभ, पर जब वो
हाँ हाँ।
पहलगाम अटैक हुआ है ना, उसके बाद से पाकिस्तान को डिफेंड करने के लिए कुछ रह नहीं गया है। कोई सहन ही नहीं
हाँ
करना
ट्रू
चाहता
ट्रू
पाकिस्तान का डिफेंस। तो
यस
ये यहाँ पे
यस
लेफ्टिस्ट का बहुत हालत खराब। एनीवे
वहीं पे
ऋषभ गो।
लोहा गर्म ही था। लोहा गर्म ही चल रहा था, उसमें और भी हथौड़ा बहुत बड़ा मारा है आदित्य धर ने, क्योंकि इसका तो वैसे भी आई डोंट थिंक द टारगेट ऑडियंस इज रियली अ 34-year-old गाय हु इज काइंड ऑफ अ फिल्म बफ। इसका मेन टारगेट ऑडियंस है 15 to 25। तो वहां पे द नेक्स्ट जनरेशन ऑफ आवर कंट्री हु आर ऑलरेडी पिस्ड ऑफ इनफ विद कांग्रेस टू द एक्सटेंट with Pakistan, to the extent where these days even SFI supporters, Congress supporters भी भर भर के पाकिस्तान को गाली देते हैं, स्पेशली आफ्टर पहलगाम। तो नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जो पूरी तरह से एंटी पाकिस्तान नैरेटिव में रेडिकलाइज्ड है, उसके दिल के वो आग में और भी केरोसिन डाल के आया है आदित्य धर। वो बहुत बढ़िया काम है।
अरे बिफोर यू मूव ऑन, जो सीन आप बोल रहे थे, what are you talking about, Rishabh? You just mentioned something. You said, Rishabh,
Yeah.
Brahminical
Yeah.
gods and Potter. I was going to say something about that only.
Acha, okay, just before that, one anecdote on how easy
No,
it has
don't
become
change
to.
the topic. I want to. I don't lose that point, or else I lose that point. What are you specifically
Go
you're
ahead,
talking about?
sir.
Brahminical gods and Potter just now.
क्या फर्स्ट सीन?
अभी तो just a minute ago you were talking about the scene, right? मैं भूल गया उसके बाद।
वो जो पाकिस्तान के सीन्स है और इन्वायरमेंट जैसे
हाँ,
दिखाया
हाँ।
लाहरी का।
हाँ, so जो problem है, it's not about Islam. It is a problem about the way behavior of Muslims when they get together in a group. उनको अच्छा नहीं लगता, because you see अरफा खानों में ये सब लोग ना बूजी लाइफ में है। वो बैठते हैं अपने अल्कोहल के साथ और अपने लेफ्टिस्ट दोस्तों के साथ। दे आर नॉट टाइड टू द ग्राउंड लेवल मुस्लिम, उनका कनेक्शन ही नहीं उनके साथ। लाइक दे डोंट गो एंड लिव विद देम। जो जब कुछ नेगेटिव होता है और लाइक फॉर एग्जांपल टेररिस्ट अटैक होता है, सम मुस्लिम्स बेसिकली एक साथ बैठ के गाली देते हैं हिंदुओं को, नारे तकबीर ऐसे कुछ बोलते रहते हैं। These bougie Muslims, they are don't even talk like this. अगर ये ऐसे बोलेंगे तो the Hindu next to them, the कौमी Hindu guy next to them, like, oh shit, क्या बोल रही है, हमारा कौमी life चल गया, you are destroying the narrative. But they don't know that the common Muslim behaves like this when such things happen. Or the really poor, the radicalized Muslim, जो बैठते हैं अपने ग्रुप में, लड़कों के साथ बैठता है और सब वो खून घोल जाता है ना, and they start behaving like this. They don't like it. They don't like this is being reflected in a movie. इसका प्रॉब्लम है उनका। जैसे इस्लामोफोबिया वो है, हम दिखा रहे हैं इस्लाम जो कॉमन लोगों का इस्लामिक एक्सप्रेशन है, नॉट द प्रेयर पार्ट। जो वॉर लाइक मेंटेलिटी है ना, जब खून खोल जाता है, when men start behaving like men, especially when they're radicalized, that she doesn't like. That is making them feel uncomfortable, right? जब वो बैठता है वहां, जो जब उस सीन में बैठ रहा है और what do you call his what's name, Rahman Baloch is sitting initially, right? He's watching the attack. He doesn't initially recognize that people are getting killed with his weapons. He just sees, हाँ मुझे कुछ reward मिल रहा है, political reward मिल रहा है, and then he starts realizing the gravity of the situation around him. ये सब लोगों को मारने के लिए और अल्लाह के लिए ये cheer कर रहे हैं. And he gets swept up in that wave of, जो peer pressure होता है ना, he gets swept up in that. Same thing but you notice his brother Uzair Baloch. Next part 2 I will be interested in knowing how that guy's character is. उनका character completely different है. Apparently Rahman Baloch was not so radicalized. Uzair Baloch was a violent man. So ये difference in character, उसका कुछ problem नहीं था. He started cheering, right? So ये इंटरेस्टिंग कैरेक्टर डिफरेंस हो सकता है, आई एम नॉट श्योर। देखते हैं नेक्स्ट पार्ट में कैसे होगा।
वो रैडिकल एलिमेंट को बहुत अच्छे से दिखाया है कि वो रैडिकल चीज स्वीप कैसे करता है व्यक्ति को।
ओह, एंड वन इंटरेस्टिंग थिंग यू नोटिस, कौन बहुत ही रैडिकल थे? द टू वर द बिजनेसमैन। जो कोई देखोगे, no one will realize that businessman is so radical and violent and bloodthirsty. You notice the businessmen, very unassuming men, जो आपके दोस्त हो सकते हैं, आपके साथ दारू पी सकते हैं. That kind of person is shown as how bloodthirsty they are, and secretly the shit they are doing. These are the ones who are printing the plates. So at some point, the Indian government would have been dealing with these men, these violent, vile men.
Yeah, you're right. And one thing about violence that I want to mention.
Okay. Wait. Before we move up, let Rishabh speak because he might have to go to office tomorrow. So Rishabh, go ahead.
Thank you, fellow IT worker and listeners. No, I just had one anecdote about how predictable all the left wing narratives about movies have become, I defended this movie to a JU educated colleague of mine without even seeing this movie, and I won. They were talking about how it is technically a very good movie, excellent movie, and they've seen it. I haven't. They were talking about how it's a great technical movie, but it's all complete pro India propaganda, not even pro BJP propaganda. It's pro India propaganda. I just had one question about that, or rather, I just made one comment about that, which is like, see, here's the thing, and I was speaking in their language, so I was like, here's the thing, I'm not denying that there would be good people in Pakistan as well. We know that probably aren't, but just to get on their level, I was like, yeah, sure, there might be good people in Pakistan, but that is not the part of Pakistan that this movie is portraying, right? This movie is portraying the dredges of Pakistan. Anyways, do you want for equality's sake, do you want people to have a sympathetic view of JEM and Lashkar and the ISI? Is it a propaganda? Is it a propaganda movie if you don't show these people in good light? Because if that is what you're saying, then that's a very different conversation to just a movie review, right? And they had no response to that. They were like, yeah, yeah, sure, sure. Then they dropped their smoke and walked away.
Yeah.
Second,
One of their yeah, go ahead.
Mhm. Oh, no, no. The second thing is an unrelated question. So yeah, please go ahead.
So
Related to
one of
that,
the
my bigger criticism was of that the fact they didn't show the JEM and LET too much. There's almost no like Ranveer's character has barely any intelligence work with regards to the actual terrorist groups. He's with the gangs rather than with the terrorist group. Like, I want to see that. I want to see how these unknown gunmen are taking out terrorists specifically.
that is one of my
that's
problems with this movie. Yes, that is one of my problems with this movie, which was not the
वो
case
मुझे
with
लगता है पार्ट
Billions.
2 में दिखेगा. ही इज इन्फिल्ट्रेटिंग
Yeah,
थ्रू गैंग्स. वो एकदम से टेररिस्ट तक नहीं पहुंचेगा, वो गैंग से
yeah.
शुरू होगा. वो ही इज गोइंग क्लाइंबिंग अप द लैडर फ्रॉम बॉटम.
And see, we can't. Yeah, we can't help but look at Dhurandhar with the other similar kinds of nationalist, let's say non-left movies that are coming out, obviously. So I think this needs to be looked at in combination with Chhava, because both these films do one very specific thing, among many other things, is show who all can be a bad Muslim. We are, of course, if any film director still now even shows justifiably so a hardworking poor Muslim guy, fair enough, there might be some hardworking poor Muslim chacha. But the very fact that bad Muslims are being shown without an apologia, without the necessary good Muslim being shown, that's the first groundbreaking thing in the movie anyway. Because if for no objective reason showing the balance is somehow important, which is, even though it's not important to the point of your story, then not showing the balance is also just your requirement for your movie, and it should be fair game for you to do that. The fun part is where Dhurandhar and Chhava address one problem in two different ways is what you all were just discussing, all of you, that Dhurandhar shows the poverty-stricken Muslims who, when they do gang up, what they do, what they are capable of. And Chhava shows the exact opposite, which is also very, very necessary. The insanely historically accurate portrayal of the demeanor of Aurangzeb. My God. And remember, all our old viewers, when we first read that insane, hilarious debunking by Meenakshi Jain of some pro-Aurangzeb historian. So the description that Meenakshi Jain gave, and actually the description of Aurangzeb's demeanor that even commies agree upon, we were kind of mocking that. And we have been discussing this since 2022-23, that Aurangzeb was not your loud, violent Muslim. That is so important for commies to remember. He is not the guy with a gigantic beard on a horse saying, "Maro Bosri wale kafir Hindu ko, maro mother chod dig gaya wahan pe." That's not the kind of Muslim he is. And Aurangzeb has been repeatedly shown by every historian to be that way. He is just a nice, quiet guy, likes to sew caps for poor Muslims, plays veena of all instruments, not even a rabab. And that has been accurately portrayed in the movie, that see, this calm, polite but scheming Muslim also might end up being a problem for you sometimes. It's not always that loud bearded guy, which is what commies used to debunk any discussions on Islamic terrorism. That no, I have 4 Muslim friends, none of them are those loud Muslims, all my friends are polite. Now see what Aurangzeb was. So that has been debunked. So two aspects of the Islamic terrorism problem has been approached by Dhurandhar and Chhawa, and both show you that there are different kinds of such people who might be a problem for you. Yeah, go ahead,
That
Rishabh.
is why.
Rishabh, did you have another point? Okay, whoever, go ahead.
No, more of a question than a point regarding, and this is off topic, so please ignore it if it's not, if you don't want to answer it right now. But regarding the discussion on Bengal files and Kashmir files, I had this question. Do you think it's also because Bengal has a bit of a image issue? I was in Mumbai when Bengal files was being released, and like there was no buzz about it. People were like, "Oh, hi, दूसरा movie aa raha hai." It was not the case with Kashmir files at all. Like people don't blame the Hindus of Kashmir for what happened in Kashmir, but people who don't know the political realities of Bengal very well have a tendency to say, and this is something that I've noticed largely, but they have a tendency to think that people willingly over here vote the way they do,
Right.
not knowing what
Yeah.
happens with their votes. So, is this also a larger image issue with Bengal nationally that also
Yeah.
needs to be, addressed in some way?
Before you
That
take
was
this
Is that
definitely
also
question,
one
one
of
of the
the key
reasons?
points.
Just
That
add
was one of the
one of
definitely the.
mine too.
before you discuss
Yeah,
the
That
go
Bengal
ahead.
thing, don't before you,
Yeah.
Bengal thing is a longer conversation. Let me just mention this again. You mentioned the silent, dangerous Muslim, right? Major Iqbal, Major Iqbal, that character is terrifying. I would have liked to for them. I hopefully in part two we get to see more of the evil that person is evil. You can see that the evil, that quiet evil. And I would like to see how he got that army officer. I want to know that who are the officers. I want to see how he caught him, and that nature that allows him to capture such an asset. I want to see that. That is not very important for us to see the danger that the spies go through. The everyday danger that they go through. Because even though we see a part of the danger, this is spoilers by the way. Anyone who's not seen the movie, please be careful. Even the danger that Ranveer's character goes through near the end, when he targets that one person, okay, who's going to die, that danger is still not the way I would imagine that the ISI catches assets and how they find them and torture them. That danger is a different level of danger, in my opinion, right? Because he's still with Gundas. So I want to see that. Okay, I want to see that evil. Second thing is,
Yeah.
you look at even Rahman Baloch in a way, right? Even though he's very about the violent anger comes out suddenly, there's a silent anger, like the one that you cannot. It suddenly comes out of nowhere, right? Like again, spoilers. He murders someone in public, and the reason he gives is it's a very explosive reason. It's like suddenly out of nowhere that explosion of violence comes out. You don't see earlier in the movie. So that also is very silent anger that this community has. Generally, I've noticed. It just comes out of nowhere. It's like you don't know when they might explode in your face. You say the wrong thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, I want to make a few points here. Yeah, right now I watched the movie twice. I just came back from watching it. I think the movie was impeccable in any ways, every single way. But one thing that actually caught my attention was that how they have shown and depicted the inter-community balances, emotional frameworks, how other communities, for example, the Pashtuns, the Pathans, and the Balochis interact with each other, and how they are treated by the mainland Pakistanis. A lot of things might seem similar to these things because there is a clear status quo boundaries and distinction among each other, and in it also appears in their conversations because their interests and their um, what I can say consumption patterns are also extremely different. So you can see in a very different way, a more an extremely vile and animalistic casteist behavior in them because they want to stick to their own communities for safety on top of everything, not because their consumption patterns are same, but because if they don't, they will just be killed in this situation where dog eat dogs. And apart from it, one thing that has also caught my attention was that when the terror camps and their people were mentioned, like Sajid Mir of Lashkar-e-Taiba and David Hadley, you can see that I think these characters are going to come into play in the next part. So you can see that not all of them are skull-capped wearing bearded Muslims. Sajid Mir was shown as a man who's in completely fully formal shirt and pant, and indoctrination in him was, I would say, comparatively way more than anyone else because Sajid Mir himself have prepared the uh, Mujahids, or you can say the terrorists, for the campaign that they went in 2611. And another thing is that on top of it all, you mentioned college um, CSK, you mentioned that about the red screen and the live footages being applied here. A lot of cinemas in Hollywood also apply this thing, but one thing they do is that they apply the live footages at the end of the cinema, at the end of the movie when the movie is over. After that, in the mid credits or in the post credit scenes, they show that from where they got inspiration. For example, in a Nazi movie, they will show the concentration camps, the images, the pictures, and sometimes videos of the people, the victims. But in this case, it was more impactful in my opinion because they show it right at the middle when the thing is about to happen on the screen, and we can see the actual recordings and actual footage and actual conversation between the terrorists exactly when it happened. So I think as audiences, I think we represent Hamza here because we can see what Hamza actually saw in that control center where everything was unfolding right in front of his eyes, and we can actually for the first time when I saw it, actually my blood started boiling. Actually, I was extremely angry.
Oh.
I was unfathomably angry actually at that time. I won't deny that. And after that, when Hamza, I'm going to spoil territory now. So at the end, when Hamza was beating the shit out of Rehman Baloch, I was cheering. Actually, I never do this, but I was actually cheering from my seat. So actually,
You
this
know,
film was thoroughly enjoyable, in my opinion. Yeah, please, Anand, go
One
ahead.
did you see,
important point is just a point.
before
एक
we move
बहुत
on to the next
important
point,
एक but
because it's related to what you
एक
just said, that's why.
actually mine is also connected. If you want
Okay.
to go first, you can go first. No
No, no,
problem.
the parliamentary attack scenes were perfectly fit together. I didn't know when actually was initially I was like, what the hell? I don't know where is the real life scene and where is the old scene. I was like getting confused for a bit. That's very well done. That part was very well done. Go on, sorry.
Yeah,
Yes, yes,
the red screen scene. Let me come to that. Why is it so good? मतलब गुड इन द सेंस कि बहुत अच्छा प्रभावित करता है हमें. बहुत स्मूथ ट्रांजिशन है. वो अटैक होता है, रणवीर सिंह का फेस दिखाता है, फिर लाइव जो कॉन्वर्सेशन है वो दिखाता है. लास्ट का कॉन्वर्सेशन सुनिए, वो एक विदेशी यहूदी महिला से बात कर रहा है, एक जूइश महिला की if you are able to get me connected to your diplomat, you will enjoy Sabbath and
Yeah,
all.
Jenna.
और
Jana,
फिर
yes,
पीछे धम से आवाज आती है, हम
Gunshot.
जानते हैं उसका मतलब क्या है. और फिर
yes,
सीन ट्रांजिशन करता है अजीत डोभाल या जो भी सन्याल के उधर.
yes, yes. You
वो
can see one.
बहुत
You can see, yes.
वो
You can see
बहुत
one thing here is that
बहुत स्मूथ
the
ट्रांजिशन है फ्रॉम रियलिटी टू मूवी. ऐसा लगता है
yes,
सीमलेस है.
yes.
I
आप
jumped.
Aditya
I
could
एकदम
have
jumped in my
used.
seat. I jumped in my
आपको
seat.
Aditya
Oh,
sir,
when I heard that, I was like, shit.
Aditya sir
और
could have used any other color scheme for this, black, white, or whatsoever, but he used red, specifically blood red. I think it wanted us to show that what Hamza was going through that situation. He was seeing red in his eyes because he was so disoriented at that time. He was almost going to pass out from the horror that he was witnessing. So I think it shows
और
what Hamza was feeling actually at that moment.
और एक बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट पॉइंट है कि हमें ज्यादातर मूवी में ऐसा नहीं लगता कि यार रहमान को मार दो. वी एक्चुअली गेट कनेक्टेड विद दैट कैरेक्टर. आई फेल्ट कनेक्टेड टू दैट कैरेक्टर टू बी ऑनेस्ट. मजा आ रहा था उसको देखकर. क्या स्वैग है बंदे में, मस्त नाच रहा है अरबी गाने में. आई वॉज
See,
enjoying that character honestly.
अरे not
उस
not just swag,
और
भाई. Not just
उस
swag. You
उसने
notice?
जितनी भी हत्या या हिंसा की थी उस डकैत ने या रहमान डकैत ने, दैट वाज इन सम वेज जस्टिफाइड. कि उसने अपने बच्चे के हत्यारे को मारा था, इन सम वेज इट वाज जस्टिफाइड. पर हमें क्या जस्टिफिकेशन मिलता है रहमान बलोच को मारने का, वो है जब वो 26/11 में चीयर करता है. तब हमको लगता है अब इसको छोड़ना नहीं चाहिए. लास्ट में जब रणवीर सिंह, अब चलिए स्पॉइलर की बात हो रही है तो छोड़ दो.
Yeah, exactly.
रात में बाद लास्ट में जब रणवीर सिंह मारता है तो उसको याद आता है कि ये बोल रहा था, नारा लगा रहा था, इसको तो मैं नहीं छोड़ूंगा. जबकि इवन
Yes,
रणवीर सिंह कैरेक्टर हमजा इज कनेक्टेड विद रहमान बलोच. ही इज इमोशनली इन्वेस्टेड इन दैट कैरेक्टर एक्चुअली. अभी उसको फिल्म के लास्ट में वो असतो मा सदगमय वाला सीन आता है,
No, but
yeah. One thing I want to add here is that
वो
I
बहुत
think
अच्छे से दिखाया
each
है.
and every
वो
each and every
न्यूआंसेस बहुत
each,
अच्छे से पकड़ा है.
each and every conversation that Hamza makes when he infiltrates the gang of Dakat, I think they were extremely calculated. I don't think I I think some connection was made, but I think mostly he was extremely calculative when he was making each and every conversation. For example, when Rahman Dakat and they went to Iqbal for the issue of having weapons taken from the Balochi Liberation Front. So after coming back, Hamza was making a point that why did you do this? Because it is a betrayal of your own caste. Why are you going to do this? Because the Balochis are getting killed, the children are getting slaughtered, women are getting raped every single day. So why are you going to do this? Hamza knew exactly that Rahman will not be extremely keen to listen to his conversation about this. Rahman is going to get angry. Hamza exactly knew what is going to happen, but he still made that comment because he knew that if Rahman agreed with him and stopped the weapons trade, he is going to have some intel to know that where the weapon comes from, and even if he does not, even if Hamza gets beaten up a little bit by Rahman, still it is going to make his cover a bit more stronger because then everyone is going to know that he is a very faithful Balochi. Balochi cause runs deep in his blood. So in every single way, I think every calculative move that Hamza made was very much impactful in where he is right now. One thing is that I actually sympathize more with Shirani, the Balochi Khalif in the desert, more with than Rahman, because Shirani was actually struggling. He was actually struggling to liberate his people, and on the other hand, Rahman was scheming with ISI, and then you can see that the ISI people poisoned the water of the school and killed a lot of children. So that was
No,
actually a
but
tragedy that Shirani went through.
no, but I have a little disagreement here. If you look at some of the dialogues, right? Firstly, Rahman Dakat in the beginning is not very pro using. He wants to know where the guns will be used. Anyone who asks where the guns will be used is not really like, oh, you do whatever you want, the guns kill anyone you want. He realizes that the ISI can use those guns against his own people. So at some level, he understands that his people are also important to protect, right? And there's one more scene where he is with the Balochis themselves, and he talks about a young boy who says, maybe mera style, jo gang war hai, may not work. Maybe to lick padkar, maybe you can get freedom for Baloch. Remember, he says independence for Balochis there, which ultimately means he is trying to use political power to get at some level independence. So ye problem a lot of like, and this is very interesting. It also makes a reflection of what the Congressis did. It is a very good parallel of what the Congressis did. They worked with their oppressors, thinking they will get liberation for their people. It is very subtle, okay? It is very
Yes,
subtle.
I think
The
this movie
things
is
even.
a very good job. It does that. Yes, I agree with you, Anand, completely. Because
No, let
the
me finish.
one thing at least,
Let
yeah,
me
yeah, yeah,
finish.
please.
So Dakat thinks getting political power, getting into higher positions of power, will liberate his people. Not realizing he actually sticks his people further in the problem. Same thing the Congressis did. They were like, "Oh, we'll get closer to these people, so liberate our people," but actually got stuck more and further into that trap, which is a very good parallel of our current situation. You have to understand that.
Yes, actually, I
But
think the Arfa was making this point that this movie rebukes Muslims. They make fun of Muslims. I think this humanizes the terrorist a lot better way than any
Yeah.
other Congress or left-leaning movie will do, because it actually shows their actual interests, their actual objectives, and their actual mental issues they go through every single day while they are in this world of crime. I think it does it
Yeah,
better
it
than
was
but
not
most other movies.
it was
Understanding.
not
I'm not
rara
saying
chalo terrorism karte hain. It was
Yes,
very well
it
explained.
has
Ke
it has not
everyone has a
shown
different
terrorists to
reason to
be
be a
textbook
terrorist.
to do two-dimensional evil people. It has not shown terrorists
Yeah.
to be some kind of monsters or Bond villains or something like that.
So
They
that's
are
what they
showing
Yeah.
want us
real
to think.
people.
uh,
No,
the I have to
they
add
don't
two
want to. They
important
don't want us
points.
to see how benign evil is. See, the
Okay.
problem with most of these movies is they want to make evil as very black and white, but they don't
Yeah,
realize evil is benign. It is like human beings can be turned to evil with the right push, the right sermon, the right political ideology that can push human beings to evil. They don't want
वो
you common people to see that. That's the thing.
मैं दो तीन
Okay.
पॉइंट्स ऐड कर देता हूँ फिर
Wait. Hold on. We have one more guest. So, Mr. Shastri, please go ahead. Canada news.
No
Um,
characters.
Canada. Namaste.
You know,
So I want to say a couple of things, right? So 7, 8 years ago, Vice News actually released a maybe 4 or 5 part documentary. It's available on YouTube called Gangs of Laeri. And like one thing I would say, I've seen that documentary before. I'd recommend everyone to go watch it again. And you'd find that the movie's depiction of the dacoits, the businessman, the ACP are actually quite true to life. Um, it's not that different. These people are as crazy as the movies portrayed them to be. Uh, and the second thing is, I think you'd notice that everyone's expendable. Everybody realizes that, um, with the exception of the businessman, because he's the main accountant, right? Like, his job is basically take money from ISI, uh, take that, make it white, launder it, and ensure the money stays. Basically, he's a Hawala accountant. So he's the most important guy in all of them. The rest of them are just
Shastri,
expendable.
Shastri, is this one the Wise Guide to Karachi? I think this is the one.
I can't
Is
tell.
Yeah, because I have seen this documentary long before, but in here actually you will see the real Nabil Gabol go with the camera crew in Liari.
Yeah, is
If
it
I
the
Yeah,
is it
exactly.
Arvesh something? Some guy is like he
Yes,
goes to
yes, yes,
Lahore.
yes.
Yes,
Sharush.
Arush. Yes,
What? Yes. So this is the one you're talking about.
I
Most
believe
probably.
so. Yes.
Yeah.
Did you see
Go ahead. Go ahead.
how the businessman changed the minute Rahman threatened him?
Hmm?
The minute Rahman even said one word, you better keep your promise. You saw his face. The actor did a good job. His face changed, and that hate came up. Initially, it was like "I love you." Next, it became like "I hate you." Like it just turned on a dime. You notice that?
Yeah. I mean, that will always happen, right? So these in uh see, one thing you need to understand is that they are unified in their hate against the kafir, but that doesn't mean that the internal tensions just vanishes away. That'll always
But
exist.
something we can learn from, actually. I wouldn't lie.
And
That
yeah, one thing that I wanted to add was Mushin was saying that Hamza was not invested in रहमान बलोच इमोशनली तो यदि ऐसा था तो फिर लास्ट सीन का मैं मतलब नहीं समझ पाया जब वो उसका इमेज देखता है कि वो लाश उठ गई है और वो मंत्र
Yeah,
बच
because I think
दैट इज वन पॉइंट
Hamza did not love Rahman, but actually he feared him as a authority figure. That's why when he actually saw him die, I think one of his mission, extremely key points of his mission was succeeded. So I think that's what actually signifies that.
No,
I I
Yeah, I
I
think
think
there's a
I'll wait
problem
till
there.
I think he romanticized him as an authority to some
Yeah,
extent. मुझे ऐसा
because
लगता
Mushin,
है.
you see, he wrote his name later only. He didn't have it ready. He wrote it
I'll
Yeah.
after the reaction in 2611. He wrote his
I'll
name down. So there's
I'll
something is there to what Abhay, Brahmanical is saying.
I'll wait until part two. Okay, motivations will be much more clear when part two is out.
Yes.
So I'm just saying from
And
what
the
I can see
thing
now.
And the
Okay.
thing about human nature that people were talking about, जो मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि बहुत बार ना हमारी चेतना जो है वो सुप्त रहती है. इट्स सबसर्विएंट लाइक वो एकदम से लोग हर जगह चिल्लाने नहीं लगते जय श्री राम या जो भी नारे तकबीर वो कोई भड़काता है चिंगारी लगाता है
Yes.
वो जब चिंगारी बढ़ती है आग के जैसा फैलता है तब जाके दंगे फसाद होते हैं और जैसे ऐसे देखा जाए जैसे पार्टीशन के जितने भी राइट्स हुए ऐसा नहीं था कि सब एकदम ऐसा था कि एकदम पहले से तैयार थे नहीं उसमें चिंगारी दी गई वो सोई हुई चेतना को जगाया गया कि
Yeah.
जाओ लड़ो मरो तो ये वैसा ही होता है
Yeah.
व्यवहार हम सबके साथ अच्छा करते हैं कोई मुस्लिम हो हिंदू हो पर वो भीतर में जो एक सोई हुई चेतना उसको चिंगारी देना पड़ता है इट्स अ वेरी
Brahmanical, I think I have
साइकोलॉजिकल
a
थिंग
theory about this. Why Hamza heard the Upanishadic chant during Rahman's death? Because I think at the end of the day, whenever Hamza is going to look back at this campaign of his, I think he's going to remember Rahman just like that, a cigarette smoking gangster. He's not dead, neither alive. He's in a, he's in a kind of purgatory right now in Hamza's mind. Who's going to remain
I think
like
the
that
Upanishad
forever?
chant is for us, not for him. I think that chant is more for our benefit, not for his benefit.
I think Hamza chanted something like that in his mind that let God give you peace and let you go transfer yourself, so let it get transmigrated. I think in one way Hamza chanted it for him.
He's
One
a
thing-
criminal,
And it was
he can't be so
probably-
much of a philosopher.
One
Har
thing I
baat
want to
probably
discuss
also-
is what is the significance of
Okay,
that Bhagavad
wait.
Gita shlok?
Wait. Now let's speak in lines. Okay, CSK first. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
those Upanishad lines were probably also shown as a hint to point out the fact that these people were converts, recent converts. That after all, you are dead now. तुम्हारे लिए श्राद्ध का customs ही हम गा देंगे. चलो तुम्हारा post death, postmortem, posthumous conversion घर वापसी हमने करवा दिया movie में.
Posthumous घर वापसी.
Yes.
Yeah, actually, Pakistan
घर
region
वापसी
actually is
करवा
the heartland of Vedic culture. Actually, the Pakistan
Yeah,
region was
तक्षशिला भी
indeed-
वहाँ पे ही है.
Yes.
Which I think would solve terrorism in 5 days if this was actually applied. That we are not saying only Muslims become terrorists, of course, but whatever the religion of a religious terrorist, just do their last rites in the religion of the one they hate. So if you cremate
Oh, the
all
Muslims are
Muslim
going to hate
terrorists,
this.
they are going to.
No, I
Yeah,
would.
we
I
can
would.
do this.
They're not
See,
going to
we don't need to. We don't need to do
bombers.
any last rites and all. We just burn their bodies over. That fear will always be, oh shit, मेरा body burn हो जाएगा. I should not be caught by the enemy. नहीं, मुझे नहीं करना है भाई. Okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Throwing a body
If you're
randomly
caught by us, so
is
we
not
will,
going to.
we will do your anteshti. If you're caught by us, we will do your anteshti.
Just burn.
Yeah.
No, I
That is
wouldn't even forget about doing any. Just put in a big pile and just burn all the bodies together. No, you treat it with discard. You discard rubbish.
But
That's
Anand,
attitude to be. No respect.
secular burning is not as effective as burning them according to the religious rites of the religion they hate the most.
It is just as effective.
Because we
Their
are-
body, they can
Yeah,
never
क्योंकि
go to
वो तो
Please.
posthumous
नहीं,
घर वापसी है.
the minute you burn a
No, I
body,
think
you
Brahminical
can
has a
never go to
point here
Jannah.
because Anand,
Are,
I think
are
Brahminical
one by
has a point
one
because-
bolo. Nobody will understand.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, Anand, I think
Okay.
Brahminical has a point here because if you burn their body in a religious and ritualistic manner, especially, I think it is going to hurt them actually a lot more. That's what I'm saying.
Array, they want to be buried because they want to rise during the time of the final what the Messiah, and then all the bodies will get. You have to understand. We are thinking too complex. They are very simple. That body needs to exist because even till today, Muhammad's body exists, and during the end
No,
times,
no.
his body will rise from the grave.
That is not how a general Muslim thinks, Anand.
Really, okay.
When you do it with a
And it'll
religious
archive,
thing,
I
it
guess.
will add to their salt to their injury. And one point that I wanted to discuss, if anyone can explain this, वो जो भगवत गीता का श्लोक दिखाया था आरंभ में, उसका क्या सिग्निफिकेंस है? वो कैसे चलचित्र में उतारा गया?
अरे अजदोल के बारे में बात ही नहीं किया, असलम के बारे में.
अरे no. Okay, yeah, that's a very interesting question. Actually, उसका जवाब उसी में है. पर anybody wants to answer this question? Shastri, CSK.
Can you remind? It was very fast. The first picture. Can you remind what it was there in the first thing?
I don't remember.
It went very fast. I was like trying to read it, but it's zoom.
Oh, okay. I remember that. I don't remember the exact slope, but what it says, if you are going to fight and die, then like you will have some good thing. But and if you survive, you will have the Vasundhara for you. So it is like a call to action. So the movie starts with that call to action. You can call it in English. That's what the meaning is exactly. Okay, one more. This is a very good question. Is there any serious recommendation for spy novels in India or in Bengali? CSK, I think you might give a few Bengali recommendations. No,
I
haven't
not
read
any
anything.
Bengali spy novels. No, only detective stuff.
I
Okay,
read
so
Western spy novels, none India. Sorry.
okay, you can recommend. No? You can recommend. You can type it on the chat,
Oh.
so he will.
Okay, Robert Ludlum. You can watch read any of them. Frederick Fawcett, read any of them. They're all phenomenal. Robert Ludlum and Frederick Fawcett are phenomenal.
Okay, this is also a spy novel. Actually, I had interviewed the author. His name is Juggi Bhashin. So he is the person who interviewed the supreme leader of North Korea. So you can read his novel as well. So he written about 6 books. It is seventh book. Indian perspective.
Yeah. He
Okay.
was the first Indian to, I think, first journalist in the world to interview Kim Jong Un's father. He will come on my
Yeah, he
podcast
was
as well
there.
after I'm done reading the book.
Okay. You can ask this question to him.
Yes.
Yeah, regarding
By the way, I
Gita,
need to.
Hmm.
I want
Yes,
to
yes.
answer or ask something to unknown guy here. Unknown guy is saying
Ah,
that uh, this is a propaganda film. Unknown guy, what is exactly the propaganda? Propaganda means a lie, right? What aspect or which part of this movie is a lie? Tell me, factually speaking, what is the lie? And half an hour back, you were also asking that don't we see any incidents of Hindu terrorists? First of all, I don't think so. All Hindu things that can be designated as a terrorist activity are all retaliations in the face of impending death and doom and danger. Retaliations cannot be termed terrorism, no matter what the actions as part of the retaliation. Secondly, again, if you can think of some one-sided, conjured up act of violence from the Hindu side, let me know, and let me know if the numbers even match up to some other religion. But more importantly, what are the lies in Dhurandhar? There aren't any.
So this one of the books, Robert Ludlum. Can you see the Matlock paper?
hmm.
This is a
Yeah.
good one. Sorry. Then this one is the Cassandra. You can get all these in India, by the way. Not difficult. Very old books. The
And
Cassandra
if you want,
Compact.
and if you want Indian author to write about Indian history, like I think this author has written about Khalistan problem in his novel. So that also will give you a bit of an Indian context.
And
I
the Veteran by Frederick Fawcett. Also very good.
Frederick Fawcett
Uh,
is actually a good recommendation. I actually have non-fiction recommendations that will actually enhance your experience, right? Um, I'd say Spying in South Asia by Paul McGarr. It's a really good read. Um, it'll tell you, it'll give you insights into political decision making behind intelligence operations, and also gives you an insight into intelligence operations themselves. Um, Pick up any book by Vikram Sood. Vikram or Rakesh Sood. Which one is the one who used to work for?
Vikram Sood.
Vikram
Do
Sood.
they
Vikram.
Sorry.
write fiction?
Yeah. Hmm?
No. He write non-fiction.
Non-fiction. Non-fiction. My recommendations are non-fiction. So
Okay.
read both of those books. Actually, there's even one by, I think, I forgot who it was, whether it's Avinash Paliwal or Paul Stanleyland. Stanleyland. Either one of them are really good authors. They explore spying in South, like they're actually researchers and they explore like the use of violence by the state. Uh, there's one more guy. There's like two authors who recently wrote about like the spy wars between ISI and RAW. If I remember, I'll post it in the comments again.
So one more
By the
author
way,
I forgot.
by the way,
Tom Clancy.
yeah, go
Tom
ahead.
Clancy also very good.
yeah, by the
I
way,
saw one comment here hinting at possible cinematic universe between Uri and
Yeah.
Dhurandhar.
yeah,
That would
great
be
I,
very
connection there
fascinating.
because in Uri you can see that the mention
Yeah,
of Air Commander
Jaskirat Singh.
Jaskirat Singh Rangi,
Yeah.
and here Hamza's actual name is shown as Jaskirat Singh Rangi. Anyway, I wanted
Oh,
to
Hmm.
yeah.
yes. Just there.
Yeah. Anyway,
I
I
think
wanted to
a lot of things will be get cleared in part two because I think like maybe we are a bit hurry in terms of judging the movie. Let's see the part two and then we will see the whole
Yeah.
thing. So it might shape up.
I think
Yeah, in part two,
I
by the
think
way, what Anand was expecting, that's not going to happen. In part two, he's going to be running Liari. So you're not going to be seeing nuanced, subtle, spy-like shenanigans here and there. You are just going to see him do a rock star mafia thing while also serving India.
maybe a different movie, but again like in this universe, there where the other spies who are
Yeah.
not specifically
Right,
the
right.
Dhurandhar, maybe they're unknown. One interesting thing, if you observe Chaudhary Aslam, right, is a very interesting character, right? It is not explicitly evil, it's not explicitly good,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
He's a
He's an
functionary
anti-hero.
of Pakistan, of the Pakistani system,
Yeah.
right? And he has a lot of personal biases, right? And you see how the bias is built. It built because of one friend of his. One friend's
Anecdote.
behavior was enough for him to
Anecdote.
hate the entire community.
Actually, before you go down the route of the SP, I seriously recommend you watch the Vice documentary.
Which one?
He's real. So
That
The Vice. Oh, the Vice.
your Vice News documentary, because he is there. He's like the main star of that documentary. Like all the Dacoits and the SP are like the main star of that documentary. It'll give you a completely different perspective than what you can ascertain from the movie itself.
Yes,
Well,
Munshi,
because
I'm not looking for accuracy. I'm not looking for accuracy.
Munshi, one more thing. Wait. Munshi, one more thing. I just saw an interview in just I think few hours ago, where a person who says I was working with Dakat, Rahman Dakat, and he says that this Aslam character was shown to be like a brave heart character who was fearless, but in actuality he was not as fearless or as brave as it is shown by the media or by the people. Like he says that for 10 days they fought on that one lane and they could not move one inch. So there is a bit of a gray area where what we believe. So let's take
No,
your
And same,
stand
and his sister or wife or whatever says
Hmm.
that he didn't wear a jacket. He went without a jacket on. I'm like, there is a lot of gray area here, even in the so-called documentary. Okay, I'm telling you this. And Pakistanis are known to just lie.
Yeah.
You know this, right? My point is, I don't care about the accuracy. I'm saying the character of Aslam was very interesting, right? He turned based on his bigotry was based on one incident that he went through in his life, right? And he has a vendetta against the entire community. Like he's like, I don't believe anyone. Even when Hamza comes later, he's like, I don't believe you just because you're a Baloch. I don't care. The only reason I'm even here is because this politician is telling me that I have a my ultimate objective can be done through you, right? So
But
that is it.
but
his
as
character is very
Chaudhary
clear.
Aslam,
Wait, Munshi, go ahead.
No, let me finish my point. So that's
Yeah,
one
go
thing.
ahead.
Okay. The second thing is that if you observe very interestingly, he is very attached to his policemen. Like his attachment is not to the government. His attachment is not to the state. It's to his police people. His only attachment is that his policemen, nothing else. So he
CSK,
sacrificed
Rabun.
for his people,
Wait.
not for the rest of the population. They didn't care about anyone else.
CSK, Biceps Ravon Inspector. Exactly. Remember Biceps Ravon character that he played,
Yeah.
Prasenjit?
Roy Chaudhary.
Yeah.
Yeah, Roy Chaudhary, he would hate criminals because they are criminals. Correct? So Anand is like saying that kind of character Aslam was. Like he had a vendetta against anybody who did crime, no matter what. Yeah,
Crime,
Munshi, go
he
ahead.
didn't like Balochi. Like,
Right.
Yeah,
right.
Munshi,
Yeah,
go
I
ahead.
think
And yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Should I?
Munshi,
Okay.
you want to speak?
Yeah. So the thing is, like Aslam, he's a character of authority, right? Like he has some genuine authority behind him. Wo police wala after all, right? And basically he's like a guy who's addicted to his expression of authority. He's sort of no different from your encounter squad people. एक थोड़ा
Yeah.
वो उनको power देता है ना, सर पे चढ़ जाते हैं उन लोग. So Aslam is just a much more advanced version of that.
also
what
is
about the
Aslam just one point. Is Aslam a representative of the Pakistani state mindset when he's shown hating the Baloch?
No,
He वो
no, no.
Pakistani state का
No,
वो
no, no, no,
mindset
no,
है.
no.
That's my point.
He's
The point I was making is that only. I was saying Aslam doesn't care about the Pakistani state, doesn't care about the Pakistani politician. He sacrifices what so for example, if you take out Rahman Baloch, right? The Pakistani state benefits. But the point is he sacrifices him at that point of time because he cares about his police officers being tortured. So
I
his
mean, yeah.
loyalty
So
is to his police officers, not to the state, not to the cause, nothing. He doesn't care one bit
No,
about it.
I meant
actually,
metaphorically.
I disagree, right? So his
Okay.
loyalty is just towards power, right? He has some power vested in him, and his loyalty is just towards that power,
Then
right?
why did he sacrifice Rahman Baloch at that
Wait,
point of time?
wait. Shastri is right, because in the movie there is a dialogue where he is suspended for 7 years and he's been paid by the Bade Sahab.
Huh?
Wait. So that's what. So Chaudhry Aslam, he draws his power from his people who are on top, like who are big politicians or army or ISI, who has given him the power, and he's using that power to actually do whatever he wants. So he is not drawing power from himself. He has a backing of the higher authorities, politicians, bureaucrats, military people, who says you do whatever you want, we will take care. So
But then
that's
why
why
does
he was.
then why does he sacrifice? Why does he sacrifice? Give back Rahman Taket when his police officers are in trouble. If he really cared about power only, then he would not give it back. He would have killed him there, and
No,
he would have
see,
gotten power.
no, the
Wait,
thing is,
okay.
no.
Wait,
The
okay.
thing,
Let Shastri explain.
yeah, so there's obviously an internal logic behind it, right? And the other thing is like, people like him, they can't they can't express their power on their own, right? So he's also a form of a gang member, if you want to think about it
Correct.
that way.
First guess.
So if his subordinates are tortured and murdered, that
Yes.
means he also loses power.
Correct.
He
That's
loses
true.
respectability,
Correct. That is true.
right?
In a failed state. True.
उसकी भी एक क्या बोलते हैं इज्जत है.
Correct. In a failed state, the police is a gang. I agree. Now that makes that makes a lot of sense. Correct. You're right.
Police
Right,
is a
so
caste.
We didn't even discuss the character of what's his name, Benazir's husband. What is his name? I forgot his name again. But Zarwari. We didn't discuss the character. The character is not in the movie most of the time, but he's always there. Have you noticed? He's always there in every bloody conversation. He's the Bade Saab. And he's doing everything without being there. Have you noticed that?
yeah.
Okay. One more thing. So now, CSK, I will take a dinner break for 10-15 minutes. So you can take over.
Yeah,
एक
I want to
बात
say
मुझे
something
करनी
about
थी.
Aslam here because I wanted to say that I think Aslam and his hatred towards Balochi people is not that complicated. I think he hates them because they simply did wrong to him and he took it personally. He simply took it
Yeah.
personally, and Rahman was a scapegoat. He took out Rahman, and that's the end of it. Actually, in real life, that was the it. Rahman was killed in 2009 in the encounter that is shown in the movie. He was just killed by Aslam there in the street only, and that was the end of it.
Okay.
Yeah, they
Just
didn't
one
show
thing.
Benazir's murder either.
What
That's another thing they didn't show.
what I meant was he a metaphorical representation of Pakistan's prejudice against Baloch?
I don't think so because actually these are real life characters. So in real life, you can see it as a metaphor. I think that's a separate thing because it is shown as almost as similar as it was in the real life events. No,
I
apart
think
from that,
the minister was a representation of their hatred towards Balochi people. The minister. The minister played by what's
I think the only one person
And
who was the representative of Pakistani state, I mean the actual physical representation of the state, I think is Bade Sahab, who's shown here. So you can replace Bade Sahab in every dialogue with Pakistani state and the context will remain the same. So I think Bade Sahab is actually the Pakistani state.
to a smaller extent, Jameli or whatever, that politician. The fact that they are snakes
but
and no one, they're loyal to no one.
Aslam was being patronized by the Bade Saab only because Aslam himself said that.
Everyone is patronized by Bade Sahab. Even Iqbal
Everyone is
quoting Bade Sahab. No, apart from that, I think the deeper discourse here is, as CSK pointed out, the Gita, Bhagavad Gita line. It is chapter 2, verse 37. Actually, I'm going to read it here. Hatova prapyasi swargam jitva va pakshate mahim tasma dutishta kauntaya yuddhaya kritanishayah. It means that if you are killed in battlefield, you will attain heaven. If you win the battle, you will attain the earth. heaven or earth will be your abode, and that is the only thing that you should aim for and fight. The son of Kunti, it is your fate to fight, and you must fight.
Because regardless of either, your duty is what comes primarily. Death or
Yes.
life is irrelevant. You'll attain
Yes.
either. Doesn't make it.
Yes.
You will
I think,
benefit from either thing. That is the
yes,
point.
Yeah.
I think
Either you
Hey,
will
I
go
need to
to
make
heaven or you will enjoy the world.
fruits of earth.
And one
I
more
think
thing that
I
I
think
loved
Brahminical, I
about
need to
this.
make one point here.
Okay.
It is for everyone. It is the sharp disclaimer I want to make this, because a lot of people are not trained in the hermeneutics of Indian scriptures. They don't do Shastrartha, and neither they learn their Shastras. So I need to make this very, very clear that please do not make a comparison this with the line in Quran that if you win against the kafir, you will go to you will become a Ghazi. If you lose against the kafir, you will become a Shaheed. Do not make this comparison, because these two worldviews are not the same. Gita
Yeah.
talks about dharma as its key point of view, because dharma, as being one of the purusharthas, ensures your transmigration towards a superior realm. Yogakshem and karma yoga, Raj yoga, Vibhuti yoga, all these things need to be taken in consideration. So if any left-leaning commie makes this argument, then please be prepared with this, and please read your Gita. I
But
beg you all.
Dharma is a very different concept from belief.
that
So
that reminds me.
that
Sorry,
needs
so
to be
sorry.
understood.
Tangentially. Don't
Yes.
scold me, CSK. But we need to discuss Alex O'Connor's podcast with Doctor. What's that guy's name? That psychiatrist. We have to have a deep discussion about that at some point.
One thing
Jor-
that I want
with
to
whom?
add
Jordan
was
Peterson.
Sorry, CSK is
yeah,
coming, sir.
With whom,
You
Anand?
can.
Jordan Peterson.
No. This is Indian doctor, psychiatrist from the US. He's quite
Oh,
well known
Dr.
for
K. Right, K.
Dr. Singh. They had a
Alok
podcast about
Kanodia.
exactly this.
Yes.
Alex O'Connor. They were discussing Vedanta, and they're discussing trans psycho something. We have to check it out. We have to talk about that. It's very interesting. We're gonna have a lot of discussion on. We
I
can have a lot
actually
of
hate it when especially Americans make a quote of Vedanta, because they don't understand
He's
the
not an
scriptures.
American.
I'm sorry.
He's a Brit. He's not
Whatever, Western
I think
guys.
he's a
I'm sorry.
philosophy student, bhai. Chill out.
Until you learn Vedanta from a guru, I think yeah, I don't take you seriously.
Sorry, I didn't learn Vedanta from a guru, bro. I apologize. Okay, moving on.
Yeah,
moving
One
on.
of the more one of the more underappreciated, I
हमारा
think.
गुरु भगवान है.
Yeah. If we are talking about the movie, I guess it has really succeeded at this. But one of the things that will be less talked about is the movie's treatment of the actually showing the nuance in realistic ways of the terrorists themselves, which I think one of you were bringing up this point, that it actually humanizes the terrorists more than any commie movie or
Yes,
leftist
yes, I
movie,
told
because even when liberals actually portray a terrorist, they show that yes, that Muslim terrorist is all bad. He's a mustache twirling villain. But there are other very nice Muslims as well. Here,
CSK,
Aditya
I
actually
think
shows that they are not random mustache twirling villains. They have a life of their own. They have intentions of their own. They're realistic, but they do definitely want to be bad
No,
and kill.
because
Kill Indians.
CSK, you're missing a
CSK,
point.
I think
CSK.
I want to add one small point here. When leftists make a movie about terrorists, they don't show the terrorist as a mujahid. They show him as an Naxalite. That's the problem.
No.
They have the Naxal
No.
stereotype in them, and they just superimpose it
No,
on
I'm talking about
all
When
the world.
Pakistani terrorist
leftists show
portrayals.
terrorists,
No,
Pakistani
I
terrorist portrayals in
let
Bollywood.
let me say
when
something about this.
leftists show terrorists, they show that they are the victims of the state or
No,
victims of the majoritarian community. That's why they are picking up arms.
that is one
They are
perspective.
not
But
shown as people coming from a certain ideology which is full of hatred.
yeah,
They are
so
not shown as that.
we need to distinguish
And
between एक minute. We need to distinguish between leftists and liberals or Western liberals portraying terrorists. See, this is a problem. We conflate the two, right? So Brahmanical is right about this, that leftists will portray the terrorists as a victim of circumstance, which is similar to what is there in Dhurandhar as well. It's like they are victim of circumstance, but there it is justified. Here it is unjustified, right? The leftists will show it as justified violence. The liberal is different. The liberal portrays the terrorist as evil. Remember, they are very clear, black and white. They are evil, but they are not Muslim. This is a very important distinction. They are not. They are bad people who malign the name of Muslims. And this is what most society sees. Most society sees the liberal interpretation of the terrorist. That they are not Muslim. The common citizen is not like that, so evil and so bigoted. But what this movie does is it shows the so-called victimization, but it also shows how banal evil is. That you require the right push and you can become an evil psychopath. And the people who push that enjoy comfortable lives. See, there's a very interesting point. The Jamil Jameli, the politician, right? He knows what he's doing. He knows his benefit he's getting, right? But he pushes people into this violence in spite of the fact that his daughter goes to parties where she basically behaves like a kafir. It's very important to see this distinction, right? They take advantage of the population and radicalize them for their benefit. And there's a majority of the Muslims in Pakistan and many of them in India as well, which we don't get to see. We don't get to see that dichotomy, right? And there are a lot of people who say this Ashraf Ajlaf distinction or the Ashraf Pasmanda thing. They use the population effectively. And our best tool is to liberate this control. And we can, then there's a lot of power we have. We gain power through that. That's my point.
It shows the journey, how a normal person can trickle down into crime and then further into ideology and further into the dark territories of terrorism.
And you're easy victims of the cleric. The cleric they catch you like that around your neck.
No, I think that's a gross misinterpretation of what's happening. Like, I mean, if you look at all the main characters in the movie, they're not like living in shabby hutments and like walking with no shoes and begging or whatever. No, like each one of them has like a really nice palatial house. They get driven around in Land Cruisers or your Mercedes G-Wagon or some kind of luxury car like that. They all of them have enormous amounts of money. Rahman Dakit has enormous amounts of money, like so much so that he's able to like he's spending money on like all these fancy entertainment stuff. Right? He's hiring dancers, he's hiring artists. Like each one of these people are very rich people. But I agree with Anand is that it shows the banality of evil. That's definitely a thing, right? Like in the sense that they're all like living normal lives, but they're they're essentially conspiring in wiping out a world of non-believers, right? All of them are motivated in that manner.
No, I was not talking about the leaders. I'm sorry. I maybe I was not clear. I'm not talking about people like Rahman Baloch or like the minister or like even this ISI guy, right? I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about the common, even the 2611 guy. We don't know anything about their background. We just know they were just dragged off and they were attached to this thing. So it's easy to prey on such people. My point is, it is easy to prey on such people, and then it is very easy to be radicalized also. That's my point.
I mean, praying or not praying, it just shows that after the main characters are basically like everybody else below them are basically expendable.
Yes, exactly my point. Yeah.
Right? Like circumstance doesn't matter. It's just the fact that okay, you guys have a steady pipeline of people that you can send to be expended, and we'll do that. And that happens at almost every level. Right?
That's my point. My point is we gain power if we use that narrative against them. Because we know that they treat them as expendable, and if we make sure that their own people know they're expendable, then that attitude changes. I think.
Guys, while we are talking about Pakistani terrorism, today only 2 Pakistani terrorists killed 12 Jews in Australia, in Sydney.
Saw that.
And one Arab fruit seller was seen on disarming a Pakistani terrorist and taking his rifle from him. That's the thing. An Arab fruit seller disarming a Pakistani terrorist who was actually an engineer. You can see what indoctrination can do to people. It does not matter what is your profession,
I
what is your educational background,
I agree.
and even if you're, it just takes the matter that you are Muslim and you want to end kafirs. That's it.
No, that I
And
agree.
if you're
I'm
willing
not.
to do that,
I'm just showing this particular perspective.
that's it.
Perspective is also very relevant. I do agree with you there on that. It is like anyone can become a terrorist.
No, but it takes a lot of coordination to become a terrorist. I think that's something that people miss out on. Right? A place like Australia, those two
Mhm.
folks had automatic rifles with a lot
Yep.
of ammo with them. That's hard to smuggle.
And hard to get to that place wherever they were. They were to Bondi Beach. How do they
Yeah,
get it to Bondi Beach?
yeah. How do they get those weapons? How do they get those ammo? How did they get to that place? This is it's not an easy operation. I think
It's not.
that's the first thing you guys should realize is that that's what the movie eventually also depicts,
The
right?
supply chain and
The
the
yeah, the entire supply chain. So
That was good.
yeah, and that's the I, these are the details that people need to start paying attention to, not the folks that do the foot soldiering stuff. क्योंकि that guy is always obviously expendable.
Yeah.
तो उसको टॉर्चर भी करेगा वो कुछ नहीं बोल पाएगा वो क्योंकि उसको क्या है कि उसको एक ही लेवल तक उसको मालूम है कि कौन क्या क्या बोला उसको. There's
and one
still
thing
like
what
multiple layers above him. There's still a whole hierarchy of people above him. Right? And the
No,
movie
but
also shows that, right? Above Rahman, there's the politician. Above the politician, there's Bade Mia. But behind all of them is the ISI.
no, but Bunshi, you forget one interesting thing, right? This is very useful for our grand strategy. But for Gharvapsi, the idea that you're expendable by your like the superiors is very useful. Like, why do you want to be stuck to these people when they're technically looking at you as expendable? At
how do
some
you show
level,
them that they
that's
are
what I'm
not
saying.
expendable, they
Movies,
are
if
something.
there's enough of these movies, right, showing that how expendable people are, over time people start understanding this concept. They
We
start
need 10
feeling it.
Aditya Thars in each and every
True.
state for that.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly my point. Exactly my
Yeah.
point. That's
Yes, one thing I wanted to
Yeah.
point out that I think Anand only made this point and Nirajanta also, that Pakistanis are shown as backward because 80s and 60s songs were used. I think another thing we can notice
Niranjan.
that Pakistanis consume Indian content because Aslam was shown tuning in Hawa Hawa in his entry. So it shows that a lot of Pakistani people actually love Indian music and stuff like that. That is a reality actually that is shown
Yeah.
in the movie.
Hawa Hawa is
Pakistanis are
not a
obsessed with
Yeah.
India.
Hawa Hawa is not a Indian song, by the way.
Not
So
an
what?
Indian song.
No, Hawa Hawa is not an Indian song. It's a Arabic song, Lebanese song most probably, and Pakistanis stole it. Then Indians again stole from others. So
Okay,
The
okay, I
point
don't know
is,
that.
the
Yeah.
point is
Yeah,
Pakistanis are
yeah.
obsessed with India. That is very true.
The
Pakistanis
thing
are
is,
obsessed with India.
that's
It is very
that is the reason why Bollywood also caters to Pakistanis and they try to monkey balance a bit to
No,
some
Bollywood
extent.
doesn't cater to Pakistanis.
Yeah.
Bollywood caters to Muslims. We make this mistake. Bollywood caters to Muslims because the largest markets of Bollywood have for historically been Africa, Central Asia, Muslim parts of Russia, Muslim parts of Middle East, like Middle East. The markets outside of India are ginormous. We don't realize
Yes.
how big the markets outside of India are.
Yeah, I have seen my Filipino friends talking about that their mothers see Indian serials, and in Africa also they see Indian
Indonesia,
serials.
Malaysia. My
Yeah,
goodness, you have no idea how big the market outside India is.
yeah.
That's why they are.
But
Rishabh, I think
serials,
yes, CSK, can you highlight
serials
Rishabh's
don't
comment?
have much appeasement of that community.
Yeah,
That's why it's not
Movies
as
do.
popular
See,
compared to what
Bollywood
the
does.
movies are.
see, traditionally
Uh,
for Bollywood,
one, sorry.
traditionally for Bollywood, the Middle East market was always the high margin market, right? It's all about margins at the end of the day. So your overseas market, it's changing now, but your overseas market always brought in more high margins. So let's say you're paying 100 rupees for a ticket in India. The producer would probably get three rupees of margins on that 100 rupees ticket in India. The same movie, if I release it in the Middle East,
Yeah.
right? The same theater goer would probably pay 1,000 rupees. My margin now is 100 rupees. that's what attracted Bollywood towards these markets, was the
That's
fact that you could earn more per theater goer than you would in India.
so
Now this formula is changing though, right?
it is.
And
I
it
then
will keep changing over
one thing
time.
is for sure, is one thing is for sure कि शायद जो हमारे यहाँ टैक्सेस लिए जाते हैं वो ये भी एक प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट कर रहे हैं। जो इतना टैक्स लगाया जाता है वो ये भी प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट कर रहे हैं कि इंडियन मार्केट्स आर नॉट एज फ्रूटफुल एज मिडल ईस्टर्न मार्केट
No,
जिससे
wait.
ये
No, wait.
जिससे ये ज्यादा
Tax,
मिडल ईस्ट को
no, no,
कैटर
no,
करने
no,
वाले
no, no, no,
फिल्म्स
no,
बन
no,
रहे
No, no,
no,
no.
no,
It's
no,
a
no.
exchange rate problem. Exchange rate.
Exchange rate,
Same.
but I'll agree with you partially in the sense that taxes are now a problem, right? But it was never a problem. So in the past, what would happen is if तूने एक मूवी बनाया, तेरे को फंडिंग, वो प्रोड्यूसर को मूवी के लिए फंडिंग के लिए वो बैंक पैसा नहीं देता था, so you had to go through your D gang for your producer money, right? Basically, you had to borrow from outside the banking system to basically produce your money. The second thing was, once you had that money, that was one aspect. Government of India closed that over time. Then there's the distribution aspect. Distribution के लिए तेरे को हर एक यूनियन, हर एक पॉलिटिकल पार्टी, उसका एक चेला रहता है, उसको सब पैसा दे के तेरे को देना पड़ता था. This is how margins get eaten up. Recently, what's been happening in India is that these distribution networks have slowly become professionalized. They are no longer in the hands of your gundas.
Yeah.
So your margins have been improving a little bit. क्योंकि प्रोफेशनल है तो तुझे थोड़ा गारंटी तो मिलता है. हाँ, मैं तुझे 100 रुपए का सर्विसेज तेरे से मैं खरीदता हूँ, मुझे 100 रुपए का सर्विसेज मिलेगा ही मिलेगा. In the previous system, when it was older, like even if you went 10 years back in time, you paid a distributor $100, वो तुझे राम भरोसे से तुझे 20 rupees का सर्विस मिलेगा.
No, but
Right, so
now there's a different problem. No, the fact that people are, these big production companies are basically like booking multiplex slots, like, and pushing out other movies. So we have this problem now, right?
you see, as you advance, you'll solve some problems, new problems will arise.
Yeah.
So that's what I mean to say, right? ठीक है, you might have a point by saying taxes is the problem, but that's the problem now, right? Today. But that was not true even 5 years ago.
It's not right now.
Yeah,
Yeah, and the problem that we haven't even started, discussing in terms of, yeah, go ahead, Bhupen.
No, you go ahead.
Okay, the problem we haven't even started discussing in terms of Bollywood, we have discussed this in terms of Tollywood, because the problem is much more dire in Tollywood, but it's much more streamlined and well-oiled in the rest of the country, which is the unionbazi of all technicians. It was extremely unfortunate that a nationalistic patriotic movie whose story is set in India was shot in Serbia. Now, half the Dhurandhar movie is also shot in Thailand. It's cheaper for them to go to a different country like Serbia, hire equipment there, shoot it, come back. It's cheaper than doing it in India. What the fuck? Technicians are losing out on their jobs by being more unionized and more united and demanding collective bargaining power. Chutiya Serbia mein jaake shooting kar raha hai nationalist movie. Patriotic director out of Thailand.
Yes.
Yeah. But ये सब, it'll come back and it'll सबके सर पे अभी दंडा होने वाला है कुछ भी करके. See, this is all a cycle. I've seen this in Mumbai. It's just a point of time.
Same thing
right?
in LA as well.
Yeah.
A lot of Hollywood movies are being shot in UK instead of LA, even though it's set in US.
Because this SAG is going crazy. SAG is like, मुझे ये चाहिए, मुझे वो चाहिए, मुझे union ये चाहिए. Like, you know, that strike ruined that actors. It literally ruined the entire Marvel mid-range shows, TV shows. The entire writing went to shit. Because suddenly everyone just left.
Yeah.
Stopped.
It's extremely disheartening to see this happening in Indian markets too.
No, but if you if you notice one thing, except for location shooting, which is a different ball game completely, Telugu cinema is primarily still based in former Andhra Pradesh. The Ramoji Film Studio basically turned the entire production aspect of it on its head.
And
So
Kannada
then
cinema
why
too,
did
I think,
RRR
to
go
some extent.
to
Kannada and
Serbia?
Tamil cinema.
To Ukraine then?
Uh,
Why did RRR go to
n-
Ukraine?
like I said, except for specific location shots, right? Sometimes a director might go to a location, basically be like, oh, this is a perfect place for a dance number, right? And those are
Yeah.
very specific things. And that's like, you can say that's up to the director's creative process. But the rest of the movie was primarily shot in Ramoji Studios.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
True,
same thing
true.
for
RRR
Dhurandhar, I
going
think.
to RRR going to Ukraine and Uri going to Serbia are not the same problems. RRR is more a creative decision, like all Shah Rukh Khan
Okay.
songs being shot in Switzerland. Serbia तो मतलब if push is coming to shove, therefore जा रहा है Serbia shoot करने का
Sorry, can we stop getting Shah Rukh Khan
because
movies,
of the
please?
army equipment that they were showing, all the gears.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I
Can we
think
stop getting Shah Rukh
same
Khan
thing can
movies,
be
please?
said for Dhurandhar too, because Dhurandhar, you need to depict Liari in Pakistan. I think that's why they chose Thailand for that, because some location issue was there. You cannot be shot somewhere
What
in
location
India,
issue?
I think.
अरे लोकल दादाओं को पैसा देना पड़ेगा, वही है लोकेशन इशू. और आरआरआर गोइंग टू यूक्रेन माइट आल्सो बी दैट वो वैसा ब्यूटीफुल बिल्डिंग इंडिया में बहुत मिल
लेकिन
जाएंगे,
बाकी
कार्डबोर्ड
सारे
से बना
शॉट्स
लेते
तो
हैं फिर भी.
उत्तर प्रदेश और उत्तराखंड, हिमाचल में तो शूट कर लिया था उन्होंने, इसलिए मैं बोल रहा
हाँ,
हूँ इसके
वहां
बारे
पे लोकल दादाओं को पैसा देने का पैसा था, फिर गाने के टाइम पे खत्म हो गया होगा. अनलिमिटेड किटी तो नहीं है.
I mean, the thing is like if they shot this in say any studio in Mumbai, सब अपना गिरगिट लोग अपना वो लेली लेफ्ट लिबरल लोग सब आके they would have basically completely destroyed the movie promotion process while during production itself. I think Thailand also, it's not just the fact that they would have been opposed or something like that. Thailand also brought the Aditya Dhar and his production a lot of privacy. The guy has a big red target behind his back.
That is true. No, but
Yeah,
you
that's
know,
a fair
very
point.
interesting.
Yeah.
If they built the sets in India, right, that could have been reused for so many shows, and you could have like literally made some money out of it. Like literally, because that kind of set, that grungy set, is so imminently reusable.
I think you can credit it
Actually,
Thai
Rishabh
industry
Shetty
to Thai
did
film
that with
industry.
Kantara. What you're
Yeah.
talking about, Anand? Rishabh
Yes,
Shetty
yes.
has actually done that with Kantara. He has
Seriously.
set up a movie town, a film town in his Kundapura village,
Yeah.
in Kantara.
Hmm.
So
And you know,
those
जो कि
locations are
जोधा अकबर के साथ
reusable
भी हुआ
for.
था.
Sorry, किसके साथ?
जोधा अकबर के साथ भी वही हुआ था. वो सेट अभी भी एग्जिस्ट करता है एज अ टूरिस्ट स्पॉट, एंड फिर लॉर्ड ऑफ द रिंग्स का तो पूरा विलेज ही अभी भी एग्जिस्ट करता है.
नहीं
By the way,
Exactly.
before
उन-
anybody else makes a point, smoking is injurious to health. Smoking causes cancer. Do not smoke, guys. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, I
ये
mean,
कुंदनपुरा में जो सेट बनाया है ना ऋषभ शेट्टी ने, दैट इज नॉट फॉर टूरिस्ट ओनली. यू कैन शूट मूवीज देयर. वो पूरा फिल्म सिटी के हिसाब से बना है. इट इज रीयूजेबल.
I mean,
And
it
the
just shows.
benefit of having these kind of sets is they have to be maintained. So you create an economy just to maintain those sets.
या
It's so immensely valuable, you know, like these kind of things.
But it
he
just
has
shows.
created a film economy in his village.
Yeah, but most important thing is it shows um, how much more freedom there is in other movie industries within India, right? Like Bollywood, like a person like Aditya Dhar has to go to Thailand for his production just so that he can produce a movie, which and get some privacy for his production shows how captured the Mumbai industry is, right? Versus say Karnataka, versus say the Telugu, so Kannada movie industry versus say the Telugu movie industry. They are all more freer than Bollywood, right? I mean, look at it this way: the entire industry right now.
So sad.
Yeah, it's kind of sad, but this has always been very well known within Mumbai, by the way.
My question is to CSK regarding this. I don't understand that even suppose I am a director, I have a good script, I have chosen the actors, they agree to do the movie. I go to a producer, he's going to take all the expenses for my movie. Then why on earth do I need to hire the union technicians for that? I can hire my own technicians. I can hire them from anywhere in the world.
They come
So
to your
why do I
set
need
and
to
bug
hire
you.
a
They
union
they they come
technician?
to your set and they destroy your set. They
Horrible.
Then I
harass
will.
your
problem is
producers.
What kind of argument is that? I
No,
can
they
work with
harass
this.
your
that's the
the
state. It
illegal
state,
doesn't
route.
the
matter.
state doesn't know how to control law and order. No, that's the whole problem with India.
Yeah.
Why do we have a growth rate of 8.5? We should have a growth rate of 12%, 15%. But the problem is the state doesn't provide the entrepreneur the protection to do his fucking shit on his own without
Our
any
state is
disturbance.
an enforcement deficit state, and
Exactly.
that is the root of the issues and problems we face in India.
Tomorrow,
Enforcement deficit.
even if 10% more enforcement happens, our GDP will go up by 2 or 3%. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Our problem is enforcement, only enforcement.
Yes, but I think people discount the ideological capture, right? Now, you can have enormous, great kind of enforcement, but there are some, let me call it, holy cows the industry will not allow to be produced,
But
right?
how will
So,
they not do it?
Yeah, but Aditya
How will
Dhar
they?
didn't go to Serbia because he feared commie journalists. He went there
Yeah,
because of union buzz in Bollywood.
yeah, I mean, there's also ideological capture within the industry, right? So, usko काम करने नहीं दे. See, you have to understand one thing is that any institution that's been ideologically captured is always obstructionist. माने तुझे जो काम करना है वो
Yeah,
तुझे
yeah.
काम भी नहीं करने देगा.
So it कैसे करते
Yeah,
हैं?
yeah.
Or what is the method of that obstruction?
नहीं,
Through
Yeah, see,
physical violence.
no,
what
no, no,
Mushin
it's
asked,
irrelevant.
the illegal route, the illegal route is what you all said is absolutely right. That is the fact that you will get physically attacked, your sets will get destroyed and stuff. Even legally, even if no one harms you physically, you won't be able to do it because there will be no technician to work for you because they will not get any job after that if they work for you without their union. That is
Yeah,
the same
yeah.
problem in Tollywood as well. It's just insanely more creepy in Tollywood. There's no system to it. It's just more well polished, well oiled, and streamlined in Bollywood. Everywhere there is union buzz in India.
That's legalized extortion, in my opinion. Then it's
It
literally
is,
extorting
but
someone.
Obviously.
It's very,
That's
what
another level of
laws do we
socialism.
have to counter this? What laws do we have
Actually,
to counter this? Nothing.
no, it's
Bollywood has
also,
done this with distributors. कि
yeah.
आपने कश्मीर फाइल्स मूवी क्यों लगाई, अब मैं आपको अपनी फिल्म नहीं लगाने दूंगा. These things have happened.
Yeah, yeah.
इसीलिए बहुत सारे मूवीज को ऑब्स्ट्रक्ट भी करने की कोशिश हुई है.
अरे they stopped Bengal
मुझे
files
लगता है
recently.
बंगाल फाइल्स
Okay.
के साथ बहुत हद तक ये किया
Okay,
गया.
hold on. This one question, a very, very good question to come from Rishabh. Question on this conversation. Is this logistics overhaul in a way for BJP to weed out certain pressure Bollywood had to monkey balance its content? I think it's
No, it's not going to
Nah.
overhaul it to
BJP
that
did
extent.
nothing.
And the
No, I
union
don't
buzz
think-
is not going to go away anytime soon. But one thing is going to happen is I'm very much looking forward to what Yogi Adityanath has plans for. Because he might have
Film
some
city.
other plans to woo it away from Bollywood. And these sorts of right wingers, when they want to woo away somebody, they know how to do it. It means tax breaks. Tax breaks immediately देने से लोग यूपी जाएंगे ही, तो that will be a great new economic model anyway. So I don't have all that much faith with the logistics overall working out for the Indian film industry, but Yogi's idea with UP might do a lot of good to the.
But Niranjan, you need more than tax breaks. You need infrastructure. You need law and order protection.
Anand,
You need legal protection. There are a lot of things you got to do to keep to allow the entrepreneur to be free and create his vision. These are all visions.
Anand, you're jumping 10 steps towards pessimism, right? So the thing is like,
Hey, I'm an optimist. Don't call me a pessimist. How dare you?
I'm just pointing you out. But the thing is like, you need to understand one thing is that when it comes to Hindi cinema, right? Bollywood is essentially Hindi cinema, right? The Mumbai film industry has always had a very dominant role in it. Now, that dominance meant that you could dictate terms to everybody else, right? Now, what Yogi Adityanath is doing is that he has the right idea. Create a film industry, film set banao, film city banao, bring people in, right? Once you do that, you're essentially breaking the dominance of Bollywood movie industry. You're breaking those captured
A new
institutions.
heartland for Hindi cinema. A new
But how
heartland
do
for
you
Hindi cinema,
distribute?
not
But
Mumbai,
how do you distribute
not
them?
UP.
No,
वो
wait,
सब अपने आप
wait.
आएगा.
Arey,
See,
wait. Anand, hold on. See, I know about it because I read a lot of things on that. So he's building probably a film city in Noida.
Okay.
Exactly, I don't remember. Yeah, in Noida, he's building a film city. So Noida
Okay.
itself is a kind of a separate zone from UP itself. Noida is a kind of
Okay.
like a near NCR. So he's
Okay.
building probably a film city near Noida or areas, and you already have the infrastructure, everything from roads,
Okay.
everything is there. He's building it there. So and that will cater to a lot of regional cinema, Bengali, Odia, Bhojpuri, all those things they will cater to. They will have the market immediately, and then they will pull in other, especially Bollywood, to actually come and shoot there.
See, that's my point. See, you're missing that one step you're missing.
But
The statement you all made earlier was that what they do is they find out that your this particular filmmaker is making this. Then this and these technicians, these blah 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 people want to work for this filmmaker. The minute they work for this filmmaker, they're blacklisted. Correct? Now, if Yogi Adityanath is building this studio, and anyone who works there can be blacklisted the same way, right?
wait,
And then they will not be able to
wait.
distribute.
Arre,
What
no,
happens then?
wait. See, when
Hmm.
he's building a film city, he's building a whole ecosystem. That film city will have everything from choreographers to everybody there. They're not going
Correct.
to import anything. See, like it will be like this: a production company will come to film city and they will shoot the whole film there itself. They will have the electricity, they will have the infra, they will have the people there already there. They will choose and go and do work.
I get
It is
all that.
plug and play. It's plug and
All that I
play.
get. All that I get.
Ah,
But you understand,
hmm,
even this kind of talent, right? They like to
hmm,
move to opportunities. Like today they may be the film city, right?
hmm,
Tomorrow they may
hmm,
have to go to work in another region or industry. My
hmm.
point is, why would they even join the film city knowing the threat that boycotting can happen at the film city? See, that's what I'm saying. You need
Because
legal
Because the
wait,
protection.
technician boycott.
wait.
You
You
need
go
legal
ahead,
protection.
go ahead, Niyajanda, go ahead. Niyajanda knows more about it. Go ahead.
The technician boycott does not happen for ideological reasons all the time. It has happened
Okay.
significantly with people like Vivek Agnihotri and stuff. It's not going to go on forever because after all, everyone needs money. The
Uh,
technician boycott happens if they work outside their union. That's the more
okay.
significant problem, not just boycotts. That's why
Okay.
Vivek Agnihotri survives. What Rishabh was
No, but
asking here.
something we
He's
need,
still
we need,
working
no,
with.
we
and
need
the other.
legal protections for such people to expand their horizons beyond ideological groupings. So, for example, if for example you're
I
you're blacklisted for going after ideological group, you can sue that group. There should be such legal protections, in my opinion.
Okay, Munshi, go ahead.
that's all secondary, right? Let me give you an example from the past itself, recent
Mhm.
past. Um, Rajiv Gandhi comes to power in the late 80s, and he's like full on hardcore on secularism, right? And in Andhra Pradesh, you actually had N.T. Ramarao over there. Uh, and the Telugu movie industry is like very bhakti oriented. N.T. Ramarao is like heavily into, he's a big Ram Bhakt. So Rajiv Gandhi says, hey, your movie industry also needs to secularize, नहीं तो हम तुझे facilities नहीं देंगे. What does N.T. Ramarao do? He says, F you to Rajiv Gandhi, and he starts constructing Ramoji Film City. And there you go. Like, and the Telugu movie industry just continues the way it is. वो अभी भी उन लोग आजकल भक्ति मूवी बहुत बनाते हैं without any diktat from New Delhi. So the ultimate thing is that when you build what Yogi is trying to do similar things with the Hindi movie industry. Right now, it's, let me put it in very simple terms, monopolized by Mumbai.
I get that.
The Hindi movie industry is monopolized by Mumbai. Right?
I
He's
get that.
breaking that monopoly. The moment you break all that monopoly, your union bazi sub it'll become extremely muted. I'm not saying it won't go away, it'll go away. I'm saying it'll become muted. If you're an ambitious technician, right, you can't find an opportunity in Mumbai. Okay, fine, you could go to Noida. You can get the same kind of you can get funding, you can get technicians. you also get a set.
No, no.
Maybe it might be even cheaper.
Same.
Right? Today an
Exact
Aditya Dhar
same.
is
Exact same formations of Unionbazi will immediately crop up in the Noida film industry as well,
But
but it
what's happening in
It just
Andhra
won't
Pradesh?
face the risks of those ideological boycotts. Ideological boycotts
maybe.
won't happen.
Let's see.
The systemic problem will persist, but the ideological problem can be solved.
I
Yes.
mean, let's
But
see.
that
I'm
Yes,
depends
not
that's what will
on the
happen.
government.
I'm not that set on the Union Bazi stuff because Ramoji itself is not heavily Union Bazi.
Yeah, but my point is
That has
the
to also
Ramoji
do
doesn't have
with
to
the
be
culture of
Unionbazi.
Telangana.
No,
The
I'm,
industry.
That also has
The
to do
industry
with the
has
culture
to.
of Telangana. Telangana is very entrepreneurial compared to other states.
No, it
KCR
doesn't
was
have
very
to.
supportive of
no,
industrialists.
I'm just saying I'm keeping my mind open, right? Whether it turns out to be Union Bazi or
Hmm,
not is a question for the
hmm.
future, right? वो बना रहा है अभी वो बड़ी बात है. Competition आ रहा है वो बड़ी बात है.
कोई
Right?
नहीं बोल रहा है कि अच्छी बात नहीं है, बड़ी बात नहीं है. My point is we need to think 10 years ahead of what are going to come. See, they are already doing this work, right? They're doing this work, taking good step. But my point is, at some point, if you want to really, what's it called, liberate the entertainment space, you need legal protections for people who want to break
Listen,
out of ideological bubbles. You need that.
I have a thing here to say that Union Bazi, I think, is going to change its flavor simply. You will have left-leaning Union Bazi to Hindutva Union Bazi in some way or the other. So
वो
that is going to happen.
Imagine
इंटेग्रल
Hindutva Union
ह्यूमनिज्म
Bazi.
वाला यूनियन बाजी होगा यहाँ पर.
अरे,
इंटेग्रल ह्यूमनिज्म
No,
चलेगा यहाँ.
Okay,
वो होगा.
okay, hold on. This
देखो
one
भाई,
good question has come.
most wait, yeah, I'll just make the last point here. Technicians are leftists to begin with, and see, when even if you have read some Thomas Sowell and stuff, which is going to be a miracle if you're a hardcore technician who is working on his craft. I don't think they are going to spend time reading Thomas Sowell, but even if they do, when push comes to shove, they will want to unionize because off the top of its head, in the short term, it gives you an illusion of work safety. वो जब वर्क सेफ्टी का एडिक्शन फिर से लगेगा नोएडा में भी वो सब सेम ही काम करेंगे एंड स्पेशली बिकॉज द स्टूडियो वेयर द मूवी इज बीइंग शॉट the owners of that place do not enforce this. They might be a part of that system, but it's going to be all other technicians in the rest of the country who are part of some union or the other who are going to boycott those unions, that's the biggest financiers, producers, the movie hall owners. All of them are going to boycott those particular entrepreneurialistic technicians who work outside an union.
That's what my worry is.
They're not going to let them work without fully independent because
let's see. I think markets have the entire fundamentals have changed. I don't think it's going to be the same, but let's see. I'm still keeping my mind open.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers
One
crossed.
thing that I believe.
Sorry. Can I finish? Yeah. I do think the work safety stuff is going to remain, irrespective of what you think it is. That उसका वो union बाजी हमेशा रहने वाला है. Because movie industries are weirdly enough they're very exploitative. So वो तो रहने वाला है कुछ भी करके.
Lavanya's question is very interesting.
वो तो मतलब seemingly exploitative है, इसीलिए जब इंडिया सोशलिस्ट हेलहोल था तब भी बढ़िया फिल्म बनते थे. एक्सप्लॉइटेशन से ही तो बढ़िया काम होता है लग रहा है.
हाँ, वो तो हमेशा होते रहता है.
I mean, we say exploit resources. So if you can exploit gold and gems, why can't you exploit humans? Like literally, वही है.
No, I mean, like I live in Hollywood, near Hollywood North, right? यहाँ पर it's even despite union bazi, they still make people work 14, 15 hours, and make them work overnight, right? So ये सब work safety related exploitation हमेशा होते रहता है.
अरे games industry में,
Yeah.
they make them work like mad. They don't get rest. They work like 16 hours a day, and their quality is just going down because there are these big companies like EA and stuff, right? EA, Epic and stuff. They really like they suck the life out of their people, like literally.
So
A
now
lot of
what
these
do you
game
think about
developers
Kantara?
are leaving their old companies because of the same thing. Because these publishers just suck the life out of their their workers because they have nowhere else to go. They basically they're like क्या बोलते हैं? There's no other companies to compete with them.
Indentured laborers.
Indian there's no effective competition, right? ये देखो ये non-stop बनाता रहता है ये FIFA का. Every year there's a new FIFA game. When there's nothing effectively new about each new FIFA game. But the people who make that shit are made to work like crazy. Right?
So what do you think about the workers in Kantara now?
Yeah. Tell me.
Bhupendra, can you read the question again?
Yeah. So does Dhurandhar success prove that domestic audience, less than Gulf Muslim nation ideological, greater than Muslim nations ideological pressure and boycott? So she's saying is that because this movie is banned in the Gulf countries, but still it has made about 500 crores. It has made good money in North America. Okay, so does this represent correct that because they are making those monkey balancing movies because the market is there in Gulf, so will that change? This movie will change that scenario to everybody actually.
I have a different take here, right? For me, it's not ideological. For me, it's more financial, right? So if a movie like Dhurandhar can earn 500 crores in domestically, it just means the audience here is ready for those kinds of movies. One, two, that it is a profitable venture with higher margins. Three, you don't need to depend on the Gulf market for high margins now.
I have a different thing here because
Okay, hold on, everybody. Nejanda, your take because.
Yeah. I agree that it's definitely going to show more people who are banning these movies or who think banning this will get them anything. That no, यहाँ पे भी पैसा कमाने का बहुत बढ़िया मौका है, तो ban नहीं करते हैं, वो भी होगा. And besides, a good movie is a good movie. Ultimately, people will watch it. Especially developed Muslim countries, I bet you they are secretly watching this movie already, have watched it, or they are going to watch it definitely when it releases because they don't give a shit about Pakistan's terrorists anyway. So Saudi Arabia, UAE Muslims are definitely going to watch it and love it, and they're going to look forward to more such movies because everyone loves, after all, a heroic police officer versus an asshole terrorist movie. That's
on streaming, correct?
I mean,
on streaming. On streaming, they watch on streaming. They watch on streaming, most probably, not on cinemas.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, I have one thing.
Okay. Okay. Hold on. Before anybody, Skanda has come. So Skanda, go ahead.
Do you want me to take a question, the same question, or can I talk about films?
You can answer this question. So you can answer this question, and then you can your point later. So let's stick to this question. If you have anything to say.
So Indian domestic market for movies has always been bigger than the Gulf nations market. I'm talking about film theaters. Now they are actually expanding that business there. So for a few years, this will be the case. Domestic audience should be the focus because our market is bigger than theirs. In 10 years, if they do exponential market also, then maybe we can think about this question. But again, Dhurandhar has excellent Arabic fusion music and all. And as Niranjan already said, they don't give a fuck about Pakistan. This country could have been anything, like Afghanistan or something else also. Still, the result would be the same. And one more thing is, they have more affinity towards Indian movies than Pakistani movies or something like that. So this can be utilized by us in a far more better alternatives if we have more film cities or more something like that. Ours sucks actually. We don't have I think the total Indian theaters won't even cross 5,000 or something like that. So we need to expand the domestic market as well. Again, the capitalism thing comes here also. So maybe we need to work on improving the infrastructure from the business point of view, and then we can think about this question. But I think that domestic market, even after 15 to 20 years or so, is going to dominate the Gulf countries market because we have that many population.
Okay. So now, Anand, go ahead.
Okay, so I have a little different perspective on this. I don't think the ban in Gulf countries is ideological. I think it's law and order. So majority of the Gulf countries, the workforce is a mix of Indians, like a little more high skilled, Pakistanis and Bangladeshis and low skilled, right? And theaters are not like, oh, only high skilled people will go and low skilled people will go. The worry is that if theaters show this movie, there could be conflict in theaters while people are watching the movie, right? So their risk is not about ideology. It's about the fact that there could be law and order problems in such a mixed market, right?
Yeah, quite possible.
My opinion. Sorry?
Yeah,
Yeah, I
you're
said
saying
quite
something.
possible.
Huh. So that's what the reason why this is pragmatism, because I think Gulf people are very pragmatic. They're not like these Pakistanis. Like, I'm sorry, Pakistanis are a mental case. Gulf people actually are with some brain. Okay, so let's differentiate the groups, because it's not banned in Africa. Africa also a lot of Muslim people, but there are not many mix of Pakistanis, Indians, and Bangladeshis there. So that conflict chance is not there. It's not banned there. Second thing, I think the Indian market is more important than the Gulf market. It's for the movie to do well in. Because fundamentally it needs to change the attitude in India, not in the Gulf market. We don't have to preach to them. That's not required. Right? Third point, I think like someone said about OTT, they will all watch it on OTT, or they will watch it in private screenings. There will be private screenings for all the rich, because most of the Gulf people are rich people, right? They'll have private screenings where the riffraff doesn't have to watch. So they'll have private screenings, and they pay distributors money for that. So the money that these people make will come from that private screen, not through the public market.
Yes. Yes.
और एक बात है इसमें कि देखिए
Wait. I think we had who is there? Who is Mushin? Mushin, you had a point, correct? Mushin, go ahead.
Yeah, I think. Am I audible?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Then
I think
I
that-
will see.
Yeah, I think it's more of a question than an opinion. I think most of the film industries of India, apart from Bollywood, I think they are Gulf agnostic in one way or the other. They are only solely rely on domestic market and to some extent the European and the North American market for their revenue. So I don't think that after this incident, I think it is going to become common for Bollywood also to not rely on the Gulf market further. So I don't think it's a very big dent on the industry whatsoever.
There's one market that relies on the Gulf market, Indian market.
Yeah.
Which is the Kerala movie.
Yes, because we can't.
Kerala
Because
movie
we can't have.
the Gulf market.
Because we can't have a situation like China, where Chinese people alone watching the film will make it a gigantic worldwide hit budget-wise. Therefore, we need to look elsewhere. If all Indians watched at least some Indian movies.
China is an aberration, Nirajan. China is an aberration because China allows 10 movies in a year. Outside movies. So China is an aberration. You can't take that as a
and the Chinese view is not like the Indian.
And besides, we are not going to do.
Wait.
Yeah, because I don't
now we will have Brahmical God speak. Brahmical God, your turn to speak.
ओके सो मुझे एक बात और लगती है कि पहले बॉलीवुड पर एक मोनोपोली थी कुछ प्रोडक्शन हाउसेस की, और जो फिल्में उनकी आइडिया से हटकर होती थी वो उसका प्रमोशन नहीं होने देते थे, उसे बाहर ही नहीं आने देते थे, लोगों के कॉन्शियसनेस में ही नहीं आने देते थे. अब क्या है, जब से ओटीटी आया है, सोशल मीडिया आया है, सो a different avenue for promotion has opened up. लोगों को पता चलता है कि अरे ये कुछ अलग टाइप की मूवी आ रही है, जिससे जो इंडियन मार्केट में हमारे जो नेशनलिस्ट टाइप के लोगों को एक्सेस नहीं मिलता था, अब वो इंडियन मार्केट में भी एक्सेस मिल रहा है. They are still sort of barriers created for them to not allow their movies to be promoted, but वो उनको एक अलग एवेन्यू मिला जो कि सोशल मीडिया है. ये आप हमारे नेशनल आइडियोलॉजी के साथ भी देख सकते हैं. हमारी आइडियोलॉजी ट्रेडिशनल पाथ से नहीं आई, सोशल मीडिया से आई. तो उससे इंडिया में एक मार्केट क्रिएट हो गया है जो नॉन लेफ्ट मूवीज का है, और हमारे मार्केट का इंडियन मार्केट का पोटेंशियल पता चल रहा है कि ये हमेशा से गल्फ से ज्यादा रही है इंडियन मूवीज के लिए। हम लोग गल्फ को ज्यादा ओवररेट करते हैं, स्पेशली बॉलीवुड। जब से ओटीटी आया है, सोशल मीडिया आया है, तब से इंडियन मार्केट ने, स्पेशली जो राइट विंगर्स है, उन्होंने अपना मनी का पावर दिखाया है। आई थिंक राइट विंगर्स हैव जनरली हैव मोर मनी देन द लेफ्ट विंगर्स ऑन एन एवरेज, मिडिल क्लास एंड वो लोग। तो वो ज्यादा
Yeah.
केपेबल है इंडिया में किसी भी फिल्म को हिट बनाने के लिए अपने दम पर। तो वो हो रहा
हाँ,
है।
क्योंकि पहले तो
एंड
प्रॉपरली पैन इंडिया मूवीज तो होते नहीं थे। अब तो धुरंधर भी काइंड ऑफ पैन इंडिया मूवी ही है शायद। तो अगर पैन इंडिया ना हो के भी 500 करोड़ कमा लेता है इतने कम दिनों में, तब तो पीपल विल नो के कौन से मूवी में पैसा है, कहाँ पे स्कोर
Because
करता है।
generally in societies worldwide, left wingers are the elite or extremely poor. Extremely poor or extremely elite. Majority of the so-called right wing or center right are middle class. And the countries with the largest middle class will tend to be more right wing or center right.
Working class is
और
right wing.
और लहू कहाँ लगा, मैं बताता हूँ कहाँ लहू मुंह लग गया वाला मोमेंट हो, वो था बाहुबली। बाहुबली ने वो पोटेंशियल दिखा दिया कि एक ऐसा फिल्म जो कि राष्ट्रवादी कहना तो उचित नहीं होगा, जो कि हिंदू कल्चर को रिस्पेक्ट करता है, हमारे वैल्यूज को रिस्पेक्ट करता है, वो इतना बड़ा हिट हो सकती है कि वो 1000 करोड़ से ऊपर कमा सकती है, और उसको
अरे
विदेश
idol
में भी
worship,
जाने की आवश्यकता नहीं है, भारत
idol
में ही वो
worship
1000
proudly
करोड़ कमा
दिखाया है
सकती है।
भाई। Idol worship
किसको?
proudly दिखाया है।
हाँ
Sacrifice
हाँ
proudly दिखाया है।
हाँ।
You know,
तो
subversive that is.
Yeah.
दोनों
Indian
sacrifice
cinema
कहीं
can
ना
दिखाया है भाई।
absolutely be described as pre-Bahubali and post-Bahubali eras are completely different in Indian cinema. The main historical turning point was Bahubali.
And you notice
And then
leftist ने एक problem बाहुबली ने पिकअप नहीं किया है, which they could have really used to destroy बाहुबली। वो डार्क स्किन वाला प्रॉब्लम, जो रेसिज्म का
अरे
प्रॉब्लम है उस मूवी में, ग्लेयरिंग मुंह पे दिखता है,
Yes.
वो उसके बारे में बात ही
काय
नहीं की
आइडिया दे
उन्होंने।
रहे हो आनंद भाई, ये सब आइडिया मत दो,
Yes.
दुश्मन को स्कीम मत बताओ।
अरे इसीलिए मैं बोल रहा हूँ, यू नीड मी इन द राइट विंग। मैं आई नो एग्जैक्टली
अरे
हाउ
रुक,
लेफ्ट विंग थिंक्स।
अरे तुम आ जाओ, तुम यहाँ आ जाओ। अरे ये जवाब दो। आई थिंक दिस इज वेरी गुड क्वेश्चन फॉर एवरीबॉडी। डिड निराजन एंड गेस्ट वॉच बारामूला? तो एक कुछ रिव्यू दे दो। वी आर डूइंग अ
No,
4 hour लॉन्ग रिव्यू शो।
नहीं देखा।
I haven't watched Baramulla.
Okay, who has watched it? Anybody can share any thoughts? किसने देखा है?
I
Okay,
haven't
nobody
watched,
has
but I
watched
have
it.
some thoughts, which is I had some thoughts even without watching it, which is
Hmm.
that it was very well done because I didn't even know it's about the Kashmir Hindu genocide. So ट्रेलर देख के, ट्रेलर पूरा देखा भी नहीं शायद, टीजर थोड़ा देखा, लुक बढ़िया लगा, देख आई वुड हैव वॉच्ड इट। अभी भी टाइम कभी मिले तो देख लूंगा। तो इवन माय फॉर्मर लेफ्टिस्ट ब्रेन डिड नॉट रिजेक्ट द मूवी कि वो राइट विंग मूवी है, वो लगा नहीं। राइट विंग मूवी अगर नहीं लगे और कॉमी देखने पे मजबूर हो जाए, दैट इज द बिगेस्ट गेम चेंजर एंड विक्ट्री वी कैन होप फॉर, एंड दैट्स वेयर बारामूला आई थिंक पीक्ड, बिकॉज विथ छावा और इवन धुरंधर we know that there will be Pakistan bashing. बारामूला में मुझे पता ही नहीं था कि क्या टॉपिक पे मूवी है। उसके बाद तो राइट विंगर्स ने जाके हर किसी को बता दिया, चिल्ला के स्कीम बता दिया कि देखो अब हम सटल मैसेजिंग सीख गए हैं। उससे थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम हो गया। अगर हर कोई अपना मुंह बंद रखता तो और भी ज्यादा कॉमी would have ended up watching बारामूला, which they
यही
didn't
तो
only
प्रॉब्लम है
because
राइट विंगर का। राइट विंगर का प्रॉब्लम यही है, सब पानी फेर देते हैं। वेल मेड
हमको ढिंडोरा पीटना अच्छा लगता है, ढाक ढोल बजा के, एकदम जैसे बच्चे का जन्म होता है ना, तो बर्तन बजाते हैं कि जन्म हुआ, हम लोग का वो हाल है कि बारामूला का जन्म हुआ,
एक चीज
सटल
बताओ,
मूवी का
बारामूला
जन्म
सटल
हुआ।
मैसेजिंग है, सबको बता दिया।
Ethan Baramula is a horror story. It's a horror film, right?
इसलिए मैंने
Yeah.
देखा नहीं अब
Yeah.
तक, इसलिए नहीं देखा।
Okay, I will check it out then.
एक बात मुझे धुरंधर की बहुत अच्छी लगी, इस फिल्म का टाइटल। ये बहुत ही, मतलब आजकल के जेनजी लोग ये शब्द का प्रयोग नहीं करते, पर हम लोग जहाँ रहते थे वो इलाके में हम लोग बोलते ते क्या बहुत बड़ा धुरंधर है बे। तो
ये तो बांग्ला में बहुत
धुरंधर का
प्रयोग होता है
अर्थ
इस
मैं
शब्द का।
समझाता हूँ,
बंगाल में
धुरंधर का अर्थ मैं समझाता हूँ, जो बहुत बड़ा मास्टर होता है, एक्सपर्ट किसी भी काम में। धुरंधर कि बहुत बड़ा धुरंधर है, कोई भी काम कर लेगा, इससे सकना बहुत मुश्किल है, धुरंधर है। तो मुझे ये टाइटल बहुत अच्छा लगा। ये टाइटल बहुत ही हिंदी टाइटल है
Yes,
और
yes.
बहुत ही
बहुत neutral है.
एकदम उर्दू टाइटल नहीं है और
नहीं.
एक्चुअली ये संस्कृत वर्ड से ही आया है, पर ये टाइटल मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा। बहुत ऐसे शब्द को चुना
अरे
है जो
धुरंधर
बोलचाल की हिंदी में बहुत प्रयोग में लाया
See,
जाता है।
इसीलिए if they had
Dhurandhar
used some,
Shabd is completely Sanskrit actually. And it
अरे
means
I'm
literally
telling
means someone who can carry a lot of weight. Someone who can carry a lot of load actually. It means literally that in Sanskrit.
और
नहीं
ये
नहीं वही
हिंदी में ही ज्यादा उपयोग में लाया जाता है। मैंने बंगालीज को कभी धुरंधर बोलते हुए नहीं सुना। ये हिंदी भाषी लोग ही बोलते हैं।
हम तो बहुत बोलते
बहुत
हैं
बड़े
हाँ,
धुरंधर
बंगाली में
होते हैं।
कॉमन वर्ड।
ऐसा है।
No, no, no. Bengali में it's quite used. Dhurandhar, it's quite.
Yes.
अभी नहीं होता है, but it was quite common
You
actually.
can read novels, you can see it a lot
Yes.
used everywhere.
अरे I
It
have
has
a question
kind
for
of
you.
gone out of fashion a little. Yeah.
I have an interesting question for you. What do you think would have been a good so-called Bengali word to describe the entire action in the Bengal Files instead of the name the Bengal Files? Some word similar to what happens in the Bengal Files, but a good Bengali word. What do you think? What do you guys think?
Trahi.
Trahi. That sounds nice. Catchy. What about you, Bhupen?
No, I cannot find the right word because I am not speaking Bengali for last 12 years, so my
Okay.
vocabulary is gone. Outside.
मैं
Okay, Ananda, because if you wanted a separate title for the Bengal Files movie, then I think I have to think about it deeply because Bengali film titles are very weird and out of touch with the actual
Just think,
plot points of
what
the
if
story.
the Bengal Files is
मैं
called something like that? Maybe you'd have
मैं
captured more imagination than just the Bengal Files. I find the names of these
I can
three movies
First of all,
are
any
very.
Bengali word that you can think of is applicable for Sanskrit. So you can think from the Sanskrit lens as well. Think of any good Sanskrit
Yes.
word, just pronounce
I
it.
can
Pronounce
tell
the
one
as
thing.
and
I
One
have a
example
word.
like
I have a word. I have a word.
Checholisha Noroshonghar. I can use this.
I have a word. Roktonir.
Oh.
Roktonir means bloody waters.
Yeah, that was
आनंद
my.
तुम्हारा ये कॉपीराइट लग जाएगा.
क्यों? ये
रक्त
ऐसा
बीज रक्त नीड looks very similar, sounds very similar.
वाह क्या
But really,
बात है
that is
रक्तो
just
बीज is
imagine.
seed, neer is water.
Just
How
imagine.
is that?
Let's imagine that
Yeah,
one.
need
That
is
might have
water.
been
Roktonir.
more camp.
Need can also
Interesting
mean a
take.
nest actually. Nest.
Interesting take.
Nest.
Nandish is saying we use Dhurandhar in Kannada as well.
Dhurandhara. So Kannada use the prefix, the suffix at the end of many words. It would have been Dhurandharam in Tamil. I don't know what it would have been.
Actually, Anand, I have a better name for Bengal Files you asked. You can call it Chicholisher Obhishap.
Oh,
The
that's too
Curse
long.
of 46.
It's too
No one will
long.
watch that movie with that name. It sounds very documentary. It sounds like a J.U. Jhola Chap guy black and white documentary where we'll have sexual explorations of famous freedom fighters.
Yeah, I guess so. But just Obhishap, then Obhishap only. The curse, Obhishap.
Yeah, something like that. Yes.
That could also work. That could work. Shorter. The other one is too long. It's just too long. Too many words to say. You know.
Yeah. We have an extempore creative writing competition, film naming competition right now going on.
Actually, Bomkesh Bakshi had a novel regarding this 46 Great Calcutta Killing. I'm forgetting its name actually right now.
Yeah.
Which story? I remember actually. It was there.
Yeah, actually, Radio Mirchi did a show on it and they completely messed up the story. We talked about it before also.
Actually, I wouldn't rename the Bengal Files. I'd let the movie just release and then create another Bengal Files and then call it something else. Like the thing is, I want to highlight the difference why Dhurandhar was successful and why other movies aren't, right? And why the approach taken by Agnihotri is important. One is that Dhurandhar actually portrayed the zeitgeist of these moments. Like everybody here has, when I say IC 814, everybody here understands exactly what I mean by IC 814, right? when I talk about the 2001 Parliament attack, everybody knows exactly what that means, right? Maybe for a younger
Munshi,
audience, they might not know. Hold on.
I'm sorry to say, but that is not the truth. You cannot underestimate the ignorance of the Indian population. I
No, no.
talked to
I
a lot
think
of people, my
you're.
friends.
Hold
Okay,
on, hold on. Let
hold
me
on.
finish.
Let Shastri finish.
Let me finish. Right. When I say 2611, people know exactly what 2611 might be. See,
Excellent.
people might have buried it somewhere. They might have forgotten it. That's all different issue. But it invokes a certain kind of memory. It invokes a certain kind of experience, and people can easily connect with it. Now, when you talk about, say, a Bengal files or a Kashmir files, right? We know about this more privately, right? Like you wouldn't know about the Kashmiri Pandit situation unless you lived in specific parts of Maharashtra, right, where you actually saw the exodus firsthand. Like Bala Sahib basically said, Kashmiri Pandits are welcome in Maharashtra, and he actually resettled them in Maharashtra. Right? You wouldn't understand, say, the partition. Um, I'm talking about the western side of the partition, the Punjabi side of the Sindhi and Punjabi side of the partition, unless you lived in that specific colonies within Maharashtra. Like Ulhasnagar used to be a Sindhi refugee colony, a suburb in Maharashtra, right? So um, all of most of our tragedies have been confined to these very specific hyper local areas, right? And you need to raise awareness. And the best way to raise awareness is to have a very dumbed down version of a movie that just lays it straight for you.
Hmm.
Uh, then you can build upon this and basically have your more artistic takes, right? So a Baramulla would not be successful without a Kashmir Files.
I don't know. I don't agree with that. People are going because of
Yeah, I agree
the horror
with
movie.
Shastri on this because Kashmir File has created a base. Baramulla gives references to that base. वो बेस लिटरेचर होना बहुत जरूरी है तभी आप वो रेफरेंसेस सटल सिंबलिज्म समझ पाएंगे जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल कश्मीर फाइल्स में दिखाया कि कश्मीरी पंडित्स को कैसे मारा गया ओके
Okay.
अब बारामूला में सिंबलिज्म है कि सबसे ज्यादा जो रील चल रहा है कि एक लेडी मुस्लिम लेडी घुसती है वहां पर एक शिवलिंग है और कुछ भगवान के चित्र है और पीछे वो शिव जी का भजन चल रहा है वो बहुत ही पॉपुलर सीन है तो वो उसके पीछे का कहानी आपको समझ में नहीं आएगा जब तक आपको कश्मीर फाइल जैसी अंडरस्टैंडिंग नहीं होगी कि मारा काटा गया तो वो बेस
I
चाहिए
think,
आपको पूरा फैक्चुअल बेस
yeah.
तभी
So
आप
it's
इस प्रकार के सटलर मूवीज बना सकते
so you're
Munshi,
saying
I
The
have a
the
base or
Baramulla
basic.
doesn't explicit. One second, I have a question. So you're saying explicitly Baramulla doesn't show you doesn't explain to you the genocide that happened. It just hints to it. So you have to know
या
about it in advance. Okay.
Yeah,
या
so you
इट
yeah,
need
इज
that
मोस्ट
base.
सटलर रेफरेंस
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
you need that basic awareness is what I'm trying to say, and that comes out with a very dumbed down movie.
Hmm.
Like for
That
all
makes
its
sense.
flaws, Kashmir Files was very straightforward. एक एक छोकरी जिसको इंडिया के बारे में कुछ नहीं मालूम है, she watches it, she understands exactly what the heck is happening.
That I understand. That I understand.
yeah, I think my take is a bit different here. I think if you compare Kashmir Files and Baramulla together, I think Stalin has a quote in this one. One death is a tragedy, a million deaths is a statistics. When we see
Hmm.
Kashmir Files, it takes us to the realm of statistical understanding of a massacre of a lot of people, exodus of a lot of people from their homeland. But when you see Baramulla, it individualizes the victims. It makes you connect with them in a different way. So you can
Hmm.
connect with this more. This is the leftist strategy. You must understand this because the leftists will never show something like Kashmir Files. They will never show exodus of a lot of people. They will not show some concentration camp where millions of Jews are being slaughtered. They will just pick up one Jewish family and focus on it. Focus on how that Jewish family is suffering in the hands of the Nazis. The similar thing is happening in Baramulla in small suggestive manners. I think
No,
that
That's
makes the
that's
that's not a
Baramulla better thing,
leftist.
better movie.
That's not a leftist thing. That's actually a
just little.
filmmaking technique,
Yeah.
right? Like you Generally, there's theories of parasocial relationship and all of that.
Yeah, I agree with that,
But you
I mean
need
to say
you
that
need a
leftists apply this one.
no. It's not leftist applies. It's a technique that everybody applies. It's not exclusive to leftists.
Yeah, yeah.
It's just that in India they're more competent than everyone else, right? We can debate that, but I think that's a digression for another time. But essentially, it's like for every movie, you need one character that can basically take you through that world,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So that's what that individualization means. It has nothing to do with Marx or Marxist theory or anything like that. It's all just like, Marxist trying to put a sense of ownership behind it. But it's bullshit. It's just basic filmmaking.
It's like how leftists appropriated liberalism when it's not their ideology. It's never been the ideology. They have conveniently
Exactly.
taken same thing with what's the word, intersectionality, right? Intersectionality was not a leftist idea; it was a right wing idea. The idea of that human beings have different what do you call it, social perspectives, and some people experience multiple social perspectives at the same time, and solutions need to be tailored for them. That's not a left wing idea; it's a very right wing concept.
Anand, one gripe is that don't you think that all the suave, subtle understanding of philosophy and all these liberal arts are usually catered to leftists in one way or the other? It almost become a subculture that we always connect it to leftist people or left-leaning people in one way or the
No,
other.
that is
I've s-
because you have to understand one thing. When culture recedes, leftism takes over the space. So
yes,
fundamentally, we have let our culture recede. See,
yes,
why did leftism take over India? Because we receded from the public space. We went to the private. We went to the family. Family को protect करना है. Wealth को protect करना है. The public space is a control of right wingers mostly in most societies. The minute you recede from that public space, you give the leftists the place to go and take it over. Same thing
yes,
happened with
because
China, same thing happened with India. Every culture has abandoned their cultural space to the leftists. That's the mistake we
yes,
make. We need to take it
I
back.
agree with you.
I
Yes,
want to
because
push back a
even the
little
United
bit.
States, you can see that. Okay, Shastri, let me complete it. You
Yeah.
can see that even leftism or overall liberalism is connected to suave, sophistication, subtleness, and on the other hand, right wing or the very quote unquote right wingers are considered to be crass, abrasive, obnoxious. This kind of a tagging has become very commonplace in all the discourse all over the world. Even in India, you can see it in a lot of ways. So that's what
Yep.
I wanted to point out actually.
No, that's more recent, right? But in India,
More
I'll
recent.
I'll just add one more thing is that we never receded the cultural space. We were
I think we did.
systematically suppressed.
I
We
think
were
we did also. We have to take some responsibility.
no. We were extremely systematically suppressed. Right? I mean, if we receded the culture space, then I think then we wouldn't have had Shaurya Divas, right? Like Shaurya Divas it's basically a boiling point of that cultural suppression, and the cultural suppression is now slowly, incrementally being receded, but that suppression always remained.
No, but
No, if we hadn't
But
receded, if we hadn't receded from that space, we wouldn't need a Shorty
yeah,
Divas. Every day would be
that's my
Shorty Divas.
point. We need
No,
we have,
no. I disagree because it's like the state was fundamentally not interested in even listening to you, right? Shaurya Divas was basically a failure of the state, not society. It's a
no, no,
Yes,
it's a reaction of the society against the state. I
no, no,
mean, see, in
yes.
every step of the way, in every step, see, the Shaurya Divas is basically a legitimate claim. There's nothing illegitimate about it. The
no.
state, for decades, um, consistently ignored it, even when political establishments
Arey
were ready
bhai,
to open it up.
Shastri, then we are not in the state with capital S. We are not in the art industry, but we have not receded from those places. Unless your argument is that we were never there to begin with. That can be an argument. But we definitely
No,
lost
no, no,
that
no,
war with
no.
them. Now we are fighting back, claiming back.
Yeah, no, I'm taking a slightly longer view, right? So and again, in the 60s and 70s, you still had a lot of bhakti movies within Bollywood,
Yes, that's my point.
right?
So
And
you're
that
proving my
all,
point.
yeah, that was systematically suppressed through the 70s and the
How were they
80s.
able to suppress it? How
How?
were they able to
That's my
suppress
question.
it?
How did you
Bhakti
suppress
gaya
it?
kahan pe?
The state got involved.
Nahi, it is receded the personal space.
No, 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 no,
Why
no,
didn't
no.
the
You
state
can
get
do
involved with us? Why did the state get involved with them?
because we allowed it. We allowed the
No,
state to get
no,
involved in that
because
personal space.
see, the state is you have to understand one thing. This is why power is most important, right? The state
Hmm.
ultimately exercises a lot of authority over you, right? And so there was huge fights between the Kapoor family and the Indian state, and the Kapoor family lost. They simply lost. At the end of the day, they were harassed by the judiciary. They had to live through permit raj. Their permits were not issued. Then they had to deal with union bazi. Things were so bad that eventually even the Kapoor families had to reach out to the Thakres, and then the Thakres had to make some deals with Marathi elites, and then spring up someone like Arun Gavli in the late
No,
80s.
I don't agree. Take Shastri. Let's take the South industry. Industry is a very good example. The Tamil industry, okay, is a very good example of this. If you look at the 60s, 70s, 80s, right, the amount of bhakti films, even close to the 90s, the amount of bhakti films that were made in South are phenomenal. The number of explicitly religious films, phenomenal, right? And the actors were almost the same, like the powerful actors. So, for example, like Shirai Ganesan, MGR, all of them had that power, political power. And till the later stages of their life, also they had the political power. But during the later stages of life, they receded from these kind of powerful roles, and they gave way to the so-called, the DK, DMK bullshit that's going on right now, the crash shit that they produce on a regular basis.
Again, DK is last 20 years.
But even there, I'm saying my point is the cultural space receded from Tamil film industry. They receded.
No,
They went to the most crass and the least culturally valuable films that they could make.
yeah, but
They
again,
became the same
DK,
copy paste. They copy paste, copy paste, copy paste, copy paste, copy paste, copy paste. There was nothing unique about anything they were doing.
again, this was in the
One
last 20
point:
years.
does censor board have a role to play in this? The
Yes,
way
it
movies
definitely,
were censored.
yeah, they definitely did, right? Your censor board would insist on certain values to be presented because they were considered state values. And if you went to the courts to basically say that, hey, this is oppressive, this is like a violation of my freedom of expression, courts would simply say, no, 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 this is within quote unquote the state's interest,
See,
right?
again, I find this a very weak argument because the US has a similar problem, right? If you remember the Hayes Code, which is it is much worse than anything that India ever had.
No,
And in
but
spite of that, many filmmakers in the West were willing to push their cultural boundaries. I
India
think,
is not the
some level, I
US.
feel the recession of
No, no, no.
the cultural
You're,
space was abandoned, in my opinion.
no,
Then
India's.
Anand,
It,
it's a broader issue. Let me explain. This is a broader issue.
Hmm.
हिंदू लोग कल्चरली कैसे कटे? मंदिर छीन लिया गया, एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशंस छीन लिया गया, आपके कल्चरल इंस्टीट्यूशंस छीन ले गए। वो मूवी पर भी रिफ्लेक्ट करेगा। आप फिर
But कैसे
मूवीज क्यों
छीन ले गया?
बनाएंगे?
कैसे छीन ले गया?
कल्चर जब आपका कल्चरल कॉन्शियसनेस ही छीन लिया गया, तो वो
That's
तो
my point.
मूवीज में भी दिखेगा।
That's my point.
और ऊपर से और ये स्टेट ने किया है, तो आई एग्री विद मुंशी कि ये स्टेट के कारण ही हमारा कल्चरल कॉन्शियसनेस छीना गया है। मंदिर को
Can I
कंट्रोल करा
just
के हमारे हमारे
Okay,
एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशंस को कंट्रोल करके।
okay,
मैं
hold on.
can I
मैं
just
पूरा
jump
कर
in
लूं,
here to?
मैं पूरा कर लूं,
Mhm.
हाँ,
फिर
अगर कर लो।
फिर वो मूवीज पे रिफ्लेक्ट होने लग गया। मुझे ये लगता है कि मूवीज पे
bro,
बाद में रिफ्लेक्शन है। इट्स अ सिम्पटम of
yeah,
what the state
yeah,
has done to the cultural consciousness of the Hindu community.
exactly. And let me just add to this, right? And we're just talking about movies, but the biggest intervention by the state has been in history textbooks. You guys have no idea the amount of recessions that has been happening in state textbooks. So if you, but let me just pick on Maharashtra because that's a state I'm very familiar with. Um, if you picked up a Marathi textbook, Maharashtra State Board history textbook in the 90s, you would have dedicated chapters for basically the Maratha Empire, the contributions that they made to India, right? Like your fifth standard pay, you would only learn about the Maratha Empire. The same textbook went through two revisions, one in 95 and one in 97. The entire Maratha Empire history has been completely wiped out of it. Completely wiped out and replaced by what? Gandhi. So I had to, if you went through Maharashtra State Board schooling, right? You learned about Gandhi three times. The same independence movement, the same Dandi march तुझे तीन बार तुझे सिखाते थे. Fifth, seventh, and ninth. So this is what I mean by the state actively worked in basically suppressing expressions of culture.
See,
To
I'm
add
not.
to this,
Okay,
there
I
was an
have.
interview given
Yeah,
by
sure.
Amir Khan. Okay, there was an interview given by Amir Khan. He said that censor board actively told the filmmakers to not name the neighboring country as the enemy country in movies.
पड़ोसी मुल्क.
But you trust Amir Khan.
पड़ोसी
I
मुल्क
don't
बोलो,
trust him.
पास के मुल्क बोलो. Yes, I think he is not trustable, to be honest. But still, in most of the Bollywood movies, you will see no naming of the neighboring country. And I still have some faith in this statement because India did have such policies. कि non-reciprocal withdrawal of a raw ecosystem in Pakistan. आई के गुजराल क्या कर रहे थे? तो इंडियन स्टेट ने ऐसा नहीं बोला होगा सेंसर बोर्ड के थ्रू. ये पॉसिबल है कि सेंसर बोर्ड ने ये बोला
नहीं
होगा
नहीं,
कि
yes
आप
yes.
पड़ोसी मुल्क का
हाँ
नाम
हाँ.
मत लीजिए.
That is why
Nitendra,
I
अगर
had
नॉन
that
रेसिप्रोसिटी.
original name, right?
okay,
Even that got
Yeah,
censored.
go
For.
ahead.
okay, okay, no, no, Nitendra, I think you have an important point. I think, यहाँ पर.
No, no, I'll digress a little. So let's just Rishabh finish his
Okay,
point.
oh
What
Rishabh,
were you going to say, Rishabh?
bolo.
Yes, I actually, want to look a little forward in this. So the interplay between state and society has always been very interesting, not just in India, but across. And I keep bringing this up. There is a very good video by this German YouTuber in English called Crown. Uh, it talks about how the society and the state have worked with each other or worked against each other in both India and China, and he does a comparative study of it. Very interesting. Thoda sa there is a uh, typical European bias towards it, but something everyone should check out. Uh, Building on that, there is this one issue that people keep forgetting, that in the 60s, 70s onwards, there was a massive level of economic, like even as bad as we were in the 40s and the 50s. 60s and 70s were economically very bad decades for India. Like 1961 to 1971, we saw three wars. We saw massive privatization of our financial industry and our mineral extraction industry. Uh, and as a result of that, a lot of wealth was lost. There was a mental blowback to that, wherein people receded. Uh, Building upon what Anand said, people receded from public life and public priorities to defending their own personal space, their immediate family, their immediate personal wealth, and left all of that space open for the government to come in and actually start to dominate narratives, not only narratives, but also to start dictating culture. Now, this has an economic function to it as well, which also we need to understand. If we have to say that if it's not just in terms of technical development or whatever, if this movie was made 10 or 12 years ago, it would not have been as popular, as successful as possible, even because there was not enough
Yeah, yeah.
capital free from ideological or governmental controls that
It's true.
enabled such a massive endeavor to happen. Going forward, despite all of the issues, as we keep getting richer, people will come come up with that financial space in their lives to not just fund the creation of such a thing, but also to make it work financially viable. And there's also this whole theory. I'm no film expert, but there's also this theory that there's a reason why grittier stuff works in more affluent countries or societies, but in poorer societies you see that more
Yeah, yeah. Very obvious.
high, yeah, very affluent portrayal of people works better, because if you're rich and you don't have any real problems in life, you try to experience them via the medium of movies. If you have real problems in your life, movies are an escape. So the art of it will also improve, but also the technical, the things that need money, good visual effects, good acting, good directing, uh, getting a good crew, the financial business aspect of it will also improve. What we need to, as a society, ensure in this point is that it's not just, right now it's very haphazard. Something comes out, it's good. Something doesn't come out, it's bad. Whatever, that is fine. That keeps on happening. But everything that's happening is very haphazard. As a society, if we want to reclaim the space that we lost in the 60s and 70s onwards, it needs to be much better orchestrated, essentially, and it needs to be much better structured. Dhurandhar is definitely a landmark. Bahubali was definitely a landmark, but not enough is being done to actually push the narrative and to make sure that these entrepreneurs who put in all of the risk always, or at least when they deserve it, get that return. That is one limited point that I had to make. It is a positive step. I am optimistic about the future. Despite all of our socialistic tendencies as a country, we are moving in the right direction. But yes, I mean, socially, I don't know if you're still there.
No. I would.
That era which. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So before we're not socialists as a people. See, we understand one important thing. Indians are not socialists. We are capitalists. We want the state to be socialist. And this is the reason. The problem is we have this weird fantasy that the state being socialist will allow us to keep our wealth.
Yeah.
The fundamental. We need education of the population to understand that we are capitalists. People don't seem to understand they are capitalists essentially. When you don't want to pay taxes on a regular basis, you hide your money, you are capitalist. You want to keep as much property that you earn on for yourself. People don't understand this is fundamental capitalism.
Yes.
They think they're still socialist. Even the
Anand, I slightly disagree with you over there. On a very slight technicality, I think you're getting the broad strokes here right. But you have to draw a line between, just basic self-preservation interests and capitalism as a broader belief system. I disagree with you that Indians are fundamentally capitalists or fundamentally socialists. These things are a product of time. You live what you are taught, right? So you have to inculcate that, really. I mean, fundamentally, everyone will want to preserve their own statuses, even in a socialist setup.
Let me ask you, Rishabh. Do Indians believe that they can share public goods? Like they want, like for example, a park, everyone should be able to share it. Like tomorrow, if you live in a gated community, will you let everyone just walk into your park? Nahi, na. Most Indians will not allow that. Why do you walls and everything?
Counter question to you, is that a capitalist mindset or is that a low trust mindset?
That is a capitalist mindset, that what I have earned, I will keep. You cannot enter my space. This is very capitalist concept. I have earned this. I have put my blood, sweat, and tears into this. I am paying for its maintenance. You cannot come and sit in it. You, ironically, upside down, a country like Singapore is more socialist in this concept, where the public is okay with public spaces being accessible to anyone, including people who don't live next to them. India is a highly capitalist situation where they're like, जो मैंने earn किया है, जो मैंने develop किया है, जो मैंने clean कर रहा हूँ, you अंदर नहीं आ सकता MCBC. I will keep it safe, away from you also with a gigantic wall. But
okay, I'll counter that. I'll counter that again with your example. I think so.
You guys can keep arguing, but both of you are fundamentally wrong. India is a high trust society with low trust institutions. Everything is basically everything is a symptom of that, right? the reason why we have gated colonies is because the state is very poor at enforcing property rights.
Mm-hmm.
Right? We've all danced around this. Everybody, if I say that, everybody will basically agree with me if I say that, there's very low enforcement in India.
No, but my point is, why do
Everything
you
is
even care about property rights?
एक
no
पॉइंट
that
मुझे मुंशी की एक पॉइंट पे बोलना था कि आपने कहा इंडिया इज अ वेरी हाई ट्रस्ट सोसाइटी। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि यहाँ पर जितने भी बाकी लोग होंगे ये सब उसका विरोध करेंगे क्योंकि कोई
No,
नहीं
no,
बोलता
no,
इंडिया इज अ
no, no,
हाई
no,
ट्रस्ट
no, no.
सोसाइटी।
नहीं, मैं नहीं विरोध करूंगा.
आप
high
मानते हैं इंडिया हाई
ओके
ट्रस्ट
मैं
सोसाइटी?
करूंगा.
हाँ
ओके,
high
पर
trust
हाँ
नहीं, मैं
है.
भी करूँगा.
एक प्रकार से मुंशी जी की बात सही है। क्यों?
In silos.
क्योंकि हम लोग के
Yes.
बिजनेस में ये बहुत चलता है, अपना धंधा
In
उसूल पर
silos,
चलता है,
yes.
अपना
In silos.
धंधा
Caste system
अपना
क्या है?
धंधा वक्त पे चलता
caste
है।
High
system is
trust in
not
silos, right?
no, it has nothing to do with caste either, right? It cuts
Not
across
caste.
every caste boundary. So the thing is like high trust society
No, it doesn't
with
cut
low
across caste
trust.
boundaries. When villages and neighborhoods were only caste based, that's when those high trust societies existed. So every caste based neighborhood, Chakraborty Pada, Banerjee Pada, those things are even today very very high trust. But broadly high trust is Goa, Kerala, Northeast, etc. Unless you say that no, the society there is exactly like New Delhi or Kolkata, then I have of course nothing to say to you because you fundamentally haven't been to those places maybe. But if you have been to these places and you realize the difference, then you will know that the rest of the country is not like Goa, Kerala, or Northeast.
Yeah.
No, even within caste, like see, if you best counter example for that is actually Belgaum area. There's like a lot of trust between castes and also linguistic communities in that area. But the moment you're an outsider, there's no trust.
That's what
Right?
I'm saying.
If you're
Yeah,
See,
if
those
that's the
caste
thing,
identities
right?
have devolved into
no,
regional identities, definitely.
Yeah,
Village
no,
also
exactly.
no,
has a
See,
bunch
but
of
Silos.
caste,
You're agreeing with me.
caste over,
In
that's
silos.
a
caste
no,
over here
that
doesn't mean birth-based caste. Caste over here means caste by association,
Rishabh,
right? Caste by
Rishabh,
consumption patterns and association. Hey, let me just finish this point using Anand's example. Singapore is the reason why in Singapore parks and everything are really open and everyone loves them is because Singapore is fundamentally a high trust society enforced brutally by the state over there. In
No, no.
no,
India,
no,
Listen,
in
the
India, you
Indians do
don't
this a
want.
lot. Wait, hold on, hold on. There's no
hold on, hold on.
brutally enforced like. Oh, it's not like oh, पैर के मार रहे हैं मुझे दर्द हो रहा है. Please, this evil idea of Singapore. Please, it is a high trust society. I
अरे
agree.
नहीं नहीं
You know?
Yeah,
Brutally
yeah, yeah. नहीं,
enforced.
I'm not saying like violently, but I'm
No,
saying that very strictly वहाँ पे law and order, public decency,
Strictly, yes.
cleanliness is
Brutally,
enforced.
everybody, please. Brutally, like gives an idea of like. I think
yeah,
बड़े लोग आ रहे हैं, बड़ा club
नहीं नहीं,
है.
yeah, yeah, by brutally I mean very strictly it's enforced. India में the issue is the reason why you don't want anyone from the from outside coming into your complexes is because you have fundamentally created a barrier between you and the rest of the world, which is a symbol of a low trust. And then there's gatekeeping in that complex. It's the very same as our institutions.
please
That
throw that
gatekeeping.
mentality away. Please throw that mentality away.
नहीं, Munshi,
Straight away मैं बता देता हूँ मैं तुझे. Please throw that mentality away.
No, but
Because
Okay.
no, you mistake what a high trust society is, and you mistake what is a symptom of a low trust institution is. When people in
Okay.
Singapore, anywhere in the West, anywhere outside of India, right? But they trust the institutions more. In India, we don't, right?
Yeah.
So if a riffraff comes into a park in Singapore, most people will not basically go all mobocracy and basically drive him out. What they will do is they'll call the cops. They'll say this riffraff is breaking the law.
Causing trouble.
The cops come over. They pick up that riffraff, and the court system deals with them. Right? They trust the institutions to do its job.
No, wait.
Hold on. They trust the institution to do its job. This is what is the fundamental difference between India and the rest of the world. Right? In India, a riffraff comes in, right? You say you call the
There's
cops.
there religious structures in the middle of a park and no one can do anything about
No
it,
one
so
can do
everyone
anything.
defaults to mobocracy. Yeah,
Doing the right thing in India is actually a punishment.
No, no,
That's a
wait,
symptom. That's a symptom of the institutions basically not working.
no, okay,
Right?
that's fine.
The reason.
That's fine. You're repeating the
I
point.
agree with Munshi here.
No, I want to
100%.
push back against this because he's fundamentally misunderstanding what the Singapore system is. You are mixing up private. Wait, Munshi, hold on. You're missing a point because I've lived there for 16 years, 17 years. I understand the distinction between private property and public property. Okay, I'm talking about private property. Like if you live in a gated community, the property you build is owned by you. You pay for it. You pay for its maintenance, not through government taxation. You pay it privately, right? In Singapore, the concept of private property where you pay for your own park, you pay for your own basketball court, it is being removed from society. It is removed. People cannot run their own private park, their own private basketball court. All that is removed. That's what I mean by they're more socialist in that context. We prefer our spaces private, not public. We would prefer to use a private basketball court to a public basketball court. That's just the reality. If Indians are given the every Indian is given the opportunity to have access to private basketball courts, they will choose that over the public basketball court. I'm telling you, this is the reality. Our society is built on the fact that we want everything for ourselves only. I'm sorry, that's just the reality. You have to accept this fact. We do not want to share the property with other people.
I am not disagreeing with you, Anand.
Why did that come about? Because people don't have trust in the institutions.
Even among rich people, they don't want to share with other rich people.
People don't have trust in the institutions. Let me give you a comparative example, right? There are private property here in the West. Can we agree on that? Right? If you go to a golf course in the West, do you see gates over there? Do you see walls? Do you see a compound wall around that golf course?
I'm sure
yes or no?
there are. I'm sure there are.
I don't know. I've not gone to golf course in the West.
There are none. There are none. It's because the moment they just have a sign that says trespassing is illegal. Right? Private property. No, they don't have guns. I don't live in the States. So there's no guns here where I would basically shoot someone for trespassing. Lots of places outside the States don't have guns here to enforce their private property, right? But there's just a sign that says trespassing is illegal. There's no compound wall. But the moment you step in, somebody sees you, they know that you're trespassing, they call the cops. The rest of the institutions takes care of it. It doesn't matter if I'm in Singapore or
the rest of
Canada
the
or
institution doesn't take care of it.
UK.
There's always the fear. There's always the fear that guy might have a gun. It's not always the states just taking care of it and 911 call and your problem is solved. The guy who is a potential trespasser has a fear that guy is holding an AK-47 or AR-15.
No. You're thinking about the US, right?
Yes,
sure, that might be true in the US, right? But I'm talking about the rest of the world. Right. So if I go to the UK, if I go to Canada, if I go to Australia, if I go to Japan, they have no compound walls over there.
Okay, so Munshi,
no compound walls.
So I have a question for just picking up from where you left off. Just to complete my point.
I want to challenge.
Anand, do that. I'll also make my point. Challenge us together after that because I'm just piggybacking on him. See, here's the thing. That's my whole point. All of these things, your private property, your private complexes in India are a function not of capitalism versus socialism per se. It's a low trust system. I'm not saying that capitalism in India doesn't exist, and definitely urban India today is very, very capitalistic, and that's a very good thing. But I'm saying this is a function of a low trust society, even if urban India, which by far is fairly capitalistic, if we still have that, it's not because of capitalism or socialism inherently within us. Villages in India don't have compounds like this, as far as I know.
Yeah, that shows that the people in the villages trust each other.
Exactly, because they're caste-based areas.
No, that's not because
and that is a silo.
That is
Asylum,
fine,
yeah,
though.
exactly.
Yes,
Asylum.
yes, they used to
That
be
has
It's
caste
nothing to
asylum.
do
based.
with caste.
They
That has
used to be
nothing to
caste
do with.
based. They used to be caste based. Where did that used to be caste based go away? They replace it with other group identities.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Don't
like
don't forget there were imaginary
There are
walls.
Trinamool neighborhoods. There are Trinamool neighborhoods where CPIM or BJP party workers cannot get into. I know a village in Bengal where the BJP is so strong that even the police, the Trinamool, doesn't dream of going there because the caste identities have been replaced by party identities and party loyalties. So they are again safe spaces in their small little silo and
Okay, can I
just
just
in their small little silo.
can I just counter Munshi? Munshi, I have a question for you. Okay, there's two questions. We'll see that dichotomy in the question. In most churches in the US, do they have compound wall?
they don't.
They don't, right? It's open. It's basically open to the public. You can literally just walk
Yes.
into the church. In most temples in the US, do they have compound wall?
No, they don't.
They do. They all have compound walls. Every single one of them, including Canada.
No,
Yes,
not really.
they literally have compound walls. You literally can, even during the Khalistani protests, you can see they're outside the compound wall. People are inside the compound wall. This is the point. My point is, when we build a public space, Hindus, when they build, we Hindus especially, when we build a space, we build a wall around it. It's
No,
just a reality. Even in temples in India right now, there are walls around temples. Did you have a gate?
So,
no,
so
there's
Anand,
no
wouldn't that
here.
prove
And
our
you
point
need
that
this level
Hindus
of the
are
gate.
a low trust society, even in a capitalist situation, and so they build their walls over there?
No, I'm
No,
not saying
no,
low trust.
no.
I'm not even talking about low trust. I'm saying our society is one that what you work for, you keep. I don't think we are a socialist people. We're a capitalist people. We've always been a capitalist people.
Actually, I push
We've been
back.
hoodwinked into thinking we're socialist. We're
No,
not.
I'll push back against this, right? So there's two kinds of Hindu temples here. The Hindu temples that's been built over a current property line, and they
Okay.
have to abide by a certain kind of city zoning permitting rule. And
Okay.
there's one that's basically built on a freehold property. Freehold property means that it's just you buy the land, right? And there's no restrictions on you. Sometimes the city basically says, okay, you are engaging in certain kinds of activity, or you have fire gear, etc., etc. You need to have certain kinds of compounding rules or something like that. When it's a freehold property, I have not seen any Hindu temple with a compound wall.
My point is fundamentally, we have always been
And
a society where personal responsibility is at a premium. It's a high point. When you own something, you work for something, you take responsibility for it. It is in a social society, you don't take responsibility. Everyone takes responsibility for the items. My point I'm pushing back is the idea that we have been hoodwinked into thinking we are not people who take personal responsibility for the stuff we
no,
own and the stuff we build.
no,
Wait,
we
Anand,
absolutely
I
do.
agree with you on that.
Society needs to take responsibility for everything. Like that's ridiculous actually.
We absolutely
Anand,
do.
I
Even
think as
see,
South
we
Indians,
take so much
our
personal
own responsibility.
responsibility. We take so much personal responsibility as a community that Hare Krishna wearing a saffron, just a white Hare Krishna guy wearing a saffron and a kurni and singing songs about Krishna kind of offends our personal responsibility of being secular. I mean, we hold ourselves to quite a high personal
Who,
responsibility
but I
standard.
don't know who's that. What does that have to do with the big capitalist? Right? I'm confused. Right? I didn't catch that
It,
connection.
I mean,
Anand, I think
I'm
we
saying
South
it has
Indians,
nothing to do with
we
being
have
capitalist
temples
or
where there are
social.
compound walls and there are like Annadanam, many things are happening inside our temples, right? So we are adjusted to the sides of seeing temples with compounds. Most of our temples are covered with compounds. Maybe these people are not able to connect with us because they're in other parts of India, the temples may not have compounds.
Munchi South Indian. Don't say that.
Yeah.
He'll feel offended. He'll feel offended.
Guys, I have
No.
I have some Dhurandhar related topics to discuss even now.
Oh,
So let's
sorry,
just get back.
my
Sorry,
bad.
sorry.
Yeah,
But
Which is
let's go back.
I do agree. Hindus, the concept of donation, giving to society also is there. I think maybe people may misunderstand me thinking we don't donate, we don't give to society. We also do, but at the fundamental level, at a core level, we are very capitalist. We believe in the fact that we are actually more capitalist than the Western society. They hoodwinked us into thinking we are not capitalist.
Acha, just one last point, if I may, to close this off. Anand, I partially agree with you. There have been cycles, okay? There have been very clear cycles where we've been very Chanakyan versus very Ashokan in our outlook, if to use Indic terms, okay? Right now, we are coming out of an Ashokan mindset into a Chanakyan mindset. I don't think it's something that's very, stagnant in our society. I think we did turn into a socialist society because trust broke down between communities with the rise of caste-based politics in the 70s, 80s, and we delegated responsibility of inter-community relations to the state, which
Yeah.
then utilized that to enforce its own beliefs into our society. And I think now, as we become more self-confident and self-aware, the 90s onwards, it had a spot in the 90s, but definitely 2014 onwards, that is being built back again. I think Narendra Modi, BJP, all of that is a symptom of a much deeper societal change moving back towards a more largely capitalistic, not exactly that, but directionally that way mindset that our society is going through. In that, I agree with you. I just don't agree with you on the point that we've always been capitalistic. I think the history doesn't support that hypothesis. With that, I'll rest my case, and I'll take your leave. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Okay, now War 2's Wikipedia is showing that it was made on a budget of 300 to 400 crores and it has made 303 to 351 crores. So Dhurandhar is already a massive, massive hit in comparison to War 2. Now,
Just
my
broken
question
even.
is, since I have not watched any of those reviews, what has Anupama Chopra said about Dhurandhar? What have been her criticisms?
It's the most boring
I
movie.
Have you all
understand it.
seen
Let
her?
me come in here.
Masculine,
Okay,
all those
her
things.
criticism is it's hyper nationalistic, it's extremely masculine, too much testosterone, it's inflammatory anti-Pakistani propaganda. Okay, so this is her main criticism.
Just one
Too
correction.
much the thing which made me laugh the most was too much testosterone. Now I don't know what a spy is supposed to do in a territory which is so hostile to him. How is he supposed to have less testosterone and deal with that situation?
He's supposed to take.
Dan,
ऐसा
He's
लगता
supposed to
I
है
have
I have the
ऐसा
answer. I have
लगता
the
है
answer.
हमको सबको एस्ट्रोजन के इंजेक्शन लेने चाहिए और छाती
exactly.
बढ़ा लेनी चाहिए और जाकर बोलना चाहिए कि भाई मैं तुझे छोटे बच्चे लल्ला मेरा तुम लोगों को मैं वैसे पाल के बड़ा करूंगी क्या क्या करता है भाई
आपको Ranveer Singh, the first scene happens, right? He's supposed to not fight back. He's supposed to lie down and say, "हाँ, गांड में मारो." That's what he's supposed to do.
No, but I mean, this is
so
just
a casting couch program, Har Ghar casting couch program for our spies then.
She's so stupid. Though. She's
Har
so
Ghar
damn
casting couch
stupid.
yojana.
I can't
No,
believe that woman is basically was running the what do you call it, critics group in India for so long. Like seriously. Yeah.
I mean,
Critics Guild.
they're not stupid, right? If you think you're stupid, then I think we've lost the battle. I mean, they're being very deliberate, right? What she says, it's basically your standard character assassination review, right?
Hey, she took it down. She took down a video. Isn't that not being stupid?
I mean, she might have
जानकर क्यों
overplayed.
निकाल देती है ये क्या मूर्खता
No.
They make it public. They make it
She
private. I'm sorry.
no, she overplayed her hand, right? I'm saying like there's a difference between overplaying your hand and being stupid. But she's not stupid.
Hardly.
This was a very deliberate move to basically finish a rising, competent person who's kind of very open about his politics person's career. And this is the thing about the movie industry, right? Like there are so many other ways to basically character assassinate, to bring down a movie, to it's a demoralizing technique, and
No,
this has happened before, and she's basically using the same standard
No,
playbook
the mistake that Anupama Chopra made was that she used the word inflammatory anti-Pakistani propaganda.
Not
which
really. I mean,
people
वो
are
वो
not
तेरे
going to tolerate. If
there
a
was a bigger
reviewer
mistake.
says that it was a mistake, it was a she thought that she will get away with these words, that
No,
saying
that,
that movie is bad because it's inflammatory anti-Pakistan propaganda.
there's a
But she
bigger mistake
couldn't
she
get
made.
away because the anti-Pakistani sentiment in India is quite high.
No, she
She
made a
couldn't
even
get
bigger
away.
mistake. She made even bigger mistake. She didn't check with other film critics. She checked with only people like Sucharita Tragi and Rahul Desai. There are other film critics in her group, her cabal, and or not cabal, in her group, who are generally more left of center, who basically gave the film a phenomenal review. She didn't check with them. She just wrote her review at the same time they're also giving their reviews. So there's so many of her own community, like her group, who are little pro the Congress or not very pro nationalist, who gave the film phenomenal marks. And she just literally gave this opposite in the same vein at the same time with a bunch of leftists that gave the review. So she got slaughtered
Yeah,
with them. She didn't just
because
slaughter the center. She got slaughtered with them. When the majority of the critics who are more like
the thing
centrists
here
gave
is,
it phenomenal,
Anand, the
great
thing
marks.
here is, Anand, that those leftists which you are talking about who gave it a good review, they were not being very ideological.
They're not
They were like,
leftists.
the
I've been
movie is
saying.
a good movie, so we
अरे
should praise it.
they're not leftists. वही तो बोल रहा हूँ. उनका
Yeah,
cabal
they
एक
were not
cabal
being
है.
ideological.
They're
This
not being ideological.
This
Okay,
Anupama woman is too ideological, and
hold
she
on. We have
overplayed her hand.
Aryan Invader. We have a guest with us. Vijitda, please go ahead.
Hello, hello,
We have.
hello
Namaskar,
everyone.
namaskar, Vijitda.
Namaskar,
नमस्कार नमस्कार
Namaskar.
আপনারই অপেক্ষা ছিল।
CSK.
Namaskar.
This is for the first time I'm sitting with CSK, probably, right, in a show.
Yes, yes.
And
घोटी
बाकी
वर्सेस
बाकी सब
बंगाल.
तो पता ही है. हाँ,
घोटी
बाकी
वर्सेस
सबको
बंगाल.
तो अच्छा ऐसा है क्या?
Yeah, he is Bengal and
नहीं
you are
बस
Ghoti. So go on.
नहीं बस I just felt like joining you guys
Yeah,
because
yeah, you
yeah,
have something to say.
something to say. I mean, yeah, it was a good movie, yeah, and I wanted to add a few things. I was just मतलब listening to your discussion. आखिरी सीन में एक होता है ना जहाँ पे अक्षय खन्ना वो उसका वो मतलब जब असतोमा सदगम में चल रहा था फिर उसको
Ghost,
जिंदा
the ghost of
हाँ
Raman
so
Taket, Raman Taket.
right so because it was the chapter was 8 to Brutus ना 8 to
Hmm.
Brute तो
Hmm.
उसमें जूलियस सीजर में एक्चुअली वो घोस्ट दिखता है ना जब ब्रूथ जब मारता है उसके बाद जूलियस सीजर का घोस्ट दिखता है एटलीस्ट मतलब
Yeah.
शेक्सपियर
Yes.
का जो प्ले है तो आई थिंक उसलिए
Yes.
उसको किया गया होगा इट अगेन शोज द
हाँ,
एक्सीलेंस ऑफ दिस
कॉमियो को इससे ही दुख हो रहा होगा कि हमारे भाई शेक्सपियर को भी ले लिया.
हाँ एक्चुअली
राइट,
Just so well done.
शेक्सपियर को भी
That's
अप्रोप्रिएट कर
सो
लिया.
हाँ इतना माइन्यूट में काम किया है कि वो भी दिख गया कि ये करना है राइट एंड देन टू सॉर्ट ऑफ मतलब मैच इट विथ असतोमा सदगम है राइट कि वो मौत भी हिंदू मौत मिला
या
उसे
जूलियस सीजर का भी घर वापसी हो गया. सबका घर वापसी करेगा रे तेरा.
दोनों को
भाई
निपटा दिया
छाती पर
दो
छुरा
कार्ड को
चला
निपटा
दिया.
दो कार्ड का निपटाया
Now, my
इसका
question to any well-meaning right-winger, if any well-meaning right-winger is listening to this, explain to me what has exactly been the criticism by Anupama or her ilk in the specific context of this movie being too anti-Indian. Are they actually saying that this movie or any movie should be more pro-Pakistani? Why is the criticism that it's too anti-Pakistani? What has been their argument?
कुछ
I
अमन
think,
की आत्मा डिस्ट्रॉय करता है ना इसीलिए.
yeah, I mean, their argument is not going to. I'll put it this
No,
way:
see,
it has the argument is basically a tool to shut down the movie, not to critique the movie. That's what I'm trying to say. What they say is
no,
irrelevant,
so
but what their intention is actually much more interesting in the sense that they just want to shut down the movie. They want to basically shut down a guy
Yeah, intention
who's
तो हम सबको पता है,
no,
मगर
to
फिर भी
answer this
फसाड के
question,
लिए
na,
एक एक्सप्लेनेशन देना होता है. तो
to answer
फसाड के
this
लिए
question,
क्या एक्सप्लेनेशन दिया है कि
देखिए
ये
यहाँ पर
एंटी
उस
पाकिस्तानी क्यों
ठीक
ना
है,
बनाए.
यहाँ पर इंटेंशन छोड़िए दादा, मैं इंटेंशन को यहाँ पर गोली मारिए. आप देखिए उनके आर्ग्यूमेंट,
हाँ, इंटेंशन तो
जैसे
पता
ये
है सबको.
मैस्कुलिनिटी वाला आर्ग्यूमेंट
हाँ.
लेते हैं उनको मैस्कुलिनिटी से प्रॉब्लम क्यों हुई है, वो ऐसा क्यों सोचते कि टेस्टोस्टेरोन या मैस्कुलिनिटी प्रॉब्लम है, ये माइंडसेट
क्योंकि
सोचिए।
अगर कोई
उनका
जो आदमी
रहमान उनका हिंदू
जो आदमी
पुरुषों
रहमान
के
डकैत को मार सकता है वो अपने
मैस्कुलिनिटी
बीवी
से,
को भी मार सकता है।
अरे
No.
यार वो सब कहाँ चक्कर में पड़े आप,
No,
अभी
हिंदू
ये सब
पुरुषों के बारे में नहीं।
नहीं। द थिंग
नहीं,
इज इनको हिंदू लड़कों में और पुरुषों में मैस्कुलिनिटी चाहिए ही नहीं, तो नहीं तो फिर लव जिहाद कैसे होगा, नहीं तो फिर
अरे
नहीं तो फिर हिंदू पुरुष लोग रेसिस्ट करने लगेंगे, अपने सोसाइटी को प्रोटेक्ट करने लगेंगे।
Then why were they
सबसे
okay?
पहले सोसाइटी को जब
no,
तोड़ना
no.
होता है तो सबसे पहले पुरुषों के मैस्कुलिनिटी पर आक्रमण करो,
Then why were they okay
यही
with the
होता है।
Vikram Batra
In
movie?
my opinion, if you want to answer this question, कि anti-Pakistan क्यों लगा, you have to go back to the very definition of Pakistan, which is that Pakistan is not merely a territory; it is an idea. ठीक
Yeah.
है, वो जो अनुपमा चोपड़ा
Yep.
है और ये विधु विनोद चोपड़ा है, इनका वो गुपकार जो स्ट्रीट है, उसमें वो अब्दुल्ला फैमिली के साथ इनका मकान है, उधर बांग्लो है एक। सो आप ये मत समझो कि विधु विनोद चोपड़ा चोपड़ा रखा नाम रखा है मतलब वो किसी तरह से हिंदू है या वो किसी तरह से इंडियन है, वो उतना ही पाकिस्तानी है जो जितना सड़कों में पत्थर फेंकने वाला एक पाकिस्तानी है। ठीक है, इट इज एन आइडिया। तो इंडिया में जब हम पाकिस्तान की बात करते हैं कि इंडिया में कौन कौन से वो गिरोह है जो पाकिस्तान के आइडिया को प्रमोट करता है, उसमें ये चोपड़ा फैमिली, यश चोपड़ा हो जाए, ये सब जो वायरएफ यूनिवर्स, ये सारे पाकिस्तान के डेफिनेशन के अंदर आता है। ठीक है, हम लोग अभी भी इसको हिचकिचाते हैं इसलिए क्योंकि वी थिंक कि अरे वी आर इंक्लूसिव, सो दिस इज अस इज देम। नो, Hinduism is also a very exclusive ideology, and whatever is not Hinduism in the territory of India pretty much is a Pakistani idea. ठीक है, so from that point of view, these guys, the Chopras, the Vidhu Vinod Chopra or Anupama Chopra or Sucharita, these guys are Pakistanis. You have to accept that fact. That's why they are saying this is anti-Pakistan. ठीक है.
I agree, but there's another aspect to it as well, right? Like people generally don't act on just one basic thing. At least people like Anupama don't, right? It's a bunch of other factors as well. Like you have to understand one thing is that the movie industry is fundamentally a gatekeeping industry.
Yes.
हर जगह पे तुझे gatekeepers रहते हैं, and one of the biggest gatekeepers is actually a film critic. अब तू फिल्म क्रिटिक को तू satisfy नहीं करेगा ना, then they'll write something horrible for you in the hopes that your movie just bombs.
Yeah.
So she's basically like all the reason why I'm throwing away her arguments is because she's basically pre-decided that this movie should bomb. Whether she does it because she has a Pakistani ideology within her or not, sure, that might be a factor. But she's also like by just simply writing that review, she's also trying to show her clout. She's trying to express her power and also shut down something that she fundamentally disagrees with on an ideological basis.
So
Right,
there's
right.
one more like angle to this. Okay, international film reviews. So, for example, Pathan made a lot of money because it got a lot of international film reviews. Remember this, very important. Okay, these days, international film reviews of Indian movies is a very big market. And these people, they went straight before they even watched the movie when they started reviewing it, because they didn't want foreign reviewers to review the movie. And they've been doing this to many Indian movies. The minute before the movie even comes out, they've gone around spreading this poison into foreign reviewers. Don't review it. I'm your friend, right? I will tell you which movies you should review, which are good movies to review.
They
And
tried doing this with this RRR also. They tried doing this with
But there
RRR
is this
also.
bullshit
They didn't
opinion of
try
movies.
doing it. They didn't even. I'm telling you, they didn't even realize RRR was going to be what it was, because even right wing was targeting RRR. If you remember, the first wave of attacks of the right wing on RRR was why is what's this guy's name? Him wearing Muslim skull cap and walking. You
That
remember
was during
the first wave
the
of
teaser
attacks?
or trailer, not when the movie
Ah,
came out. It was 2 years
no.
before the
But
movie
my
came out.
point is, they forgot about RR for a bit because they know White Ring. He didn't like Rajamouli. Rajamouli is leftist. Rajamouli has a lot of these Naxalite ideas. The right wing hates Rajamouli. They will not watch his RRR. Bahubali was a once in a lifetime thing, and they also kept. I remember everyone saying the person who wrote that book, the Bahubali book, was a leftist, and he doesn't like right. Like all that was narrative was going on that time, so they completely ignored RRR. You understand? That's why it got picked up by many leftists in the US because they saw a different perspective of RRR, anti-colonial. उनको anti-colonial अच्छा लगता है leftist को US में. You understand? This is the complex integration of the so-called reviewer ecosystem around the world. This is being targeting these movies because they're very clearly giving the Indian nationalist perspective. And this is preemptively to prevent foreign reviewers from reviewing the movie because there they might see some artistic value in it.
See, the one more thing is Lutyens has
Yeah.
become global,
Yeah.
right? They lost the domestic market. Now
Yeah.
they're like, oh, we'll infiltrate the global spaces and try to dominate the global view of India. Well,
Yeah.
let's see how much that also wins because I don't think it's winning anybody.
Yeah.
Uh, my partner, she's not Indian. She doesn't want anything to do with India, and like, she came up to me and she's like, "Hey, I heard about this movie Dhurandhar. Let's go and watch it." वो खुद स्वयं मेरे पास, I have not prompted her. My entire discussion with you guys actually happens in secret.
I would like to answer Rishabh's question here. How relevant are film critics in the age of YouTube? Movie criticism is now largely a democratized industry. How relevant industry? Rishabh, I'll just remind you. I think we instinctively know this anyway, which is that in the end, most legitimate, credentialed critics are simply intellectual henchmen of any producer. But people still find value in some reviews. Like today, you and I would honestly check out what Ajit Bharti has to say about this movie, right? So Ajit Bharti in the end is definitely a credentialed and legitimate reviewer for us. So there lies the importance of critics even today. But since most critics are intellectual henchmen, so that does serve a purpose even in terms of narratives and stuff when the time comes for us even, because these intellectual henchmen critics will still be available for hire. So back in that hypothetical future, we will be able to say that, you see, even your critic is saying that Dhurandhar 5 is a great movie. Even your critic. तो even your critic बोलने के लिए ये भाड़े के critics तो चाहिए ही होंगे, but people will always find their personal legit critic as well.
And one more thing is that even social media to some extent is a reflection of the society. So even in social media, there will be elites and there will be followers. We can't say it will be completely democratized. There is more mobility, but there will always be these elite section which people will follow and say, okay, their reviews matter, or the connections they have with people in the industry matters. They will get us access. भाई एक बंगाली यूट्यूबर उसके
Yeah.
चैनल पर और उसके कंपनी में काम क्यों कर रहा था? उसको भी लेजिटिमेसी चाहिए था ना?
Yeah.
तो वो सब होता है.
ऑर्गेनिकली कैपिटलिज्म इन सब के गाड़ में थोड़ा बहुत देने वाला है, क्योंकि ऑर्गेनिकली अजीत भारती इज गोइंग टू बिकम अ वेरी सिग्निफिकेंट फिल्म क्रिटिक बिकॉज ऑफ हाउ ऑनेस्ट ही इज इवन विद राइट विंग फिल्म्स. तो इसके वजह से अजीत भारती विल हैव कनेक्शंस इनसाइड द इंडस्ट्री एज वेल. Young filmmakers who have made a good movie will expect a good review from Ajit Bharti, not from Anupama Chopra. So just wait for it, because Ajit Bharti is going to, people like Ajit Bharti are going to replace all these people.
Oh, you must have seen one thing. जब Bengal Files आया, and Ajit Bharti said this also, कि इन्होंने ये जो विवेक अग्निहोत्री जी थे, the whole team, they did not approach Ajit Bharti or the right-wing YouTubers. एंड अजित भारती ने ये बोला
स्पेशल
था कि ये
स्क्रीनिंग
लोग
नहीं
बाहर
किया,
जाके
बाद में
प्रीमियर
किया.
करके आ सकते हैं, हाँ, और हमें कांटेक्ट नहीं
Yes,
कर
yes.
सकते, तो हम लोग इस मूवी को प्रमोट क्यों करें. सो मतलब दे आर अ रीजन टू बिलीव कि भाई अपना जो ये बंदा था आदित्य धर, ही मस्ट हैव अप्रोच दिस पीपल. आप एके टीके का देख लो, ये लोग इतना ज्यादा प्रमोट कर रहे हैं. आई थिंक 5-6 इन्होंने छोटे छोटे वीडियोस बना दिए हैं. सो ऑब्वियसली इनको प्रमोट किया जा रहा है. इनको शायद कुछ मिला होगा इसलिए प्रमोट कर रहे हैं. और अभी क्योंकि इन्होंने मीम मटेरियल दे दिया ना, ये अनुपमा चोपड़ा, सुचरिता, ये लोग मिलके, ठीक है, तो अब सिर्फ मीम मतलब इतना ही काफी है कि अच्छा खासा 2-3 मीम बनाओ. जो ग्राउंड लेवल से आ रहा है वो आपको ऐसा मीम देखने को मिलेगा कि कोई ऐसे व्हाट एवर स्पाई बन के पाकिस्तान में घुस रहा है, फिर जय माता दी बोल रहा है. ये सब जो आ रहा है, दीज आर जेन्युइन, मतलब मीम बन के आ रहे हैं. बाकी तो आई थिंक प्रोमोटेड ही होगा. नहीं तो ये I know the Hindu ecosystem, this whatever Hindutva, both are the same, but I know this ecosystem. They don't promote anything until unless you give them money. So
एक one perspective about critics. Critics will always be important because we as human beings crave validation from someone. Some appeal, the basic appeal to authority
from
fallacy.
credentialed people.
Credential people, and especially in India, that feudal idea that someone is a gatekeeper for an idea, he gives us permission to enjoy something. We are not like Western societies where they like, and I mean, even Western societies to an extent there it's there, but it is broken down to a significant extent, right? So my point is the film critic will move from the so-called established like newspapers to the YouTube film critic. But even then, the film critic has a lot of power because they just need to make, like, especially if a film is not doesn't have great word of mouth. It's a good film, but not enough great word of mouth. What happens? The word of mouth is not strong enough to break to the audience who doesn't watch, who doesn't meet people who watch the movie, right? And they are in the far-flung villages, and they either they watch Dainik Bhaskar, local media, or read local papers, or they watch YouTube, right? Those people have no access to word of mouth, so that can make and break a film, especially when with a lot of investment in something, right? That's why Western media is so high in film promotions. Like almost half the budget is film promotion, right? So, and this has happened like in the West. You see, they've ruined films just with film critics. Like they can be really good or a really decent film, and then there's a lot of shit on it, and it becomes a flop film. Like there's a movie Alita Battle Angel. I don't know who people have remember this, right? It's a really well made film, like really well made. One of the really underrated movies, and it was horribly panned by critics, and it literally flopped to the box office. It is so bad. Like literally, film critics can ruin a reasonably well-made film. Same thing. I think it was even you see in Blade Runner. Blade Runner flopped horribly. The old Blade Runner. It flopped because film critics just ruined. Like now it's a cult classic. Right? There are so many good movies that have been ruined by film critics, and they have a lot of power.
Niranda, it is what
I'll take.
Wait. We have a super chat question, so it's for you, Niranda, for you.
Yeah. I'll take Arjun Logan Paul's question right after I respond to Fiction here. Fiction 6247 is saying these people are paid stooges of Ajit Bharti and AKTK. Pratik Budadeji doesn't care about these stupid sponsors and credentials. If you are accusing us of taking money, how are you so sure that he didn't get money from rivals of Hombale?
Who said that?
कोई out of ordinary, out of mainstream चला गया, इसका मतलब ही पूरा honesty का धुला हुआ बन गया कैसे भाई? Arjun Logan Paul is saying, I hope you like Dhurandhar. Did some Arito Banerjee did some monkey balance regarding Hrithik Roshan. What did he say about Hrithik Roshan? How is Hrithik Roshan relevant to a review of Dhurandhar? Because he was supposed to play Rahman Dake. उस पे क्या argument है, I don't know. But yes, so since Arjun Logan has joined late, but we are all stooges of.
Hrithik Roshan made a post on Instagram. Let me give you the context. Hrithik Roshan posted a story on Instagram saying that the movie is great, but I don't agree with the politics of the movie. And
like
God knows what he meant by that.
Pakistan hating Pakistan, so that's what he didn't like.
Yeah. I think that was the politics he didn't want to. He didn't agree with. But he only wrote, I don't agree with the politics of the movie. The director of the movie or the filmmaker should be more responsible when talking about these subjects as a global citizen. He
Responsible
used
in
the
doing
word,
what?
he also
अरे
used the word as a global citizen.
अरे
As
पाकिस्तान
a
की गांड में
global citizen,
आग नहीं
I
लगाना
didn't
वही.
agree with the politics of the movie. So, as a global
By the
citizen.
way, Hrithik Roshan doesn't have the capacity to write one single sentence. उसका कुछ text to text leak हुआ था. Have you seen those things? ये सब politics
अरे
ये सब उसे बोलना नहीं आता है. ये किसी ने लिख के
ये
दिया
उसका
होगा
उस या नहीं ये उसका सोशल मीडिया मैनेजर ने डेफिनेटली
Have
लिखा
you
है.
seen his
I
leaked chats, man? This guy मतलब cannot write.
I
वो
I
basic
I
You
grammar
don't
भी वो
No,
act.
नहीं
see,
करता
the
है.
amount of
I
You're not
actually
writing, you don't act.
no I've
What do
actually
you-
met Hrithik. I've actually met Hrithik Roshan in person. He's not that smart. He's not that smart.
Exactly, that's what I'm
You can't
saying.
act,
This guy
dude.
is a very
Like,
stupid
tell me
guy.
one movie that
No,
you've been
and
impressed by his
I'm
acting.
very convinced. I'm very convinced वो जो साबा आजाद जो भी है, that's why she is with him. कि ये बंदा भी अगर right wing movie करने लग गया ना, तो
Please
यहाँ
no.
खत्म हो जाएगा.
No,
साबा
no, please,
आजाद
please, please.
इसीलिए उसी के साथ
He
है.
already did Fighter, right? That didn't
Please,
do
please,
well.
no, no. Please keep him out
साबा
writing movies.
आजाद
He
is
can't
the
act.
real धुरंधर of Bollywood.
He
Bollywood में
can't
जो
act, please.
धुरंधर है वो साबा आजाद है.
Hey, this is Hrithik Roshan's acting.
Acting I mean छोड़ दो.
and that
In general, he is very
whispering
stupid. He is
dialogue
very
delivery.
stupid.
This is acting. That's all. Every movie is that.
Okay, Nejanda, your thoughts for him
Oh
or
yeah,
he
so
or
I'll
her,
just review
whatever they
Dhurandhar
said.
once again.
Yeah.
So I'm going to disappoint all these people once again. I thought Dhurandhar was overhyped by commies for no apparent reason. It does not counter any leftist narrative the way people were talking about it. I really thought it has some genius narrative counter, but it ends up doing something which is historic, which is it's a casual action flick where casually for the first time it is going on showing that Pakistan is out and out evil. We are not monkey balancing the both sides have bad people, etc. And yes, the bad people in Pakistan happen to be Muslims. The
And that's the
excuse से
point, right?
Islamophobia भी
Whenever
है.
you want to put Pakistan,
Yeah.
whenever you want to put Pakistan in a good light, you have to go beyond being matlab, casual, right? You have to go beyond casualness. I mean, this guy,
Yeah.
Aditya sir,
So
could do it because he was dealing with truth. So he didn't need any extra layer of
yeah.
narrative or extra layer of makhan. That's
Okay.
how it became casual.
Yes.
Before we move
Yes.
on,
So
I would like to give one
the
suggestion to
movie
both.
is yes.
I would like to give a suggestion both to Hrithik Roshan and Gora Pakora, who is
Yeah.
in our parliament. Please work together. You'll make a workout video. That is what you'll live. You'll live for. Do a workout video about abs and pecs
Yes.
and whatever tight t-shirt you'll wear. Please make a
No, but
video with that.
if
At least we can get some value out
Protein
of it.
shake. Protein shake sponsor.
Those
Yeah,
two.
it would
No,
be
Those two.
valuable for
Hrithik
Our
Anand
Roshan,
at
Gora
least.
Pakora,
once allowed
LOP,
is a good
and
thing.
Hrithik Roshan together to do workout video. They should make a lot of workout videos. That's what they're skilled in. Please, just do that.
It
Let's
would
not
if
fulfill the
make
needs of
Roshan was in
Anand at
Dhurandhar,
least.
workout is a good thing, yeah. Come on,
if Hrithik
workout
Roshan
is a
was
good
in
thing.
I'm
Dhurandhar
saying,
and the
I'm saying
amount
good
of
thing. At least
Don't
they'll do
don't
some
like.
valuable. They'll give some valuable service to our society. Thank you.
Sure.
yeah, if Hrithik Roshan was in Dhurandhar, the amount of steroids he must be taking to stay in that shape in this age, the amount of testosterone he has, Anupama Chopra would legitimately make the criticism that there's too much testosterone in this movie.
Array,
That's
he will
when that
be
would be a very
standing
valid
there,
criticism.
so frozen. He won't be able to do the dance, ballot dance. He'll be like, into like,
Yes.
let's slurky,
This
slurky thing.
I
And his
want
ballot
to
will be
Yeah.
like, what
talk
the hell are you
about
doing?
this testosterone thing. Okay, this is a very targeted attack on
Wait.
Hindu males, which people don't understand.
Array.
Okay,
Yeah.
this is a war.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
why I
And
say it is
it's just
at the
very much
end,
fun.
sorry, you were commenting on
I
something
know
else.
about Hindu males. It's not about Hindu males, it's about army people. Any military people. They don't want our
No,
military
no,
to be
no. It's
sort of tough
all
people.
it's across Hindu males. That's why they keep attacking masculinity, patriarchy, all these things all the time. Because when
And who is
a
Aditya
society
Banerjee? Who is
becomes
Aditya
weak,
Banerjee?
when the males become weak, that's where it starts. Because it's
Yeah.
the male mentality and the
Yeah.
attitude which protects the society, that survival instinct, that killer instinct, that I have to protect, I have to fight, I have to stand up to the atrocities and the adversaries. That male instinct is very important, and that male instinct of the Hindu men is being destroyed. While
I
they
mean,
would support all the
Yeah.
masculine things about Muslim men and left people doing things for the left, there they are fine.
I
That's
don't know.
why
I don't
they
Yeah.
agree with
enjoy
you.
Pathan and
Yeah.
Jawan. That also talks about masculinity. The
That's not the way the
moment
leftism thinking.
masculinity, the moment masculinity is used to protect Hindu interests, then they have a problem with masculinity and patriarchy and all that crap.
No, I
I
don't
mean,
think leftists
This
generally.
is a important point.
Are please answer
it's
me now. Who is
also
Haritra Banerjee? Who is this guy? Haritra Banerjee.
Who?
He's a famous Bengali film reviewer,
Haritra.
Aritros Gan. His YouTube
Oh
oh
channel
my
is
yeah,
god.
called Aritros Gan.
Acha, acha,
and
acha.
the entire like
Is the
patriarchy
same
thing
guy
is
who defended
also
Anurag Kashyap when he trash talked Bengali movies 1 or 2 years back?
Yeah.
no. I mean, one more thing is that
Yes.
by attacking the quote unquote patriarchy, you're paying homage to global leftist movements, which is basically they characterize everything as a patriarchy,
Yeah.
right? So it's like uh, it's not just attacking Hindu men, but it's also like a signal to basically say, yo, global left and liberal, look what's happening in India. Look at all this patriarchy being formed by the
Yes.
current government.
That's all it is
Yeah,
basically.
but the
Yeah.
point is
But
that they have an
yeah.
alliance. Globally, left has an alliance with the Islamic groups, and they have their leftist groups. So when they attack patriarchy, they generally attack majoritarian patriarchy or Brahmanical patriarchy. Why is it Brahmanical patriarchy? Because they want to attack Hindus.
No,
They
I
want to
agree.
attack they want to attack the masculine instinct of Hindu community
No, no,
mainly.
it's the see,
That is
you're
the
missing the
main
point.
target.
No, no, the way they frame patriarchy is not only about men. It's also about women who are strong. That is the reason why leftists will never talk about strong women in India. They will not talk about them because it is not so it doesn't suit their narrative. Like, have you ever seen any leftists talk about Rani Abbaka and how she destroyed all the Portuguese fleets? They will not talk about that because it shows that even the females of a country can protect that country. They want a certain kind of feminine ideal. This is the mistake we make. We assume leftism is directly about attacking only masculinity. It's about attacking anything that strengthens the state. Anything. Their goal is to destroy the state structure, the cultural structure, and anything that defines that state structure. So, for
Yeah, in
example,
many ways, they
take
in many ways they
last point,
attacked. Okay.
last point. Why don't they ever talk about the Hindu Rajya? Remember, my words are very deliberate. The Hindu Rajyas that allowed minorities to have their individual rights, states that they right now completely control, like Kerala. Why don't they talk about that? Why do they only talk about the Hindu Rajya they're scared of that the RSS will create? There's a reason. Because they don't want to talk about strong Hindu states.
I
That's why.
have one more thing, one more comment here. It is related to this, but the idea is actually fiction. Nowadays, if you read Hindu fiction, मतलब whatever right-wing fictions ना, मतलब we are trying, but fiction का market क्या बोलूँ मैं, मतलब quality बहुत खराब है. So this is one area जहाँ हमें काम करना होगा और लोगों को आके फिर 60,000 70,000 वर्ड्स का अच्छे fictions create करने होंगे. नॉन फिक्शन तो अभी मतलब वी नो प्रीटी मच नैरेटिव
Yeah.
काफी चीजें निकल रहा है, काफी नया चीजें बना भी रहे हैं, तो नॉन फिक्शन तो चल पड़ा है और
Yeah.
कॉमिक्स को तो मतलब अच्छे से कर रहे हैं, बट द एरिया ऑफ फिक्शन एक्चुअली वी नीड टू वर्क ऑन.
I completely agree.
एंड
Again, that's again an example of recession of
हाँ
you receding from society, from building societal narratives.
हाँ
You're letting other people
राइट
write
एंड
the story.
We
राइट. सो दिस
we need to tell
दिस
good
ये
stories.
जो मूवी है ना, ये मूवी एक्चुअली हैज इंस्पायर्ड मी टू वर्क ऑन, मतलब आई एम नॉट अ मैन ऑफ फिक्शंस, but it has actually inspired me to write fictions, you know. तो
Yeah, I have
हाँ
a
probably
fiction
I will
suggestion
watch
to
also.
make for.
हाँ
I agree with Bijit Prasanta that Indian non-left fiction or culturally rooted fiction is pretty bad. There is one guy who's not a declared culturally Hindutvadi or right wing or anything, because he's Anglo-Indian for God's sake. But he writes the best historical thrillers in India, according to me at least. His full name I keep forgetting. Wait, I just googled it. He has a franchise book series called The Mahabharata Secret. So his name is Arthur, Christopher C. Doyle. That's why I keep forgetting it, because it's so close to Arthur Conan Doyle. His name is Christopher C. Doyle. My first excitement with Arthashastra happened not because I turned a right winger, but by reading this guy, Christopher C. Doyle. So he takes in tidbits from all ancient scriptures and forms a great spy thriller, historical thriller, archaeological thriller kind of stories. So that can be designated as non-left and Indian cultural thrillers, but
right.
it's written by an Anglo-Indian guy. He writes the
You
best
know,
stuff.
the
You'll get
funny
proper
one
thrill.
is,
CSK, I have a question. What about Champaka and those Amar Chitrakatha? Those are good fictions for kids, right?
they were,
No, but
they,
For
those are
kids, yes.
already
they're
old
very good.
stories, na? Those are
No,
old
no, but
stories.
they're
मतलब
good. But they're extremely good. That's another reason why
right,
many Hindus are so dharmic, because a lot of
right, right.
their early experience with society is from these books, who are very well written. We must thank them. We must actually thank the Amar Chitakara people. They
Yeah,
built
but
so
for
kept so many
adults, we
people.
lack that. For adults, maybe we are lacking in that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's it.
yeah, yeah.
I
Adults, we are
mean, we
definitely
wrote so
lacking.
much of fiction historically, whether it was
Exactly.
Abhigyana Shakuntalam or Panchatantra, or all these were fictional accounts which talked about
Right.
our dharmic values.
But again,
Okay,
Panchatantra
so
is for kids. See,
Yeah.
even
No,
I
it's
have read.
adults
yeah, I
also,
mean,
but we have not
for
adapted
different
for
age
adults.
groups, of course. No, I'm not saying that it
अरे
has to be for
अभिज्ञान
all
एंड
age.
शकुंतलम हो
Obviously
गया
adapted.
फिर अपने मतलब बंगाली में यार मतलब the kind of Bengali fictions we have created in that era, right? The era that we sort of boast about, right? कि बंकिम से लेके शरद चंद्र, हाँ फिर पूरा पूरा जो था मतलब तुम ये अपना शरदिंदु इनके टाइम तक जो फिक्शन चला मतलब इट वाज सच ए ग्लोरियस एपिसोड राइट इंक्लूडिंग टैगोर
हाँ, तब तो बढ़िया था.
लेकिन
अब
वो
बढ़िया नहीं हो रहा है, वो पॉइंट है.
And
नहीं,
when I am
वो
talking about fiction, I am not talking कि उसे पूरा धार्मिक रख के no, the style, the words that you use, the sort of metaphors that you use
Yeah,
in
yeah.
order to let's say describe a woman,
Yes.
right? मतलब
Yeah.
while
I
describing a
mean
woman, you
that
can
brings.
take the path of a communist, or you can take the path of Tagore or Kalidas.
Yeah,
That
I
I
mean
can
that.
give
मतलब
you an
वहां से
example
एक रस
here.
create करना.
I think this.
I can,
I just want to
I
put
can,
one point real quick is that it's not that we are not writing fiction. There's actually a lot of fiction. The issue is that we're not promoting our fiction, right? So there was one really good fiction that I read recently. Um, it was written by an Indian author, and she takes the tale of the Ramayana, but only writes it from the perspective of Kaikeyi,
Hmm.
right? But you would not know about this piece of fiction because it has not been promoted. Right? Similarly, there's also a sort of like a children's book. It's written by an Indian American, illustrated by his wife, and it just talks about the story of Ekadanta, right? Ganesha losing his tusk.
But again, you are
Again,
going back to those characters, right? In our Puranas. I am saying कि यार
I,
smart modern fictions यार मतलब
नहीं 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 अब वही मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना see, if we are not able to find fiction that makes references to our own values and culture and past, then I think you're going to have the same problem with modern fiction as well. We need to promote them. And we need to basically go like, okay, maybe it can be in the form of book club. Who knows, right? Like each of us reads a piece of fiction, and then we just come back and say, oh, what's right, what's wrong, and that's how you develop a more coherent ecosystem.
like, I can give you one example of fiction, how it's supposed to be written. That is, if you want to show a love story between a man and a woman, you can show it in a Western way where you are giving references to Romeo and Juliet. but there can be Indian way, जैसे राम और सीता का मिलन हो रहा है. This is done a lot by Telugu movie. That whenever the hero and heroine are meeting, the song that plays in the background is about Ram and Sita or Krishna or Radha. It's not directly talking about a Krishna Radha story or Ram or Sita story.
How many
But
of you?
in
Oh,
modern
sorry.
context, when the boy and girl are meeting or the man and woman are meeting, the background score is related to Ram and Sita. The purity of their love and relationship is kind of like that. The metaphors being used are of our culture. The
Yeah.
songs that are playing
Yeah, and this I have
are
seen
related to our
in
culture.
Marathi songs and films a lot. No matter what the characters, no matter what the setting, they always draw it to Radha and Krishna or Ram and Sita. Because
Yeah, yeah.
that Gona Ko Kisna song, it's a song
I
about a
actually,
Marathi poet. It's that song is picturized as if we are
you're-
seeing young Krishna. Then last में भजन भी
So
है.
No, no,
फिर
yeah,
I am
बाईगा के
here
अंत में
being
भी भजन
I
है.
think I am trying to be specific about English fiction. मतलब अंग्रेजी में
yeah.
लिखा हुआ Indian fiction.
So
Yeah,
Now
there's
the
talking
definitely a
problem
about
gap
in
between
can
English
I
English
say
now the
something?
fiction and
problem
all
in
of that.
English fiction,
Can,
na,
No.
can I say
no,
Talking
no, there
about
is a
English
problem.
fiction.
The
Talking about
problem
English
in
fiction.
English fiction when you try to write it. So let me complete. So
Yeah.
the problem that you will face now while writing an English fiction, English Indian fiction, वहाँ पे ये आ जाता है कि your choice of words, right? कि जैसे हम लोग जब नॉन फिक्शन लिखते हैं, when I am writing something, let's a book, वहां पे नॉन फिक्शन में वी नो द नैरेटिव्स, वी नो द वर्ड्स, वी हैव दैट. इन नॉन फिक्शन में क्रिएटेड दैट वोकेबुलरी जहां थोड़ा बहुत अपना संस्कृत लोकल लैंग्वेज इंग्लिश पंच करके हम लोग वर्ड ला रहे हैं, राइट? हिंदू राष्ट्र इज अ मतलब इट्स अ फ्रेज, इट्स अ थिंग ऑफ नॉर्मल इंग्लिश डिस्कोर्स जो इंग्लिश न्यूज चैनल में हिंदू राष्ट्र बोल सकते हैं, राइट? दैट काइंड ऑफ वर्ड्स टू क्रिएट दैट सॉर्ट ऑफ वोकेबुलरी इन इंग्लिश फिक्शन, दैट इज द मेन चैलेंज. और उससे
so
फिर उससे ज्यादा चैलेंजिंग हो जाएगा फिर. मैं जैसे मानता हूँ कि इफ वी कैन राइट रामायण एंड महाभारत इन लाइक इंग्लिश विच विल हैव दिस इंडियन रस, देन वी विल बी एबल टू कन्वर्ट हाफ ऑफ यूरोप. दिस इज माई फार्म बिलीफ. लेकिन उसमें वो रस होना चाहिए
so
जिससे वो कनेक्ट कर सके. उनका जो
I
रूट है ना,
I
जैसे
can I say something? Can I just say something?
हाँ
So in 2011, I actually wrote. I started writing a book. It was basically the premise of the book was that the devas and asuras are not gone. They still exist in a parallel realm even today. Current times, they exist in the planar realm, and they have been detached from society for so long, but they are coming back. I wrote like 4 chapters. Like they're still there on my blog spot. I've forgotten about it. When you mentioned this,
but you
right?
should
I
publish
still
it
remember.
then. हाँ,
Sorry?
you should finish it and publish it.
Array, I'm not a very good writer, but anyway, so I have written like 4 chapters. It's just the beginning part, just the start off. The idea is that they come back to handle a threat to dharma, and they are not just fictitious beings. They're not fantasy beings. They are technological beings of different types, right?
And
And
Yeah. So
and
they
in
travel through,
writing in fiction, yes, go ahead.
and they travel via sound. Like the sound is like the Vedas, right? Vedas, the 2 components are sound and
Yeah.
the way you speak it. Sound is what gives the Veda meaning. So I don't know anything about script like in scripture, but I understand that sound is critical. So I need someone to help me. I wanted someone to help me polish it, but I wrote like 4 chapters on it. So something like that we could do. Like that could be modern. That could be modern. You have a perspective that these forces didn't leave the universe; they existed, and they're coming back.
one thing I do want to say is
Yeah.
that I think we
And
all think in terms of
Indian, yeah.
we all think in terms of books, films, right, music, right? But we have to also think beyond them. There's newer mediums out there. For example, games. There's a game called Ragi, R-A-J-I. It's a
Raji,
5-year-old game.
Raji, हाँ.
Raji,
Raji.
Raji, 5-year-old game produced out of Pune. They even remastered it recently and they released it last year. It's basically Shiv Puran. It's just the story of entire Mahishasur Mardini as well in it.
Yeah.
Like there's a quest and they actually go and explain to people saying, oh, this is Shiva, this is Vishnu, this is Brahma, this is Durga, Shakti, etc., etc. How many of how many folks in this forum have actually played that game? How many folks have
I own
actually
it.
promoted that game?
I own
Right?
it.
Like
Yeah,
I've watched
and
streams
we will not be able to play
of
these games. These games won't reach
I've
us.
watched streams.
These games won't reach us because anytime someone makes a video game about that involves Indian gods, someone or the other is going to file an FIR against that video game producer.
No, no. Raji is a
That
phenomenon.
No.
game
There's
which
no
shows
problem with
Lord
Raji.
Shiva
Raji
in
was
such
very popular among many
beautiful way.
popular
Or
Indian streamers also. Top level Indian streamers were playing that game.
yeah,
Like
It's very
Mortal,
well done.
Soul Mortal,
yeah,
and his
because
team were playing that game and everything.
no, but that's more recent. पहले जब release हुआ था तब
because it
promotion नहीं
wasn't
कर
more
रहे थे.
popular, therefore it
मैंने
did not
खरीदा
get so many
immediately.
FIRs filed against it. If it was more popular, it would get many FIRs filed against it. That video game which showed Lord Shiva, so many right wingers criticized even that, saying how dare you compare it with Thor and stuff. Why do you commodify this our faiths etc. ये तुम्हारे कैपिटलिज्म के लिए नहीं है. तो हर बात पे FIR चोदेंगे जो लोग जो कि बाकी टाइम कुछ काम में नहीं आते हैं हिंदू यूनिटी के लिए या
No.
फिर हिंदू सेफ्टी के लिए, तो
No,
FIR
no, but
बाजी सिर्फ
this,
वो
तो उसके
वो
वजह से
crowd
वीडियो गेम
हम
और भी
wait,
कम ही बनते हैं.
this we need,
आज
वो
तक
we need to
crowd
look at
हमेशा
this here.
रहते
ऊपर
रहता है.
फिल्म
Like
नहीं बनाया
for
है, ये नहीं है. छत्रपति शिवाजी के ऊपर फिल्म नहीं बनता है क्योंकि कोई FIR खाएगा या गोली खाएगा.
No, no, एक मिनट. First of
295
all,
सबके गार में डालो और भी ज्यादा वीडियो गेम बनना शुरू हो जाएंगे.
see this
See,
relates to
I
this
don't
relates to what
agree with you because there is a film called Akanda in Telugu. Okay, it precisely uses all these things, and there is no FIR registered against it. And about Chhatrapati Shivaji, there are numerous
Congress
films
isn't
are being made nowadays, right? Who
No,
is
but that's
fighting?
In Marathi film industry,
Yeah,
they have
nowadays
many films on
when the film
Shivaji
is
Maharaj.
going down,
Many films, yeah.
yeah, no. These days, Marathi film industry is just full of Shivaji, Shambhaji.
it's a bit too
They're even
much.
going down to the Maratha Empire. But I mean, वो एक जमाना था.
Right.
It's like and this will keep on happening. वो एक crowd हमेशा रहता है. So for example, like Bahubali, Eternal War, people took offense of the fact that Indra was depicted the way he was supposed to be
Seriously,
depicted.
like, do you even understand the cosmology of devas and asuras? Do you even understand? Tell me you don't understand that the cosmology by making such statements.
No, cosmology is all भाड़ में जा
Yeah, both
because
Hindus are Christian.
इंद्रा मेरा इष्ट देवता है. आप लोग ने उसका अपमान किया. अब आपको मैं श्राप देने के लिए
हाँ.
तैयार हूँ. ऐसे परोके लोग हैं. But these kinds of idiots will always exist, right? But the point is that you always have to
हाँ, तो
outnumber them.
295 भी एग्जिस्ट करेगा. इडियट्स का
हाँ.
संख्या कम है इसलिए 295 एक तो कुछ कम नहीं लगेगा.
हाँ,
Arey,
but जब
the legend of the legend of Rama, the Japanese film was so beautifully respectful of the entire essence of Rama. Like, you know, there's one scene before the Lanka battle when he shows why he is called Maryada Purushottam Ram. Literally, he shows that literally in that scene. And they banned it because, and it was made by a Ram Bhakt. An Indian Ram Bhakt literally worked his ass off to make that movie.
Yeah, but now look at it. The song itself is like privately apologizing for it. But either which way, like things that you have to be the change. You can't be like, oh, 295 लगाए रहे तो लगाने दो, थोड़ा भड़काओ. But get the support system behind you. 295 लगाया, वो जिसने 295 लगाया उसके घर पे जाके उसका मुंह काला कर दो.
No, but let me go one point about this.
No, I mean, I'm being serious. That's the
I get
only
that.
way you can battle this.
No, but I have
But
one
there
more.
were no FIR
नहीं,
filed.
अगर
FIRs filed. There were no FIRs filed against Maha-Avatar Narsimha. No FIRs filed against that
Yes,
movie.
it's
Because
People didn't have a problem with that.
backing both था.
it's a coincidence. Yes, because ISKCON was behind it.
अरे कितना नेगेटिव पोर्ट्रेयल है शिव
The director
भक्तों
himself
का.
is an ISKCON disciple.
अरे कितना नेगेटिव. I was watching the video of the movie like ये क्या है? Like don't you know Taiwan should take offense to this? कैसे डिपिक्ट कर रहे हैं Taiwan priest को? Like I was like okay, the थोड़ा
Yeah,
chill
and
हो
that's
भाई.
what I
इतना
काहे भड़काने वाली बातें करते
that's
हो
what I
आनंद
liked so
भैया?
much about the
sorry.
yeah, and that's what I liked so much about the Chinmay Vibhuti Ashram. I thought they'll be prioritizing some god over others, etc., just like all other such ashrams. You enter, there's a Hanuman Mandir. A few steps ahead, there's a Ganesh Mandir, and all day long they are chanting names of Krishna and Rama. They are absolutely prioritizing entirety of Hinduism.
It is fine to venerate your Ishta Devata or your perspective of Brahman. That's fine. But why put down some other group? And Brahmanical has already been criticism already out there. I was just surprised at how bad it was. That's all. I initially thought like the criticism is so like, why are you being so like picky? Then I watched the movie. I was like, ये क्या है भाई क्या? Well, can you not be a little more sensitive? थोड़ा sensitive होना चाहिए भाई. इतना भी नहीं.
ये थोड़ा इस्कॉन में टेंडेंसी तो है. ये है थोड़ा Abrahamic.
I'll tell you that Sri Vaishnavites are extremely Narayan, like Vishnu followers. Okay, but this negativity towards Saivites will never happen. Like you'll never hear any Sri Vaishnavite saying, "Oh, Shiva is evil," blah blah blah. All this, like their devotees are bad, and like evil portrayal was problematic. It was really problematic.
Okay, so
can Indian right produce comics? If the Indian right does produce comics, it has to fund existing comics and not come up with a new name and say Sanatani Comics or Sanatani Yodha Comics, Hindu warrior comics.
I've seen some of the design of the comics
from long time, but in other languages, inter-languages other than English or any of the Western languages, there are a lot available in native languages. I don't know about Hindi and Sanskrit, but there are a lot available in native languages.
I'm telling you, I've seen the character design. I've seen the character portrait design of some of these comics. They full just copy pasted Western like rogue. Like the Western rogue का style copy paste Indian character. Like ये थोड़ा तो like creativity डालो भाई. Think outside the box. वो copy paste क्या कर रहे हैं आप? You will literally be Pritam of comics.
Like art forms also, there are many nice Indian art forms which we can promote. For example, we have this art form called Kavi Sammelan. Okay, this is our way of humor. It's such a nice art form. At least in Hindi we have it.
It's
no, it's not a rap battle. It's not a rap battle. कविता के
बंगाली में
नहीं रैप बैटल नहीं है. आप कविता के माध्यम से हंसाते हैं लोगों को. कविता के माध्यम से शायरी भी नहीं.
रैप बैटल
में वही होता है. ठीक नहीं रैप बैटल में एक दूसरे से लड़ते हैं. वो कविता में वैसे नहीं होता.
नहीं हंसाते हैं. हंसाने के लिए लड़ते हैं.
कवि जिसको बोलते हैं हास्य काव्य.
I've seen.
That is very Indian. That is very unique.
It's a good idea. It could be a replacement. It could be more Dharmic or Indian version of stand-up comedy. It's like a. It could be Indian version of stand-up comedy. Sit-down comedy.
Yeah.
So हमारे यहाँ हास्य काव्य था. बहुत कुछ था. ये सब आर्ट फॉर्म्स को हम लोग रिवाइव कर सकते हैं. स्कूल्स में मैं बोलता हूँ कि अवधारण का कंपटीशन रखना चाहिए.
हाँ अब तुमको थोड़ा इनसाइड स्कूप देता हूँ. रुको एक पॉइंट और बोल लेने दो. हाँ तो बंगाल में अब है you'd be happy to know कि there wasn't just rap battles like Kavi Sammelans. There used to be something called Kobi Gan where they would battle it out, improv right then and there, write lyrics and blurt it out. And there would be specifically such battles for galis. उसको खेउड़ ही बोलते हैं. सिर्फ गाली गलौज ही होता है उसमें. That's really fun stuff. We are great intellectual descendants of those people. Now,
खेउड़ गान.
Yes. The inside scoop I want to give you all is everyone is going to be nameless here because সব চরিত্র কাল্পনিক and we don't want to get killed or sued. So there's a certain right-leaning nationalist organization who is absolutely not directly associated with BJP or RSS. They maintain a very, very healthy distance with all of them. So they occasionally host events and stuff. They do things that are definitely, let's say, overtly political. Not in the political sense of supporting BJP or hating BJP, but it's definitely, there's a political Hindu tinge to their actions. Now, they also do absolutely non-political things. Okay, they sign up MOUs with different colleges and schools, both in BJP run states and non-BJP run states, and they have a fun time collaborating with those colleges. And what they do when they go there is the collaborations entail Hindu culture related festivals, I mean, let's say music festivals, bhajan festivals, quiz competitions, those kinds of stuff. Everything that you would do in a college setting anyway, just do that with Hindu stuff. And they provide resources, knowledge, money, etc. And then the entire logistics of it. Now, when that organization came to Bengal, a certain minister relevant to schools and colleges was approached for this. They got the right people to sit down with him, and they pitched him this idea as well, with the proper garb of not being associated with BJP at all, which they are not. So they would not really need to portray it with too much hard work. They simply met this minister, and said that, see, we want to do these sorts of quizzes and stuff in colleges and schools, like when was Swami Vivekananda born, what were his ideas, what did Bonkim say on this, those kinds of things. The minister's first reply was, "What's in it for us?" That's the level of corruption in Bengal. What's in it for us? When it's not even a political thing, when it's not even a political event. Or uske baad, I heard that one significant person in the government who everyone wants to see go to jail, but is not going to go to jail, is not going even right now. A lot of people have the excuse that if he is arrested in Bengal, entire Bengal will burn, etc. That guy is now protected with complete conversion money. He is absolutely making way for large-scale Christian conversions in Bengal. So that guy is unarrested, and his minister is saying, "What's in it for us?" to Hindu culture-related quizzes. So that's where we are.
Seriously. Hopefully, BJP makes a dent.
On that happy note. Dent. On that sad note, and feeling that lack of dent, I'll be taking your leave now, guys.
Yeah. We are also finishing our stream. No, we are ending as well. We are ending as well.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
We are ending it. So, thank you, everybody.
The cases against me. Yeah, I'll just give this tidbit. The cases against me, the quashing appeal in Calcutta High Court is going to probably get picked up tomorrow, finally, after so many visits to the High Court.
Good luck.
So if you all can, keep donating to my legal battles. And mera quashing ka to paisa abhi tak nahi utha hai. I'm already 1.5 lakhs in debt. But the real fun is going to begin when I pursue the cases against them. So if you want me to get them directly, help me out with the legal troubles as well. And one more thing is, this is another fun life achievement. I donated blood today for the first time in my life. I donated 2 units of blood after consuming about 11 to 12 units of blood when my accident happened. Yes, I'm not a vampire. I used that blood. I did not consume it with my mouth. But I'm giving back to society finally. And I have given 2 units of blood today.
Oscar will be given to you soon, Dada. Not Oscar, sorry, Nobel.
Yeah.
What did you add to the blood? That's the question in your body. Did you add good stuff into your body when you consume the blood, then gave out the blood? That's the question.
Yeah, that whichever person receives that blood, they are definitely going to turn Savarkarite the next day.
The saffron blood. It's not red, it's saffron.
We need a new gene technology so that we all of can take that gene and give it to the lefties.
Then, if that is true, then my blood is very thick and dark red. Does it make me a communist? Like, I don't agree with that statement. Yes, that's funny.
हर घर सावरकर
ब्लड में बस बीफ नहीं होना चाहिए, तब तक सब कुछ ठीक.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Ranjanda, and best of luck. We will connect again. Okay.
Yeah.
Bye bye.
Thanks a lot.
Bye.
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 Bye.